Greetings, corporate tax cattle. I hope you guys are having an excellent evening. I'm back. I've got my laptop, brand new, came in today, just in time for me to set this up. So I've literally been setting this stream up. Well, this research has been ongoing all week, and I've basically just been spam mailing one of my emails so I can pull it from my phone. It's low tech. I'm not a producer, okay? I'm a researcher. I'm getting better at the production presentation aspect of it. It's a lot of information we're going to be covering tonight. I hope we get through it all. I don't want to have a super long stream where I lose people. I want people to be able to digest this information. And if I'm right about what I found, which I'm 99.9% sure that I am, and of course, I'm going to present it in a way, there's always an air of mystery to certain aspects of this just because they cover their tracks so well. But there's where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a lot of smoke. So in the Satanic Experiment Part 1, I had covered primarily Bob Enyart. Okay, so I guess what I'm going to do is kind of lead in to that by saying that the organization that William Duffy, from the research that I've done, extensive research for the last week, and what I intend to show you by the end of this stream is that Will Duffy, he's not a mastermind. At least I don't think he is. He's not. He might be, maybe he's more of a controller or more high up than I personally believe he is, but I think he's just a stooge, and I think he fucked up, and I think that this is part of his penance, I'm going to get into that. But he inherited an operation from Bob Enyart. That was his best friend and mentor. Now, this operation I intend to prove, or at least suggest heavily with evidence, that has been operating in Colorado for quite some time, and it's actually part of a huge umbrella of an ongoing operation that actually blends every area of what we consider to be conspiracy theory together. And the two main things that cross-pollinate every conspiracy theory, in my opinion, or the purposes for everything that we consider, like why they're doing all of these things. It's the law, it's total control of the resources, the administration of your estates through corporations, which the only way they can do that is by removing your relationship with the creator. So the government of a communist nation must necessarily be satanic to be as inhuman as they are and know what they're doing, because they're the ones who are operating through the law. So they understand that the sphere of the law is spiritual, which, I plan on doing one on the Magna Carta and really getting you guys to understand that in the law of administration, how property is a direct extension of your free will, and not to have absolute right to your property is to have your free will enslaved by another. Okay. So, basically, it's absolutely necessary that the government of a communist country are dark people capable of dark things, Satanism, if you will, and that the population be atheist or agnostic, because the lofty ideals, right, that created the nation, the Continental United States, and the foundation of common law in the Magna Carta is an understanding of God, creation, man's place in creation, and the Bible. That is the foundation of common law. What does flat earth bring people to? That understanding. That's why the heliocentric lie is so important. It is so important for that purpose. Now, they messed up, and I'm glad they messed up. Okay, well, let me say hi to the few people that are in here. My dad likes to, I don't know if he's just trying to do it on purpose, but he streams on the one night that I can stream every week, and we share a lot of subscribers, and I do think he's doing it on purpose because he has no idea about any of this stuff that I'm about to explain to you guys, and also he doesn't care enough about you, just likes being on the podcast, having the attention. He doesn't care enough to actually spend the hours to go into this stuff. So I offered an olive branch on a show just a little bit ago, Sovereign Soul and Chained Mind. I said, hey, if we set our differences aside, I got some serious information, but apparently he wants to usurp all of the viewership, which is fine. People can come back and watch it later and whatever. He doesn't get to be a part of this. So, but so to get back on track, let me say hi to the few people that are in here. We have make stupid people famous. I think he may have left, and he said shared and out. Not sure what that means. We got Theo Theo Shen, good to see you, man. Hungry Lion. Let's see. Brad Tasha, good to see you guys, or whichever one of you are here. And FE Nation showed up. Good to see you. So I'm sure we'll have some more people roll in. Now, Brad and Tasha, I just got my computer back. I just literally pulled about half of my files off of the SD card. I need to get the rest of them off the SD card. But yes, I'm going to explain all of this to you, but I don't want to just explain it to you. You need to be able to physically see it in these old archived common law books, and you need to be able to see examples of it. And so I do plan on doing a stream on that and the house seal and everything very probably. Well, it depends on if I get through all of this tonight, because this is heavy. But within the next week or two. And honestly, I'm going to start doing more streams throughout the week in the mornings, because I work third shift, as you guys know. And I figured, well, why not? Why not at least cover current events and give my perspective on it with the understanding of the law that I have and various other things. And, because I enjoy podcasts like that, give me the basics of current events, and then I can go look, stuff that the mainstream doesn't really report on, and then go look into it. But it's just a thought. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. So Duffy inherited an operation already. And all we have to do is look at Enyart's record to understand that. And we are going to get into that, but I'm going to kind of start at the end first and then work our way backward. All right. So the way that they messed up the final experiment, right, which was intentionally TFE, just to usurp the Google searches, right, of people doing the flat earth or whatever, or the FE and stuff. There's so much planning actually went into this. It's too bad they didn't try harder at faking it, right? And I mean, come on now. Like, I've seen King Nico has done great work on breaking down the discrepancies both within the accounts of being in Antarctica, as well as the discrepancies with the footage. And how did you still not get a 24-hour sun on film? Doesn't make sense, right? And why were the flat earth guys not broadcasting? But you're getting tons of videos from the Globers. What was really going on? And I thought the joke that Whitsitt said at one point in time was funny. He said, the guns are on the other side of the camera. I'm inclined to believe him, honestly, right? So ordinarily the wheelhouse of this channel is law, but this is actually an area that is proved, like, with who I believe is behind this and who is most likely behind it. Like I said, I'm 99% sure. All the evidence suggests they're behind the entire operation of usurping the resources of the world and enslaving everybody through administrative law and uniform commercial code. And the globe, the heliocentric lie, is just one aspect of how they remove you from knowledge of your creator, and thereby remove the knowledge of natural law and your place in this realm from you, so that you can just be corporate tax chattel and think there's nothing more to life than making money and, going to work for some corporation until you retire and get put out to pasture, if they don't kill you first with some sort of, medical experiment or whatever, right? So we know how that goes. Without further ado, I think that was a good enough introduction into what we are getting into. The thread that allowed me to pull this all loose, pull the tapestry apart, was Candace frickin' Owens, guys, right? What? Candace Owens so disingenuously all of a sudden pops up and has an interest in the flat earth debate, right? And then endorses the final experiment and sends her director along. Now, who is Duffy in the first place? I know Candace Owens, not necessarily a Hollywood movie star, but she's famous. She's probably got security. She's probably, she's that level of famous, and it was that thread. So I started looking into her, because as I told you guys, I was going to look into everybody involved with this. And there's some people that have no public information, which is intentional, always bespeaks, like me, I'm a private person, but there's still going to be information out there. Just because data collection, I say it's somebody who's been meticulously careful, or some people have been meticulously careful, never to allow their information to be leaked online, their past addresses, business associations, any of that stuff. And those are all key for people like me, detectives, because it's never the person they're showing you. It's the people in the shadows around them, guys. So it's not Whitsitt, Jaron, or Duffy, right? Possibly Candace's director, I believe, is as a form of a handler, and we'll get into that. But he wasn't really in the mix too much. He just went along because Candace wanted, I'm going to contribute to this, and I want to know, so I'm going to send my guy. What are you talking about? Right? Are you guys with me on this? So yes, they are, Winbay Bear, they are trying to discredit flat earth from the inside. Absolutely. They're also, but see, we should really thank Mr. Will Duffy and the Pilgrim Society, who I'm going to get into here in a minute, the most powerful roundtable group in the world. It's literally the first one above the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, everything. I heard whispers of this group, and then all of a sudden I came across an explosion of information. It was all thanks to Candace Owens, right? And the guy who had social media stolen from him by the U.S. Patent Office and Mark Zuckerberg, but primarily his patent attorney, the Bar Association. We may get into that a little bit tonight. But you guys I hope you guys are going to look more into this stuff, right? So, without further ado, let's watch this disingenuous clip just to start of Candace Owens, right? All of a sudden being told about flat earth by somebody, right? And then deciding that she wants her director to go. So let's check that out. Well, first, let me open it. Told you guys, not a producer, just a researcher. So low production quality here. Actually, you know what? Before we get into Candace Owens, I want to show you guys what I think they did. And this you're going to find very interesting, I think, because I did. And it wouldn't be as hard to fake as people think, okay? It would not. Because, look, so this is Coachella from 2017. This is what I think they did, personally. Now, I don't know exactly for sure what they did. Obviously, none of us do, but we see all the inconsistencies, the weird oblong sun, the shadow inconsistencies, the lack of breath, where Austin had to go and vape and pretend like you could see his breath, and then they really don't know how to respond to that. It's too bad. Who was it? McToon's camera that he had set up, or was it the other guy? I forget, but whichever Glober had their camera set up at the angle that exposed Witsit, kind of fucked all of them a little bit. So, yeah, but let's check this out. This is what I think they did. This is the Antarctic Dome at Coachella 2017. All right, let me know in the comments what you guys think, or in the chat, or if you're watching this after the comments, and see if this is feasible, since they erected this at Coachella, right? Is this not feasible to erect in perhaps a larger scale, or would you even need it to be larger, or would you just need it to be completely LCD? Let me know, right? Why couldn't they do something like this? And just, instead of having that black border around it, right there, just make the whole thing LCD screen. Why not?
Oh my fucking god! Holy fucking shit!
Yeah, why not? Look, they're still in there. The whole thing actually looks like the sky outside. Right? I mean, what do you guys think? That's pretty insane, right? Why wouldn't they be able to do that? I mean, because we know you have so many breaks in the footage, and we know they got there. Or no, we don't know that, honestly. They say that we got there, right? But hold on, let me pause this and stop it for a second. They say they got there. We really don't even know. But I mean, that one's kind of a petty point to argue back and forth about. when you have the possibility of doing something like this anyway. So you could either create this, or this could already exist in Antarctica, or it could be in some island down there by Antarctica, or it could be, there's so many options. I'm not saying this is what they did. I'm just saying that the fact that technology like this exists and they can just erect it at Coachella just to get a bunch of people to go, wow, amazing. Why couldn't they do it? And then with the production, the producers, and you do have a director there, Candace Owens director, which we're going to suppose a director. We're going to get into that. Why could they not just make this happen? So that, me personally, I think that would be a way to do it. If I was going to do it, that'd be definitely an option I would explore, right? But let's move on. Let's watch this disingenuous, because we got a lot of information to cover tonight, guys. So, well, Winbay Bear says, did anyone bring a laser thermometer? Nobody, you could see nobody's breath. And they say, oh, there's no moisture in the atmosphere, but there's moisture inside your lungs and body, dude, that would vaporize as soon as you breathe out. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You can't see. It was a dumb response, to that question. And then Austin gets caught vaping it. It's like, or vaping, and then, see, I see my breath now. No, dude, no. Okay, you got caught with that. It sucks. I actually liked Austin, but what I think more happened with Austin, especially with the joke he made about, there's guns behind the camera or whatever, right? Is I think they basically, if they did take him to a studio or a stage like that or whatever, they said, okay, here's the money we were going to use to pay for your trip, and this is what we're going to give you to shut the fuck up. Or we could just, borrow Boeing's Hitman or something, I don't know, right? But like, these people are serious, and if it is who I'm almost certain it is behind this, there's nothing they won't do. There's nothing they will not do. Let's use proper English here. So, all right, let me show you Candace Owens' disingenuous interest in the flat earth. Actually click it. Okay, don't start playing. It'd be nice to eventually have like a studio where I could just have all this stuff queued up, right? But we got to get bigger, guys. We got to share the videos, like the videos. Here we go. Watch this bullshit right here.
Exciting announcement today. Candace Owens' director, Mark Hermon, is Antarctica bound, and he will be joining the final experiment this December at Union Glacier. For those who are new to TFE, I will give the entire backstory. Candace Owens is a political commentator in the United States, and she is consistently one of the top podcasts in the country. I checked Spotify this morning,
didn't know that,
and Candace was sitting at number 7. So here's what has transpired. Back in June, Candace went live on YouTube on a Sunday morning on her cell phone, and she briefly mentioned flat earth. Here's a short clip from that video.
And a woman messaged me about the flat earth theory, which I had never looked into. And she sent me all these links, and she's like, you need to look into this, blah, blah, blah. And it's antithetical to the Bible and all of this stuff. And I saved the links, and I was like, I'm going to watch this later. And my husband was like, why?
She said the flat earth is antithetical to the Bible. Or no, did she say the globe was antithetical? Either way, it's funny that she mentioned that, because that is the whole point behind the flat earth versus globe. It's really, yes, okay, $63 million a day, or now has that been usurped by SpaceX, supposedly making trips to the space station, which makes Elon obviously a genius to get that contract, right? Because you're not actually doing any of that shit. And who knows where the money actually goes. But at the end of the day, it's not about the money, because they all have so much money now. The money only represents power that they need to control you. They need you to not have it and them to keep it in their own coffers, right? So that's the point of it. But at the end of the day, it's really about removing you from God. And that's why she's introducing that. First of all, I doubt some woman just randomly, I mean, dude, listen to this load of crap. Whoops. Hold on, listen to this load of crap, right? So she says some woman just randomly decides to text her about it. And this random commenter on one of her videos is so important, right? Just random, whoever she is, that, ordinarily, if people have never heard of it, like she said, they just feel like that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. And how many crazy people does this lady have probably saying stupid shit? So for her to actually pretend like, out of all things she gets in her comments and messages and stuff, this one lady talking about, have you heard about the flat earth? And she's like, oh my God, I'm going to take this and I'm going to make a video about it. Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's so implausible. But anyway.
I had never looked into, and she sent me all these links and she's like, you need to look into this, blah, blah, blah. And it's antithetical to the Bible and all of this stuff. And I saved the links and I was like, I'm going to watch this later. And my husband was like, why are you, why even bother looking into this? And I'm like, because I'm just genuinely, I'm a curious person. So if someone thinks anything, I have to read it and know what they believe, because faith is what drives people ultimately. But then when I said to him, I said to him, because I don't know if the earth is round or flat or an octagon or anything. Science is obviously a faith. And it's gotten so tricky that people don't appreciate that. They don't realize that they are the most faithful people ever. They think they're atheists. They think that they don't have a faith. They don't go to church. What are you talking about? You attend the Church of Science every single day.
And after this, flat earthers started reaching out to her. The next day, a flat earther reached out to her and encouraged her to check out Austin Whitsitt and Flat Earth Dave. Check it out.
Lastly, sharing with you one of the many, many flat earth.
Sorry, guys. That was my first non-professional mistake of the night. What I was saying during that period, I usually mute during the video so there's no background noise. But what I was saying during that is that she literally said, you do have a faith. It's science. It's scientism. Okay, you think you're an atheist, but you go to the Church of Science every day. It's literally what she just said. Right? Because you have to have faith in the experts. And that's the whole thing, the Pilgrim Society. Once I get into this, you guys are going to understand that's what they took control of the education system so that they could take control, like the doctoral programs, create fellowships, take control of history. The bankers created it, the Pilgrim Society. So it's already got the banker aspect of it, where they want to enslave the world through debt. And then their main point is to separate you from biblical cosmology and to separate you from your place in creation. Because if you think you're an animal or an evolved animal, then how could you have divinely endowed natural rights, which go back to common law, right? No, we don't. It's just, this is the way, and they're smarter people that know better, and we're just going to have faith in them and all that hokey pokey stuff and get real. There's no such thing as common, which I have books upon books. It's ridiculous, and I can explain it perfectly and how it's the foundation of all jurisdictions. But at the end of the day, that's the point. They need you to be separated from that in order to. So over in communist China, to illustrate the point, over in communist China, they only release CCP approved versions of the Holy Bible to Chinese Christians. They don't get even anything close to the Bibles that you have access to, because they have to make sure that anything that would encourage descent to communism or any kind of ideas of unalienable rights that the Renaissance thinkers and even the people that created the Magna Carta and the way they lived prior to that, and we'll get into another episode on common law very soon, because I think actually common law is Anglo-common law is a direct byproduct of of the time of Christ or Yeshua or whatever you want to call him, because that's when everything shifted and changed. And in England is where Josephus, who was, I believe, Jesus's uncle, and the Marys and everybody are said to have went over to the English Isles. And then they're the first church, and you can look this up, in England was in like 30 something AD. Okay, the first Christian church. So within 30 years of Christ dying, you have the first church. And then common law existed, no problem, all the way up to William the Conqueror in 1066. But this is not a common law episode, so I just wanted to elucidate what you guys couldn't hear me say. I won't let it happen again. Let's continue forward.
Earthmanex that I've received since I did the live the other day. And again, I'm not subscribing to the flat earth theory at all. I just decided to read an article on it because why not? This person writes, hey, Candace, I heard you mention flat earth on your live today and I had to reach out. Please, I'm imploring you to continue down the flat earth rabbit hole because it's true.
NASA has lied to us about the shape of our world, plain and simple. I believe the main reason being to separate us from God, because nobody would be able to deny him if people knew that we actually live in a place that necessitates the existence of a creator. Once you look, you will see that all of the evidence points to the earth being flat. The biggest indicators, in my mind, being the fact that we can see objects at a distance that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet by the curve of the earth. The fact that all modern technology assumes the earth is a flat topographical plane to function, airplanes, GPS, and the truly hilarious footage and abject lack of proof that we actually went to the moon. Reach out to YouTubers that have done the research for more information. And he offers some YouTubers. Thanks.
And a good friend of mine brought this to my attention. And I was excited because this is exactly why I...
So she just happens to have some random person comment. And then that was, of all the crazy comments I'm sure she gets, right? Anybody who does podcasts knows that definitely can be the case. And she's extremely huge podcast. But of all those people, and with the way that people have never heard, including us, have never heard about flat earth before, right? When we had not heard of it, we thought it was absolutely batshit crazy. But for some reason, she took it seriously. This one lady told her she took it seriously and posted a video, and then a friend told him. You see how they just try to create this 1 degree of separation of two people who are obviously in connection with one another? It's a vague, nondescript, someone told me, and then I came across it and I reached out, and, when actually, no, it was orchestrated. And you're just being lazy and creating a very vague and general 1 degree of separation between you and Candace Owens, who's propped up by the Rothschilds, and whose husband or whose father-in-law is a Lord Baron and a member of the Pilgrim Society in England, who created MI5, MI6, and the CIA. NASA, more than likely, is a byproduct of everything. And we're going to get into the history. So I just wanted to do the setup. We're going to the end first, and now we're just going to go through and build. Right? We're going to go through and build. You guys, what do you think of this information so far, right? It's like, okay, a bit disparate. Now you need to connect the dots. I will. So let's move forward because I really don't like listening to him. Well, let me give it another minute or so, see if he says anything else I
created TFE. So many discussions in the flat earth debate, practically all of them, are really going nowhere. For example, the globe side says sunsets prove the globe, end of story. And the flat earthers are like, no, they don't. Sunsets happen on a flat earth because when the sun gets far enough away, you can't see it anymore through the thick atmosphere.
Why does what's in the sky, how does that create curvature, Duffy? How does it create? I mean, I know everybody's beating this to death, but they know, like some of the flat earthers, the shills, like Karen B, who, you know what, let me back up a second. I do have to address this, and I actually have to give my dad credit on this a little bit. Even though we're kind of beefed out right now. That chick, he held his guns, right? And yeah, he's right. That chick is like some kind of pretended celebrity. And yes, unfortunately, tinfoil sombrero were absolutely fawning over her. This lady went absolute illogically batshit crazy when asked logical questions, right? Like, how does that prove convexity of the earth? Like, what do you mean? And just lost her mind. Now, back to my previous comment of how the flat earth usually leads people to the creator and to the Bible and to, the truth. She's a freaking witch. I mean, come on now, dude. Really? Really? So you're already in occult circles. I mean, this dude and the research I've done and the people he's connected with have so many occult overtones, even calling his church Agape Kingdom Fellowship. I personally feel like that's a nod to Crowley, but I don't have concrete. I'm just stating it. That's what I personally think. I can't prove it, right? But there are other things I've come across, and of course, Crowley was MI5, MI6, part of the Pilgrim Society. And he definitely helped found NASA. So, we're going macro to bring it back to the micro to connect all these dots and get you guys to see it. This is a worldwide network. They have psychological operations groups, I guarantee you, in every major area of every state. And they can afford it. And this is the Colorado branch right here, guys, right? Or maybe they separate it to like the Western, who knows? But this guy, Colorado branch, for sure. He took over the operation when Enyart, quote unquote, died of COVID 2021. And I got some good information on all that stuff too. I actually see what they did with that. And you guys let me know when we get there. But really, I did not know that unindoctrinated says that his church's logo is literally an upside down Baphomet. Okay, well, that actually fits right in with everything I'm talking about, right? These guys are part of a shadowy, and now I don't think Duffy's a member of the Pilgrim Society at all. He's not even close to the caliber class. I mean, the Pilgrim Society are like lords and like the people in the banker, like the people that run stuff. But he's definitely bankrolled by the Pilgrim Society, and so is his organization over there, Shadow Gov, or whatever they go by now that Enyart's dead, right? To basically create psychological operations. And now I created show notes for tonight, and I'm kind of going out of order, but it's fine. We'll wing it, right? And so the Pilgrim Society, created by Cecil, you know what? No, I'm not going to go out of order. We're going to get there. But they essentially knew that they had to take control of the education and the media, the education to hide history, remove the knowledge of law, and to create basically a recruiting ground and a brainwashing center to put communist ideology into people's heads to get them to think giving away your property to communal control, which is actually government control, is a good idea, right? Because of the downtrodden, you know, and all that stuff. Usually people who are downtrodden have poor habits, and, you know, there's been psychological studies. So, but anyways, trying to keep on track here, they had to take control of the media and education. Once they took control of the media, which they did first thing, they took control of the media in the UK and America and the United States of America. They created psychological operation. Well, they created the intelligence agencies at the same time as taking control of the media. And then they created these psyop groups, or bankroll these psyop groups, and they fund them, and they cover their tracks very well. But the purpose of the psyop groups is to sway public opinion to change legislation, which is why Bob Enyart was doing the abortion, the anti-abortion thing. He pretended to be an extreme right-wing, conservative, anti-science, biblical earth type of guy, but he was a personality, and he was a radio personality. And he was put out there to make the average person think that right-wing Christians, conservative Christians, are insane. Right. And all the riling up over the years he did about abortion, that's one of the reasons why that was the main issue in the last election. Period. And they're never going to stop doing that for Ball, right? Ever. They're not like, that's, if we allow them, they're just going to keep doing it. But I'm not getting political on that stuff, right? So I definitely went off script and went a little bit ahead, but let's continue.
Atmosphere. And the globe side will say, you can see the curvature of the earth when you get high enough. And the flat earthers will say, well, if there's any curvature, it's from a wide angle lens on the camera, creating a fisheye effect. And the globe side will say, well, these particular flight paths only make sense on a globe. And the flat earthers respond, well, these flight paths and these emergency landings only work on a flat earth. The list goes on and on. How are we going to get past this type of argumentation that doesn't really go anywhere? When are we going to do something new, since this is clearly not working? And that's the spirit behind TFE, actually doing an experiment together. And more importantly, making sure the two sides are not straw manning each other.
I did it again after I told you guys I wouldn't. I created show notes for you to keep us going forward, right? I know I'm usually all over the place. And what we're about to do now is take a look into Candace Owens, right? The way I do my research is I never use a Google-based web browser. And I've told you guys this many times. If you're a researcher, never use any kind of Google-based, and even Brave is censored. So I use foreign web browsers, okay? And especially foreign web browser, we're not going to get into, I'm not going to give away my secrets and stuff, but use foreign web browsers, and then I look for blog spots, WordPresses, various articles and things that would ordinarily automatically be censored out by Google and all of this stuff. And then I verify the information. All of the information I'm going to present tonight, I have verified as far as it can be, especially, and I've reached the same conclusion. So here, Candace Owens, how many of you have heard of the Glorify financial service that she created, right? So this guy, we're going to read this article a little bit, says, we smelled the rat when we first saw Candace Owens. And we're not going to go too much into this. I just wanted to link her to the British Pilgrim Society, which is the parent of the American CFR and Trilateral Commission. And the point of that, and then we're going to get into the Pilgrim Society, and then we're going to get into Enyart, and then we're going to get into Duffy, and then we're going to get into some people you don't know. All right, so Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk's step-in and fetching girl for the British Pilgrim Society. So her father-in-law is Lord Michael S. Farmer. Okay, here, let me zoom in on this because I know you guys can't see that very well. Okay, so her father-in-law is Lord Michael S. Farmer. Okay, and he is a member of the British Pilgrim Society. Okay, and that's important to know. He's also been behind many money scams going back decades involving gold and silver, right? And that's what he does. He's the Rothschild's gold, silver, and precious metals merchant, essentially, right? So it's interesting how she met her husband now, right? She met him, his son, Michael Farmer's son, she met him at a Turning Point UK rally. And within the year, they were engaged and ready to be married. It's very strange, especially with all the stuff that was going on with her talking about, Israel getting fired from the Daily. Well, no, that was recent stuff, but it's still interesting because the Pilgrim Society is behind the creation of Israel. Essentially, it's behind this group is the top of the Roundtable groups. It's pretty incredible. I've got a lot of tabs to show you guys and information that I found. So this is one of the things he does, right? He says, so right after she becomes his daughter-in-law, the PayPal drama unravels. Hegelian dialectic, classic stuff, right? PayPal tells users it will fine them $2,500, and this is how they're actually using the conservative versus the liberal fight to make money. They're backing these big platforms through Turning Point, right, on the conservative side. So PayPal tells users it will fine them $2,500 for misinformation, then backtracks immediately. It pulls the plan to fine customers $2,500 for promoting misinformation. So if you use PayPal and you're making money through PayPal off of what they deem misinformation, they're going to fine you $2,500, right? So he's right, classic Hegelian dialectic. And this is right after she becomes the daughter-in-law of this Pilgrim Society fellow, right? Then out of nowhere comes a solution from Candace Owens, who runs out in front of the Hegelian dialectic screaming, "Try my Glorify app. I am the co-founder," this Pilgrim Society puppet claims. "We are patriotic," and all that. Cue up the sickly sweet video ready to go to lure PayPal users and Trump cultists into the next Rothschild banking cartel corral. Cutesy, well-produced, emotional videos still fool many brainwashed, right? So it says it didn't take long for the highly informed AIM community to figure out what was going on. As Latino 100 posts, he says, roll up, Glorify Mammon with Candace and the British Pilgrim Society. Money to be made at the temple. That's actually pretty insightful. And they take a deeply beautiful word, glorify, and corrupt it to glorify with an I, right, instead of a Y, and then also changing the capitalization. Glorify God versus glorified Satan. And you heard what she said about the flat earth and the globe and how it all goes back to the Bible. These religious, these people, the Pilgrim Society, as we're going to get into, they pretend to be Christians. Yes, Emilio, I will have a call show next week if we get through all this stuff tonight, for sure. Or if we have time at the end of tonight, depends on how quickly we get through this stuff. So the way she points out how This is Satan behind this stuff, guys. Like, I don't listen. I know it sounds crazy. I know some of my subscribers will be turned off to it. I don't really care because it's the truth. And I know this through the law. I know this through the law, the study of the law, what the law is. I know it. I talk about it all the time. I can prove it. I show you. You know, you can't prove God to somebody that doesn't believe, but you can prove that everybody knew that God was real at one point in time and formed entire kingdoms and nations and international trade around the concept. Okay. Right? Common law. You even have the United States suing the Russian Federation under common law because they don't have any commercial contracts over them. They have to use common law. And you know what it was? It was trespass of chattel. Who do you think they were talking about? Because so the whole case was about Russian propaganda influencing the election. But what they filed as the suit was trespass of their chattel. Right? So anyway, back onto the stuff. So cue fake pilgrims, Society Rhinos, Kanye and Candace. So Kanye and Candace team up for a White Lives Matter thing. Then Candace promotes Glorify and Kanye pushes Parler. Common theme, George Farmer. That's Candace's husband. This deal will change the world and the way the world thinks about free speech. Ye is making a groundbreaking move into free speech media space and will never have to fear being removed from social media again. Once again, Ye proves that he's one step ahead of the legacy media narrative. Parliament will be honored to help him achieve his goals. Parliament. And that's what Parliament, it's literally named after the British government. That's what Parliament Technologies CEO George Farmer said, right? So here's some of the logos. You got the Vesica Pisces and yeah, this we'll get in. That's an occult. That's more of an occult discussion. But so the founder of Glorify is a Texas man named Tody Neugebauer, right? Neugebauer received his financing for Glorify through SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. Now, this also ties Candace Owens into Duffy, who is also in the securities market, right? He's an investment advisor, right? And he must necessarily know that the underpinning resource for the securities being generated are human resources. He has to know that. You can't be one of those people and not know how the banking system works. And the fact that your estates have been mortgaged, okay, that your estates have been mortgaged to create debt contracts to use as currency for the public in the form of Federal Reserve notes and as commercial paper for private investors in the private institutional markets where Duffy works. Okay, and that fact is further solidified by the Pilgrim Society grooming ground where he went to college, which is Ohio State University. And trust me, guys, I hope you stick around till I get to Ohio State. Frickin' insane. Controls 7 of the Department of Energy laboratories and the CEO of the, what is it called? The Battelle Center at Ohio University, which wait till we get into that. Right. And former trustee of Ohio University has heavy fingers in frickin' 7 of the Department of Energy major laboratories in the United States. And on top of that, his career when he moved here from guess where? England, right? In 76. Prior to that, his father was in the British military. They moved around all the time, which indicates MI5 or MI6 involvement that his father had. And then he went to Sheffield University, which is also another Pilgrim Society recruiting ground, and then ends up being this huge guy at Ohio State University, which is also a recruiting ground where many Pilgrim Society stooges, okay, and you guys are going to be surprised at the other ones that I found, come out of. And just once we take a cursory look at what Ohio State University is actually up to, we're going to really see how serious this university actually is. You know, I don't know if any of you have ever voted before, but for instance, like these universities are part of the government. Okay. In a way, they're like kind of above the government. You actually literally vote for the trustee of like, say, Michigan, University of Michigan. That's on the ballot. What the fuck are what? Right. So anyway. It's all big corporations, right? So the one way I can explain this is like the PTO at my company, right, changed this coming year in 2025 because of laws passed by the government. The corporation and the government work in tandem to administer the cattle, the corporate tax cattle. Okay, that's what they do. 401k is just a private Social Security. They do the same thing with the 401k that the government does with the Social Security and the bankers and everyone else. But anyway, let's get back to this guy, right? So Neugebauer received his financing for Glorify through SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. This dubious vehicle allows public money to be raised first before the company even knows what it might invest it in, right? The SPAC is DHC Acquisition Corp on the NASDAQ, blah, blah, blah. And the other key investor in Glorify is Millennium Management, LLC, owned by Israel Englander. What an interesting name, right? Israel Englander. Wonder if that's even a real fucking person, right? Well, okay, so it's apparently this guy. But, I mean, come on, dude. Your name is Israel Englander, and you're connected to the Pilgrims? That's crazy. They laugh at us, guys. They laugh at us, right? So, yes, and that's, yeah. So the whole thing is they network through these Protestant churches to do some crazy stuff, trafficking, do some crazy stuff, right? Like this, it's all the Protestant churches, right? And I'm not saying one thing about one and the other, whatever, right? But the Pilgrim Society is specifically, they're called WASPs, right? West Anglo, West Anglo, we'll get to it. Something Protestant society, right? WASPs, and we'll get to that. But so it says, tellingly, Millennium's Management's LLC Regulatory and Compliance Agency Advisory Council includes veteran British Pilgrim Society corruptocrats, including Jay Clayton, former SEC chairman. There you go, the Securities and Exchange Commission again, which further links Duffy to Candace with their pretended one layer of separation that's vague and generalized and not really expounded upon, and makes absolutely no sense for these two people to ever communicate with one another, ever. Why would these two people communicate with each other? Think about that, guys. Just think about that. This was the thread that got me, right? So we go through. If you guys want, I'll add the links. All these links I have open in the show notes afterwards. I really will, right? So this is Chris Gartner, and this is the Rothschild's boy at DHC Acquisition Corp, right? And he's helping promote the Glorify, right? So I don't want to bore you guys to death, but more about him. Let's see, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, so those are just links. Yes, I'll give you guys the links to it. But I've also verified that, yes, Lord Michael Farmer is a member of the Pilgrim Society, and that her husband, she met at a turning point, which is owned and controlled by the Pilgrim Society. She met her husband, and then right after she met, you guys can look this up. She did. If you look up the facts individually instead of the whole story, which is what Google censors, you get the facts individually, but they won't put them together in a story for you. That's just how they're trying to fix this leaking ship of information that they're trying to use to control us, right? Now, here's the second thing about Candace Owens going, supposedly sending her director. I researched for probably, I don't even know. I've still randomly researched just to see if I can find something on Mark Hermon, the guy who went down there. Nothing. Conveniently, he's named after a British actor, or has the same name as a British actor. How convenient is that? And that's all you'll ever get when you look him up. Even if you attach him to Candace Owens, you only get his direct IMDb, and this guy is a ghost on the internet, has no data trail at all for somebody who works in the industry, right? So let's look at his IMDb for a second, shall we? She says, I'm going to send my director. So he's not even the director of her show, right? Or anything. The only thing he has ever directed is A Shot in the Dark 2023, which was her movie. That's it. So he's a director, and he's your director. Like, and what does he do? Why does he still hang out? Are you still able to just be like, hey, I need you to go to Antarctica, right? What is this? So I'm thinking more like Mark Hermon is a Lord Farmer type of insurance and then how much did we see about him on the final experiment trip, right? How much did you actually see about Mark Hermon? Not a whole lot. He says hi, right? Whatever. But what was he down there for? Why? Why did this whole thing happen with Candace Owens? This is where they fucked up. Because I never would have come across this connection to that shady ass psychological operation group over in Colorado that Duffy runs with this society that up until I came across this, I never even really had cause to look into, because they've hidden so much. The membership lists have had to be leaked over the years of this organization, admitted to exist. And when you look up this organization, the only thing that it will tell you is it seeks to improve British and American relations, even though there's congressional record to show that they're actively trying to subvert, enslave, and annex us as part of the British Empire, which we're going to get into. So who was the Pilgrim Society started about? Well, in an indirect way, okay, it was started by Cecil Rhodes. Who knows who Cecil Rhodes is? Okay, this was the guy the Rothschilds financed, propped up to go down to Africa and create imperial trade routes and start diamond mining and harvesting other resources, because the whole idea behind the Roundtables, and this is the guy who ultimately financed the creation of the Roundtables through his will. Well, he created the Round Table, and then when he died, he wanted it to be, expounded upon, and he left his money in a trust, and then they created the Pilgrim Society as the main Round Table group, and then out of the Pilgrim Society came MI5, MI6, CIA, which are not Round Table groups, they're intelligence agencies to carry out the purpose of the Round Table group, and the roundtable groups that they did create in the United States, well, over in England, is the Royal Institute of International Affairs and the likes over there. And over here, it's the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group. These are all a direct creation. And the whole purpose was to unify people who would ordinarily never rub shoulders with one another. We're talking about the leaders of government and the leaders of big business, the emerging robber barons during Cecil Rhodes' time, late 1800s, early 1900s, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies. You want them to be able to have private meetings with the leaders of international governments. Well, I mean, governments throughout the international political sphere, right? Or scape, whatever you want to say, right? And that's what their purpose. That's why you have these big business and big politicians going and meeting together. It's CFR, Trilateral. And the Pilgrim Society is the father and grandfather of all of these. Okay, it is. Let's see, we're on a roll here. So let me see. If you guys need to take a break, I need to go use the restroom real quick. I'm going to put on something, food for thought, and we're going to get back to Cecil Rhodes. There's also one video I saved. This guy actually built a mini Vegas sphere. I want to see what you guys think of this, and then we're going to get back to Cecil Rhodes. I don't mean to break it up a little bit like this, but I hope you guys stick around. You're going to want to. If you don't, then I guess you can watch it later. It doesn't really matter to me. But let me stop sharing here. This guy built a mini Vegas sphere. You telling me they couldn't freaking fake this? It's bullshit. And we got to get through the app, of course.
Gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Ever since the Vegas sphere was revealed, I was amazed by the engineering involved in it. It's like this mathematical wonder made from millions of LEDs, which honestly looks like CGI. I haven't had the chance to see it in real life because I live so far away. But what I want to do is build a baseball-sized version of it that can live on my desk. This is not going to be easy because we need to fit as many LEDs as physically possible, have them be equally spaced, and also figure out how to create this spherical look. One way of doing this is by spinning a ring of LEDs with a motor. This can get quite a good resolution, but there's a few disadvantages about it. The second option is to use a flexible circuit.
Okay, let's get to where he finished it, because I want to show you guys. I wasn't sure if I was going to show you guys, but I'm glad I saved it because it allowed us to have a short break real quick. Look at this.
The planet Earth, Pokemon balls, and fish.
No, it's not high tech.
Obviously,
this guy just made this shit in his house.
character. It started
This
by
is not
looking
hard
like a
to do.
creepy emoji, but
They could create a
eventually I
set
evolved it into
inside
something
a sphere
friendly.
very easily anywhere.
When you pick it up, it gets scared, and shaking it makes
Stuff
it
is,
vomit.
you know, what? It's not that difficult.
Now, the
Well, I
biggest
mean, for
problem
me,
with
it
this
would be, but I'm
technology
saying
is
for these
that
guys,
each individual
society,
LED
the people
costs
that are
around
probably
5
behind
cents,
us,
which brings the total cost of all
I
LEDs
think
to
the only
around
reason they didn't do a better
$50. And
job is
this
because
is
they
still
didn't
not
take it
including
seriously
the
enough,
PCB,
or
the soldering.
they're not used to people being this aware and this able to break down their bullshit. But let's go back to Cecil Rhodes. So, and I apologize again for that, guys. I actually got the idea from a guy, Windows on the World, on YouTube. He's got some pretty good stuff, and he does that. He does a couple of breaks during his stream. So, like I said, I apologize. Usually it's easier when you have somebody else here. But so getting back to it, did I pick? Hold on, I pick the right one. Share window. Okay, there we go. Share. Why is it not sharing? Okay. Technical difficulties. Hold on. I'm right there. Window. Share. Okay. So we're going to go back to the Cecil Rhodes, right? So Cecil Rhodes, he was propped up by the Rothschilds to create the imperial trade routes in South Africa and diamond mining. De Beers family very happy that he existed. A lot of young African children very unhappy that he existed. But you know, that's what we're trying to fight against. So he makes this big fortune. He creates the Roundtable group in the late 1800s, and then he dies, and I believe it was 1902. It says right here, and says he was one of the wealthiest men in the world. In his will, remember, because he actually knew the law, which was, you know, your estate will go to the state and be administered by it if you don't create a will. Well, he created a will and put his estate in a trust and said that the money was to be used to create the Pilgrims. He didn't say the name Pilgrim Society, but these roundtable groups that are going to bring big business and government together in order to usurp and control all of the resources in the world and create a one world government. I'm not kidding you. That was his mission. Right? So this is a bit what it looks like. Replace the idea with roundtable with Pilgrim Society. And you have the CFR, Trilateral Commission, the United Nations, right? The Bilderberg Group, Club of Rome, Royal Institute of International Affairs. Even the Club of Rome is underneath this Pilgrim Society. That's why there's so little information on it. Now, the reason that we have information on it is the guy actually got probably the greatest theft in modern history, the theft of social media, which is worth like $7 trillion on the international market today. This guy invented it and went to patent it. His name is, we'll get to it because we're going to go through these tabs. Anyways, he patented it, and he went to a patent attorney who just so happened to be like the same. He was a patent attorney for like White House officials and you know, big government individuals. And so the same day he wanted to wait until technology caught up with his idea. So he just wanted to patent the idea. And when technology did catch up to it and he actually put into practice the network that he had in mind, right, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not a computer guy, but the same night that he had his social networking system go live, Facebook went live. And it was because the patent attorney leaked the information to the Rothschilds, and Zuckerberg is a Rothschild. So, and they stole his social media, and he went through, and that's what caused him to dig into these guys. And he's unearthed a ton of information. I'll give you guys his link towards the end here, but let's continue. So Rhodes died in 1902. And then, let's see. It says in his will, he devoted his entire fortune to the creation of the roundtable groups, the purpose of which would ultimately be to form a world government. As he said in his will, to and for the establishment, promotion, and development of a secret society, the true aim and object whereof shall be for the extension of British rule throughout the world. Cecil Rhodes' strong desire for the world government was epitomized in the statement, I would annex the planets if I could. To England, he's talking about, to Britain, right? In the middle 1890s, Rhodes had a personal income of at least £1 million sterling a year. which he spent so freely for mysterious purposes that he was usually overdrawn on his account. Cecil Rhodes' commitment to a conspiracy to establish world government was set down in a series of wills described by Frank Audiolet in his book, The American Rhodes Scholarship. And that's from Dr. Carol Quigley, who was actually a fan of Cecil Rhodes and the Roundtable groups. And he got permission to write a book about it. And he put a lot more in that book than he should have, but they published it anyway because they figured, oh, well, he's a buddy. He's not going to tell on us. And he didn't necessarily tell on him. He just put stuff in there he wasn't supposed to. And that would be one of those things. Right. He wrote it from the perspective that like everybody would want this one world government. Like, why wouldn't you? Because he was such a big fan of it. And that's Dr. Carol Quigley, Tragedy and Hope. You guys should read that book. OK, so without going too much into this, because we got a lot of information to get to. Right. They created the Pilgrim Society, which created MI5, MI6. Created ultimately the OSS, which became the CIA, probably created NASA. Haven't really looked into the direct connection between that, but I have some connection between MI5 MI6 and NASA. So that right there is a connection to the Pilgrim Society. And so let's move forward. So the Anglo-American British Pilgrim Society generally triggers a war, because I want to bring this back to Duffy. So you guys suffer through the history a little bit because it's all going to make sense. Okay, you have to understand they're trying to usurp your sovereignty and all the resources. So NASA is just one of those tools that they're using, but this all goes back to the same group of people. And Duffy's group only recently became interested in flat Earth, evidenced by the assistance of Candace Owens, randomly, right, who's directly connected to the same people. And before that, they were interested in creating a big debate on abortion and making biblical science look ridiculous through Bob Enyart and all that stuff. So it says, they generally trigger a war to suppress this kind of exposure of their evil underbelly. Unless we stop them, the next wars will evidently be fake pandemics, poison-laden nanoparticles to a blah, blah, blah. Probably shouldn't say that. Tavistock-inspired mass mind control and wireless radiation. So spread this information as antidote. It says the Pilgrim Society was founded in London on July 16th, 1902. And in New York on January 13th, 1903. That's the Pilgrims of the United States. Each time since then, when an investigation into their criminality got too close to revealing their organized crime, investigators were deported, people died mysteriously, or wars started that sidetracked the efforts at truth-telling. Okay, so how does this connect Duffy and Enyart's organization into the Pilgrim Society or into affiliated roundtable groups that fund organizations like ShadowGov and the psychological operations and gang stalking? Is this: when they took control of the media, which they knew they had to do, take control of the media and education, they created these groups that carried out psychological operations in the public, like, say, planning to blow up a Planned Parenthood spot or something like that, right? That was intentionally obviously not going to happen, or maybe would really happen, but it was all orchestrated to rile up the public to get them to be pro-abortion and to view Christianity and conservatives as crazy leftist, super ultra Bible thumping weirdos that, like, how would you not allow a woman to do something like that and all that stuff. And that's what his organization, they appear to me to be fairly low level, except for carrying out the murder of John Benet Ramsey, allegedly, right, which was pretty high profile, which Bob Enyart is very closely tied to. And the FBI never did a graphology study, which is a study of handwriting, on the letter left and compared to a letter that Bob Enyart wrote, and refused to investigate Bob Enyart, actually, altogether. Gang stalked the people who left Denver Bible Church, right? And the police also assisted in the gang stalking of the people from Denver Bible Church. And that's how much influence and control. Let us not forget that Denver itself is a massive Illuminati hub. Just look at the fucking Denver airport, guys. Just look at the Denver airport. And this is where Duffy's coming out of, right next to Denver. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. And then there's Denver Bible Church, whatever. And I'm going to show you what leads me to conclusively believe that the DBC organization was a psychological operations, because right before he died, there are a lot of court cases regarding the COVID. And we're going to get into that at the end. So It says Lillian Scott Troy, a courageous American suffragette and investigative journalist living in London, was kicked out of Britain because she focused her investigations on Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and the Pilgrim Society, which Congressman Oscar Holloway said I believe it was 1917. He said J.P. Morgan just bought 22 of the nation's major newspaper publications. He says there's no longer independent media. They'll never report on J.P. Morgan. This is on congressional record. I've shown this on a very old episode. I could probably dig it up again, but I know for a fact it is on congressional record because I took it right off congress.gov. So she smelled a rat and said so in newsprint. The British tolerated her during World War II, but 2 days after the peace treaty was signed, they deported her from Britain on fake grounds. Here's just one of her many hard-hitting exposés of Andrew Carnegie and the Pilgrim Society. And actually, yes, so Carnegie, another Roundtable group, was the Carnegie Foundation, right? And the Carnegie, or was it the Carnegie Institute? I forget, or there could be both. I don't remember if it's Foundation, Institute, or both, but their point was, according to Norman Dodd, who actually had access to their minutes through one of his agents that was allowed to go out there and read them, the minutes of the Carnegie Institute, they said we need to take control over education, and that the Rockefeller organization was to take care of it within the states domestically, and that Carnegie was to take care of it abroad, across the world, basically take control of all the education systems, and specifically the higher education institutions like Sheffield College or Ohio State University, which is our nexus point, not just between these scumbags that we're talking about tonight, but also with some major, some interesting stuff that actually kind of shocked me that I'm excited to show you guys. So a little foreshadowing. So, in 1912, Miss Troy had uncovered and published the Pilgrims' 24-step plan to take over America in the San Francisco Leader. Let's see if that's actually a link to. I didn't catch that. Well, here it is. How about that? And this was published. What was this published in? Whatever he just said on the last San Francisco Leader on February 24th, 1912. So there's our link to fact check it and make sure it's true. I actually just came across it because I was going to read through it with you guys. I have the overview of what they're, but now we're getting into the details, and so we're going to check this out. And it says, oh wow, okay, so here they are. As far as can be ascertained, the following are the guidance rules laid down for the accomplishment of the secret society, which we can make no mistake in calling the Benedict Arnold Peace Society. Okay. Power of the President of the United States to be increased, and this is from 1912. This is before the Federal Reserve was even created, so this is going to be interesting. See how much of this actually came true. Power of the President of the United States to be increased so as to gradually diminish the powers of Congress. Check. Supreme Court of the United States to be revised so as to embrace only judges agreeable to absorption by Great Britain and uniformly hostile to the United States Senate. Check. Especially with, what is that lady, Latanji Jackson or Brown or what? Can't even tell you what a woman is. Like, get out of here, dude, right? Precedents must be established by said court against the United States Senate in rulings, decisions, etc. Yeah, we actually have that, and that's what Denver Bible Church did for them. Here, I'll give you guys a little brief sneak peek forward. It was during COVID, and the ruling, they were the very first one. Where are they? They were the very first one, and so all of these are going to say, see Denver Bible Church v. Azar. Now, that's the only one. That's the original one. It's the only one Denver Bible Church was directly in on fighting the closure of churches, and that's also omitted from every document that you could possibly look up that references. It's not publicly available, guys, and you know how I do my research. You cannot find Denver Bible Church versus Azar, but you can find 14,180 judgments that referenced either Denver Bible Church versus Azar or versus Polis directly, right? Or referenced one of the ones that referenced Denver Bible Church. And then what did Bob Enyart conveniently die of? Right? We're not going to say it, right? But what? Does that seem weird, given all of his other activities and allegations and And the fact that despite his extensive criminal record for somebody who was on one of the largest radio stations in the Denver area and constantly pulled up onto podcasts and put in the spotlight consistently, right? That, despite the record that he had, pretty interesting to me, but we're digressing. Let's go back to these. So, when the success of the arbitration treaties is assured, a few unimportant disputes between the United States and Great Britain may arise, in which the preference must be given to the United States. These apparent victories must be widely advertised in order to create confidence in the propitiousness of the arbitration with Great Britain, while the scope of the treaties must be of considerable latitude. Care must be taken in that. So basically to lull us into a sense of false confidence and leave within the treaties, that's lawyer speak for leave within the treaties that are created out of those disputes that we win in the United States, to make sure that Britain has a way to get out of them in the future when they actually pull the rug out from under us, right? Because, I think I can honestly say, I think I had a lot of this mispegged for the wrong culprit. I think the Pilgrim Society, because all this, look what they're doing to England right now. Look at England. It's the great replacement migration. They're replacing Europeans with, foreigners. And why would they do that? Because as soon as you apply for citizenship with the federal government, it removes you're getting a benefit, you get benefits, they sign you up on benefits, and it removes any kind of sovereign common law capacity that you could possibly have, because you're immediately an infant under the one and only law that exists. There is only one law. That's it. It's common law. So again, if I have to recap, that's why the United States after Trump won, Hillary Clinton and all them people sued the Russian Federation under common law. It's all they could. That's the only law they could use, because they had no contracts to sue over with them regarding that specific instance. And what was it? Trespass on the chattel of the United States corporation. Who's the chattel of the United States corporation? That would be the United States citizens. What do they mean by trespass? They were accusing Russia of convincing everybody to vote for Trump. That's in common law, that's trespass on chattel. When you're talking about U.S. 14th Amendment citizens and the U.S. corporation and that whole thing. So we're digressing. When the success of the arbitration treaties is assured, a few unimportant disputes between the United States, we just read that. So while the scope of the treaties must be of considerable latitude, care must be taken not to in any way bring such questions as to the fortification or navigation of the Panama Canal, major trade route that we just took, basically, or the Monroe Doctrine, which told England and the other European countries and the Pope at the time that if they dared try to do anything on this side of the world, that we would take that as an act of war. We've reviewed this on, I don't remember which show, probably several of them. But yeah, we've went through this before if you're a regular viewer. And then it says, into dispute until the situation is under firm control, as soon as compatible. So look, what they're saying, it says while we're in these pretended hostilities that they're going to create to lull us into a sense of false complacency, we can't bring up the Monroe Doctrine or the Panama Canal. We can't bring up those two things, because if we bring up those two things, it's obviously going to make everybody look into or people are interested in the Treaty of Verona, which is what created the Monroe Doctrine. That's when all the monarchs got together, right, and said that we need to destroy popular sovereignty by any means necessary because it's a threat to the monarchy and the papacy, period. That's what, so if you bring up the Monroe Doctrine, you're necessarily going to have to go into the Treaty of Verona to understand what spurred it, and they don't want that. So you know what? This so far is pretty much is definitely resounding with me as true, because, yeah, that's what they would have. Yeah, makes sense. So as soon as compatible with conditions, the arbitration treaties must be widened into an offensive and defensive alliance. On the accomplishment of the same, British and American naval officers must be mutually exchanged, but care must be taken that the suggestion is made by an American. Quietly and unobtrusively, American soldiers must be sent to Egypt, India. British soldiers may then be quartered in the United States, because those are British territories, Egypt and India. So to make it look like it's, oh, well, we're quartering them because Britain's letting us quarter. So this is quite, let me go ahead and, okay, the wives, English, hold on, let's see. English royalty, preferably the Duke and Duchess of Connaught, must be sent to Canada, from whence they must make frequent trips to New York, but great care must be taken not to enter Washington if there is a demonstration against them until they have practically held a court in New York. Interesting. And yeah, held court is a sovereign and his suite is the substantive definition of this. So Scott NYC says Richard Grove has done a great job covering the Pilgrim Society. So if you guys want to check him out, because I'm basically doing a cursory brush over to get back to the point. And that's why I'm just kind of just speed reading these, but I will put these, if you guys want this right now, actually, why not? I'll select all, copy, and I'll put this right in the chat, and then I'll add all these to the description tomorrow of the video, the live stream. So if you guys want that, but let's just, because there's going to be something about the media in here, and that's one of the most important things. And education, yes. So when okay, no, we actually got to read all these because these are all good. Okay, the wives or they're all bad is what I mean, but good evidence of what they're doing. So when the wives or daughters of men controlling great wealth and influence in America must be given preference at these quote-unquote courts, they must be selected carefully from every state and territory in the United States. Thus, a new society through royal favor must quietly and expeditiously be created. So they created, and we can see this, honestly, they have created a royal society in the United States, written in 1912, if you're just tuning in, by the way. Let's see here. Honors must be conferred on the husbands of women given preference in social circles of America, and a rank or position determined by judiciously distributed decorations. Honor must be conferred on all American officers favoring peace. The women of men showing hostility to peace must be socially ostracized. When a strong flanks, and see, this comes from the very old and occult understanding of you control the male aspect of society through the women. All right, happy wife, happy life, that whole thing, right? And then also men are going to become what women desire to have. That's a different aspect, has nothing to do with this, but that's how you engineer a society, through the female aspect of society, by using the media, right? And all the cartoons and everything girls watch growing up, they're taught what to expect out of a man, and you teach them that like weak, effeminate, sissy-like men are to be desired with man buns and all that type of stuff. You're effectively going to emasculate the male aspect of society within a generation or two, because men want to, that's the strongest drive in mankind in general, is the desire for self-preservation. Social engineering, gotta love it, right? So when a strong phalanx of influential people in favor of peace has been created, and the exchange of British American naval officers has been accomplished, and as many as possible of the United States troops transported to India, the King and Queen of England may then visit Washington. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go down here. When newspapers cannot be bought or leased, new publications must be started. And then they starve out, with their immense wealth and monopolization of the ones that do sell out. They'll starve out the ones that didn't sell out. That's what they did right at the beginning, right after their creation, in both the United States and England, right? And that, again, to reiterate, created the psychological operation groups like Duffy's, because you need to influence public opinion, just like he's trying to do now, right? I just, I'm almost insulted they don't try harder. Like, what do you think, we're idiots? Yes, you do, actually. That's your fault. So, educators must receive special favors in flattering newspaper notices, and wide publicity must not be given to Independence Day celebrations. Well, isn't that weird? We don't even call it Independence Day anymore. We call it the 4th of July, don't we? That's why I make a point on Independence Day to call it Independence Day. When people go, Happy 4th of July, I say Happy Independence Day, because that's exactly why they socially engineered that out of our society, right? What's 4th of July? I don't know. We just blow shit up, right? And not even anymore, because that's dangerous. We need to be safe because the government keeps us safe and administers our estates because we're infants, so we can't even have fireworks anymore. Yeah, right? Pisses me off. Anyway, any demonstrations with fire? There you go. It's just literally the next couple sentences. It says, people persisting in demonstrations must be cut and held up to ridicule. Any demonstrations with fireworks must be strongly opposed and discouraged on the ground of protection to life and property. I literally just said that, guys. It's their MO. It's how they took over the whole. That's how you're enslaved through debt right now. It's how they were able to take over your state and mortgage it to the central bankers, take you out of common law and create something called UCC. And then basically fine you and fee you for the use of anything you acquire because you don't own anything and you're just corporate tax chattel. And Will Duffy actually trades in the securities generated from the corporate tax chattel. That's his job. That's what he does. He's part of the financial. Anyways, next time if I get a chance to talk to that little weasel, that's actually what I'm not even going to talk about the final experiment. I'm going to talk about the securities market. Let's go. Let's talk about the securities market, bro. Let's do that, right? How are securities generated? Oh, you and I both know. Performance obligations, right? Indentures, administration of estates, and the creation of trusts. That's what generates securities. Let's talk about it, Duffy, if you want to, man, right? You won't. So an elaborate celebration must be arranged to take place in the United States in 1915 to commemorate the 100 years of peace between Great Britain and America, by which time the object and aim of peace will be at the apex of consummation. Education of the masses must be discouraged in order to create harmony with the desires of the wealthy, right? Keep you stupid. I want workers, not thinkers. John D. Rockefeller, member of the Pilgrim Society, by the way. Carnegie, member of the Pilgrim Society. Right? Ford, member of the Pilgrim Society, who will see in such suggestion a strong tendency to reduce wages from their now unreasonable heights. Hold on. Education of the masses must be discouraged in order to create harmony with the desires of the wealthy and the several trusts, who will see in such a suggestion a strong tendency to reduce wages or just inflate the currency and keep the wages the same from their now unreasonable heights to the basis of wages paid in Great Britain. Also, the suggestion that the ignorant cannot organize so formidably as the educated masses will be widely appreciated as dissension and suspicion of their own leaders can be more easily advanced. Keep you stupid so you don't know how to organize against them. You don't know how to use common law. You don't know how to file a common law, an at-law declaration. For trespass on the estate, right? Or trespass on the case. You don't know how to do these things. You don't know how to reclaim your estate. They want to keep you stupid. So, and we're getting off topic with this stuff, but there you guys get a peek into the Pilgrim Society, right? So now we're going to hop over. Actually, yeah. Okay. We're going to hop over and get into the creation of the intelligence agencies that are behind the final experiment, right? Thank you, Candace Owens, for being the literal thread that helps us pull this tapestry, because there's no reason you should have had any interest in this or sent your director down there unless either one, they wanted more publicity on it at the end, or two, you didn't trust the people carrying out the operation to do it right, so you sent a handler. Those are the options in my mind, because there's nothing on this guy, and he's a fucking director. His IMDb is one movie. What? Right? And we have a direct connection to the people who are behind those points I was just reading of what they want to do to our country. That's fucking Candace Owens' father-in-law wants to do that. Right? I'm not stretching here, people like this. You can see this is all one, like I put in the summary, there are not several conspiracies. There's just the conspiracy. Conspiracy doesn't mean fake. Okay. It's an actual plot by people to do something unlawful. It's the actual definition of conspiracy. And it's not several conspiracies. It's just one grand conspiracy by the wealthy, inbred pedophile elite. That's it. Right? Speaking of which I was digging into McToon, and I'll have to do that a little later, but I do find the fact that he's been part of that same Shadow Gov community church thing, like he'll probably say, oh, I was never with Shadow Gov, but the same community, even if they change names, they're in COINTELPRO operation, right? So the way he responded when the dude asked on Modern Day Debate, that looked like someone chained to the floor. Dude, You guys know what I'm talking about, where they insinuated that, that looked a little dark, but it wasn't even his video. And obviously the dude knew it wasn't actually dark. He was just making like a dark joke. And McToon lost his shit way over the top, right? That just further solidifies my suspicion about what this group is, because the Pilgrim Society, big into that. That is their thing. They're actually, we're going to get into that when we connect the nexus of Duffy and several other Pilgrim Society members with the main Pilgrim Society member at Ohio State Recruiting Ground, because of what Ohio State's involved in and the people who are a part of Ohio State. Little foreshadowing. We're trying to get there because I'm already running on. Well, we're not doing bad. I'm an hour and 25 minutes. I'm actually getting through this pretty good. So, all right. William J. Donovan, OSS, World War II founder, CIA founder. So OSS became CIA. Okay. Five Eyes founder, Bank of International Settlement founder in Switzerland, with Alan Dulles, who was, obviously helped cover up the JFK assassination, was a Rockefeller J.P. Morgan Pilgrim Society stooge. He began traveling for them as a key Pilgrim Society implementer just after the end of World War I. At the same time as Lenin's Pilgrim handler, this is another thing too. When I get into this Pilgrim Society guy that more than likely recruited Duffy or was behind the recruitment of Duffy and several other people, okay, it's Charlie Kirk is one of them, and Vivek, and we're going to get into that because it's Turning Point USA, right? Duh. And they've created Turning Point UK to control the conservative controlled opposition side. So he is deeply entrenched in the defense industry, right? That recruiter. And but we'll get there because we're going to go through it. I have the tabs in order. So and most specifically the aerospace industry. Okay. And specifically with like Lockheed Martin rockets and stuff like that. His big thing is technology and innovation, but even beyond that, he is even more deeply entrenched with the Agenda 2030 initiative. In fact, the entirety of Ohio State University is. Not that U of M's any better, so just so I can make it fair for my state, but yeah. And guess where Duffy went to school, by the way, guys. Yeah, we're going to get there. So, and that's where they get these guys. They recruit them out of college. Right, he gets placed right in a private investment firm in securities exchange. Right, that's we'll get into all the suspicious shit that's going on with him behind that. We're going to get into what he's in trouble for, all that stuff. So anyways, he began traveling for them. Yeah, blah blah blah. At the same time, Lenin, which would be Vladimir Lenin, one of the Bolsheviks, basically, one of the people that turned Russia into a communist country. MP Philip Whitwell Wilson, that was Lenin's Pilgrim's handler, right? Lenin's Pilgrim Society handler, moving to the U.S. to be an editor at New York Times, right? So let's reread that, right? So William J. Donovan is a Pilgrim Society stooge. He began traveling for them just after the end of World War I, while at the same time, the guy who was Vladimir Lenin's handler came to the U.S. to work for the New York Times. You guys would also be interested to know that, like, Trotsky was in New York before he went to Russia. Trotsky is actually Levenstein or some. She's a Jewish guy, right? This entire thing, the communism, is absolute administration of your states, the end goal of these people. And they can only do that if they remove your relationship with the creator. So go down. Let's see. So it says he was part of the Foreign Commerce Corporation of America. Donovan was working for the Rockefeller Foundation in March 1916 during World War I. Formed right as the League of Nations was starting, right? So one must read between the lines. The tales of heroism are evidently made up. The juicy details are too juicy. Major events are glossed over, like his organizing role in the creation of Five Eyes, which is a British intelligence operation in the first place, right? In the spring of 1946, when the U.S. ceded intelligence sovereignty to British MI6, MI5, GCHQ, GC, and NCS, and like his central role with his surrogate, Alan Dulles, in the organization of the Bank for International Settlements in Zurich, and like his association with Klaus Schwab's Nazi father, Eugene, and the German, Swiss, South African nuclear eugenics programs, and like his association with Anthony Fauci's ABYS family and Swiss war-making and eugenics, and his membership and leadership with the British American Pilgrim Society, who borrowed his foundation as their own until just a few years ago. Okay, so when we ceded our intelligence sovereignty to England, they took it over under the Pilgrim Society and took control of any intelligence agencies that we had already created and formulated new ones. All of our intelligence is essentially British intelligence controlled by the Pilgrim Society. Now, I just wanted to gloss over that fact that MI5, MI6, and all of that stuff is Pilgrim Society, because Aleister Crowley, who had Agape Lodge under his OTO, right? And this agape, it's supposed to mean love, a specific type of, it does mean love in Greek, a specific type of love, all-encompassing, unconditional love, is for some reason a major word that I've yet to decipher within the occult community, right? And I just haven't really looked into it, but it keeps popping up over and over and over again, especially between, so if we look at the threads, we have intelligence agencies created by Pilgrim Society, who is connected to Candace Owens through her father-in-law, right? Then we have creation of NASA through MI6. Then we have Aleister Crowley, who is an agent of MI6 and obviously a stooge of the Pilgrim Society. And then we have him going around and creating Crowley Thelemite Satanism in the United States and England, which to this day plagues us through the trafficking industry, right? So, and you've got like, what was it, Jay-Z wearing Do What Thou Wilt, right? And all this stuff is Thelemite, which is Crowleyism, which was propped up by MI6 because the intelligence agencies are occult organizations. So any of these shadow groups that work psychological operations for the intelligence agencies are occult. They are, because a huge part of occultism is understanding the psyche and understanding social engineering. All right, that's a huge part of it. So let me see if anybody has any questions, and then we'll get into this article. Let me look through. Roger, what's going on, Ryan? Or what's going on, Roger? You said Ryan. I assume you're talking to me or maybe somebody else in the chat. I'm not sure. Let me go back up a little bit and just read through you guys' comments. I'll zoom in on this page so you guys can read if you want before I get to it. I used to like to do that in school, and a lot of what I do is a lot like school. So Brad and Tasha, or whichever, are both of you with us tonight or just one of you? Whichever one of you is with us tonight, thank you for joining us. And you said the Pilgrim Society fully controls U.S. corporate government, and they are purposely destroying America right now. Right. So, and yeah, you say Trump's in on it, by the way. Listen, I'm going to get to the research I found today, and I'm reserving absolute judgment to see how it's. But listen, this thing works one way. I told you guys, the only way we actually become our country is if we learn the law and reclaim our sovereignty through common law. All you have to do is go down, put a declaration of title and claim your estate, or declaration of claim of title of your estate on the record, which I will get to. I just got my computer back and all that stuff. On the record, on the county record, whatever county that you can twist their arm into getting it on the record, and you can. It already has been done. I've proven this to you guys. It's not that hard if you know what you're doing. I personally am just looking up the old Michigan law regarding the probate court and how things are paid for and what's allowed to be filed. And under common law, whatever document you have, as long as if it's in common law, if it's a common law format and it's proper, and it's a declaration or something like that, and it's not supposed to cost you anything. So I'm not trying to go down that road, but the only way that we're going to reclaim it is if we take control of our estates, because everything they're doing, the only reason they can tell you what to do with your body through the medical or any of this other place any of these other places or what to do with your car or what to do with anything, is because they are administering your estate and you are just a trustee, an infant trustee, using the estate and being fined and feed for the use of the estate. And it really is that simple. It really is. It really is that simple. That's the origin of it. That's why the Magna Carta is the very first document in the Michigan Compiled Laws in 1929, when they blended all the jurisdictions, because they needed to that infusion of trust law mixed with common law in order to take your estate under presumption without you knowing, and then administer it through the guise of federal citizenship, which you're not even supposed to be a federal citizen. Your state is your country, right? So, but that's not the purpose of tonight's thing, right? So NASA, well, clearly typo right away, but NASA is the most authoritative organization on space and would never lie to us or keep secrets when it comes to the discovery of ETs, right? Anybody in the crowd? Anybody? This is a paraphrasing. This guy might be believe in aliens. I don't know. But it says, this is a paraphrasing of a recent conversation with my brother-in-law in regards to the idea of simulation theory, that we are living in a holographic world. Yeah. So yeah, okay, you didn't specifically mention ETs. I may have exaggerated that part, but when I brought up the quantum physics double slit experiment, which is interesting, yeah, and the idea of astral projections, lucid dreamers, blah, 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 right? So let's get to the Crowley part of guy. So Edward Alexander Crowley was born on the 12th of October in 1875 to a pair of wealthy fundamentalist Christians of the Plymouth Brethren faith, which is, again, the Protestant. When we get into what the Pilgrim Society is, they're exclusively Protestant Christian. They use Protestant churches to carry out their operations. What? Denver Bible Church, Agape Kingdom Fellowship, right? For instance. So let's see here. His father, originally a Quaker, and also an Edward. What does that even mean? Bro, write better. Also, an Edward was an engineer and owned a family brewing business, Crowley Alton Ales, which had allowed him an early retirement before his son's birth. At the age of 11, Edward Alexander inherited a third of his wealth after his father died of tongue cancer. Tongue cancer, that's a weird cancer. He soon began rejecting the religious views held by his parents, including in acts considered by them as morally indecent, such as smoking, masturbating, that, and sex with prostitutes, apparently. So, which he contracted gonorrhea and syphilis. He was a prolific sexual deviant, Aleister Crowley was. And there's a reason he was called the wickedest man in the world. He used to brag about having unalived a lot of young male beings because they had the most power. I've looked into Crowley quite a bit, and he's actually so heinous. There's a lot about what he did in his sex magic rituals that I don't even think I can talk about on YouTube. So if we ever get into that, it'll have to be a Rumble exclusive. But and these are all the same types of people. I mean, you go back to Benjamin Franklin, and they found a bunch of dead freaking bodies under his house years and years and years later. So and he went over. Yeah. So but anyway. Crowley believed that he was the reincarnation of the well-known magician and practitioner of alchemy, Eliphas Levi, who I've also studied. He has been dubbed as the man who coined the term the occult, partly due to the magician dying in the same year as he was born. I vaguely remember blah, blah, blah. Okay, so where are we going to get into the NASA stuff? Yeah, let's get into it. So Moonchild is a novel written by Aleister Crowley. Its plot involves a magical war between a group of white magicians and black magicians over an unborn child. It was the first published in Mandate Press, blah, 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 a year or so ago. Mainstream media audience who have a brain and can put two and two together here. Read between the lines what I'm trying to tell you. Spencer has also claimed the interview. Well, here's the NASA connection. So apparently he missed the most obvious one. I thought that maybe he's going to put in the article. This was a last minute one I put up here, and the way it's arranged is just in the order of topics. But one obvious NASA connection is he was the best friend and mentor of Jack Parsons. I'm sure most of you know that. And Jack Parsons headed up the Ordo Templi Orientis, or the Order of Oriental Templars in California for Aleister Crowley. Jack Parsons was also a military contractor, and he created JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which people used to joke and call it Jack Parsons Laboratory, right? Because it's the same thing, JPL. And he would regularly have, sex magic orgies on military property and in military buildings, and the military turned a blind eye because, as we now know, most of the top brass of the military are in the same shit anyway. You had Colonel Michael Aquino was not a predecessor, but he a descendant of that same culture who created the Temple of Set. Was very public about his Satanism and was behind the whole Presidio daycare thing and the McMartin school, or was it the McMartin daycare and the Presidio school? I forget which one was which, but that the whole satanic panic thing, right? So Jack Parsons was a predecessor to that kind of culture, enculturation in the military. And he was heavily influenced and in constant contact with Jack Parsons. And Jack Parsons created the rockets, or worked on rockets for the aerospace industry in the same way, right? So all of this stuff is entirely blended together. And I hope by now the people watching are starting to understand that this is just one big net of enslave you through separating you from God and administering your estate because you have no concept of natural rights or common law or any of that type of stuff, right? So the MI5, MI6, and the CIA are behind the creation of NASA and the space race. Absolutely. And England America is entirely controlled by England, which I already knew through the banking system, but I didn't realize the degree to where you can have these little trolls running around here doing the final experiment, still going back to the Pilgrim Society. Pretty incredible. So move forward. Yeah, that's good. I apologize for that article. I should proofread that one. So this is a little extra on the Pilgrim Society. The aim of the international bankers was nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. The system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world. Feudalist, that's exactly right. That's what Magna Carta actually created, feudalism. The administration of it. Well, William the Conqueror in the Doomsday Book created feudalism, but the Magna Carta blended feudalism with common law because they got so tired of the feudalism. They're like, hey, we got to recognize these natural common law rights in regards to feudalism. And that's why the entirety of the Magna Carta is about the control and administration of trusts with, obvious like right to trial by jury and the right to form a grand jury and all those things. But like primarily, most of the Magna Carta is about what happens to your property if you die without a will, or if you die before your heirs of age and able to claim the inheritance. So that is the majority of it. And that's why, like what they just said right here, says their system was to be controlled in the feudalist fashion, the way you're fined and feed. The word fee comes from feudalism. The word federal comes from feudalism. It's feudal. The word fee, like when you hold land in fee simple, you're holding land that somebody else owns for a term of your lifetime. And you owe a service or a duty for the use of that land. It's a fee. They fine and fee you for the use of your rights and the use of your property because you are controlled by, in a feudalist fashion, by the central banks controlled by the Pilgrim Societies. And this guy right here, can the Pilgrim Society, which the famous Quigley never specifically mentioned, right, verify his story of an Anglo-Saxon establishment? That's what this article is set out to prove. And let's see here. Henry Kissinger is the vice president of the Pilgrim Society. It says, this is the first art. Yeah, this is going to be way too in-depth article. I'll link it. Right. But we gotta move forward because we got to get to the connection to the Pilgrim Society and why I believe that's exactly where this is coming from. But for those of you who have just joined us, because I believe we had 5 people in the beginning and now we have a bunch. This is the thread that led me. And forgive me, guys, if you guys already watched this, but just put in the comments and let people know who came in after how disingenuous, ridiculous this is. And why would these two people ever associate with one another? right? I'm just going to play the first couple minutes of this real quick. Well, actually, I'm going to have to show specifically that. This was the thread. This was where they messed up for the extra attention and probably insurance to make sure things went smoothly.
Exciting announcement today. Candace Owens' director, Mark Hermon, is Antarctica bound, and he will be joining the final experiment this December at Union Glacier. For those who are new to TFE, I will give the entire backstory. Candace Owens is a political commentator in the United States, and she is consistently one of the top podcasts in the country. I checked Spotify this morning, and Candace was sitting at number 7. So here's what has transpired. Back in June, Candace went live on YouTube on a Sunday morning on her cell phone, and she briefly mentioned flat Earth. Here's a short clip from that video.
And a woman messaged me about the flat Earth theory, which I had never looked into. And she sent me all these links, and she's like, you need to look into this, blah, blah, blah. And it's antithetical to the Bible and all of this stuff. And I saved the links, and I was like, I'm going to watch this later. And my husband was like, why are you, why even bother?
So let me stop it right there and just tell you guys. And that's the thing. So just some random chick, all the crazy comments she gets and everything, right? Being as famous as she is, some random chick tells her to look into flat Earth, and that struck her so deeply. And of course, you have to mention its relationship to the Bible, you know, and that's the point of the globe lie. I'm sure everybody can appreciate, right? The entire point of it. And again, this goes to the deepest aspect of it, which most people miss because people do not know the law. And it's what separates you from common law. You have no idea how law works because you have no relationship with the creator, right? Property is the ultimate manifestation of your free will. And actual jurists, the Renaissance writers, the people who influenced the founders of this nation to make this nation, they knew that. And there's treatise upon treatise about it. Like the treatise on the law of American administration, the sphere of the law is entirely spiritual. That's from 1895. And he says the property is the realization of will. You acquire something for it to serve your will in the first place. Therefore, to not have absolute title to your property is to not have free will. Somebody else controls your will. They own your will. That's the essence of it, right? So she recognizes that. Very funny that she brings that up when she just randomly took some comment seriously and decided to look into flat Earth, right? Super weird. They're going to create, I'm going to play the rest of it without stopping, then we're going to go back to leading up to this connection. Other than this obvious connection, but they both create one degree of separation, vague separation from one another, as if they're not controlled by the same people. As if they're not. Her father-in-law is Lord Michael Farmer, who's a member of the Pilgrim Society and the House of Lords in England. Right? The very organization trying to basically expand the British Empire all over the world and usurp all the resources and all of that crap, right? And administer your states and enslave you through commercial law. So let's continue.
Looking into this, and I'm like, because I'm just genuinely, I'm a curious person. So if someone thinks anything, I have to read it and know what they believe, because faith is what drives people ultimately. But then when I said to him, I said to him, because I don't know if the earth is round or flat or an octagon or anything. Science is obviously a faith. And it's gotten so tricky that people don't appreciate that. They don't realize that they are the most faithful people ever. They think they're atheists. They think that they don't have a faith. They don't go to church. What are you talking about? You attend the Church of Science every single day.
And after this, flat earthers started reaching out to her. The next day, a flat earther...
You hear that, guys? You attend the Church of Science every single day. You have to believe the experts. Well, believe me, and I'm not an expert, but I have common sense, 2 eyes and a brain, and they engineered society. That's why they took control of the education system, created the doctoral programs and fellowships. And so you will have faith in the experts as opposed to your own senses and spiritual connection to the creator. That is the idea. And she just told you right there. She already knows. Right? So now listen to what he says here. Let me just back it up a little bit. Right?
They think that they don't have a faith. They don't go to church. What are you talking about? You attend the Church of Science every single day.
And after this, flat earthers started reaching out to her. The next day, a flat earther reached out to her and encouraged her to check out Austin Whitsitt and Flat Earth Dave.
So she just all of a sudden decided to take flat earthers serious, right? And just started just pile driving research real quick, right, at the behest of random, subscribers or fans who ordinarily, when people aren't exposed to the research, you would just think are crazy, because that was all our first thought when introduced to, flat earth, right? Say absolutely crazy, right? But no, she took it seriously, and she decided to just start checking out Whitsitt and all these other people, right, at the behest of flat earthers who decided to reach out to. This is such a cockamamie bullshit fucking story, dude. That is so see-through and transparent. It literally makes my head hurt. Watch.
Check it out.
Lastly, sharing with you one of the many, many flat earth manects that I've received since I did the live the other day. And again, I'm not subscribing to the flat earth theory at all. I just decided to read an article on it because why not? This person writes, "Hey, Candace, I heard you mention flat earth on your live today and I had to reach out. Please, I'm imploring you to continue down the flat earth rabbit hole because it's true. NASA has lied to us about the shape of our world, plain and simple. I believe the main reason being to separate us from God because nobody would be able to deny."
Here, just notice this. Notice she cuts off who sent it, right? Or even a picture or anything, instead of like just crossing out the name or whatever. Like, I mean, okay, could be doing it out of privacy, right, in general, but you're on the internet posting anyway. Okay, so like this would actually be like a shout out, right? Why wouldn't it be a shout out? Hey, you reached out to Candace and then she presented you on your show. That's what ordinarily people do. That's why I can click on your comments and it shows up on my show, right? And that's supposed to be something that I do, like, hey, that was a good comment. I appreciate that. Let me show everybody that watches this later. But she cuts off. So you don't even know who said that, or if that was even you don't know what platform. It actually says pending at the bottom. If we look here, right here, I don't know if you guys can see that, but it actually says pending. So it could very easily be something she just fucking typed up and has not sent. So let's see if we can zoom in on that. Nope, I can't. Is there some way to zoom? Well, anyway, it's right here at the bottom. Let's do full screen, see if that helped. Oh, I wasn't full screen. It's right here. It says pending in light gray letters right at the bottom. If you guys can see it.
People knew that we actually live in a place that necessitates the existence of a creator. Once you look, you will see that all of the evidence points to the earth being flat. The biggest indicators, in my mind, being the fact that we can see objects at a distance that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet by the curve of the earth. The fact that all modern technology assumes the earth is a flat topographical plane to function.
RF is killing us softly says that Owens has been spammed by flat earthers since day one, but all of a sudden just now took an interest in it, right? With her connection to the Rothschilds, the banking industry, and the fact that her father-in-law is a member of the Pilgrim Society, Lord Michael Farmer, right? And her husband, George Farmer, owns Parliament Technology, which is an interesting name, right? So, and she met this guy and married him within the year. Okay, crazy, right? Met him at Turning Point UK, married him within the year. This super powerful guy. Totally, there's totally not MI6, Mossad, CIA shit going on around this lady, right? And the fact that they actually got her on here, and the reason I'm showing this again, because I showed it at the beginning, is just because I have a lot more people in here now than we had originally, which thank you for stopping in here, but just to understand what we're talking about and why we're talking about the Pilgrim Society, okay? Because then I started looking into the Pilgrim Society. Then I started looking into other members and the recruiting grounds in the United States, and guess what? That's exactly where Will Duffy went to college. And on top of that, in Ohio, right, Bob Enyart, very hard to find anything about where he's from or what his childhood or early years were like or anything like that. But his wife, I went through I'm not going to tell you my methods and sources, but I found his wife's cousin lives in Ohio, right? Cincinnati, I believe it is. And she was just with her not too long ago. And so here you have another Ohio University area connection, right? So, not saying it's conclusive proof, but like I told you guys during the first part, Satanic Experiment Part 1, which is still on YouTube and Rumble. Where there's smoke, there's fire, dude. Okay, not all the smoke is coming directly from the fire, but there's so much smoke around this that anybody who actually buys into it and doesn't understand that it's an intelligence operation is fully lobotomized. And like I said at the beginning, we should thank Duffy and Mrs. Candace Owens and Lord Michael Farmer and all the people that are behind this final experiment, because it's really bringing all the shills and trolls and controlled opposition out, right? Because that's exactly what the split is. Any person with a brain, if you've gotten this far in researching and understanding how the world works, then why would you choose now to deny an obvious fact or an obvious inconsistency or series of inconsistencies just because you like Jaron? Fuck Jaron. Dude, he'll do anything for money. He'd probably sell his own fucking mom, in my opinion. And Will Duffy obviously will. Look, he's being indicted for financial crimes, and he basically makes money off of farming humans. So that's what the securities market is, right? And Austin Whitsitt, I tend to like to give him a little bit more leeway just because, I mean, he's destroyed a lot of physicists and stuff like that. And I think once he got on that plane, they pretty much gave him an offer he couldn't refuse, not just for money. But I'm speculating again. I just base it off a cursory impression of him, seeing him and how he carries himself, that he wouldn't necessarily be deceitful. But listen, they can, if you have things you care about, they can definitely get to you. So watch a little bit more of this and we'll get back on the Pilgrim Society. And then we're going to go to Ohio University and those connections.
Planes, GPS, and the truly hilarious footage and abject lack of proof that we actually went to the moon. Reach out to YouTubers that have done the research for more information. And he offers some YouTubers. Thanks.
And a good friend of mine brought this to my attention.
Oh,
and I was excited.
There we go. A good friend of his brought it to his attention. So some lady brought it to her attention, and then more random people fed into it. And then a random friend of his, or I'm sorry, a good friend of his brought it to his attention. And that's how they connected. Or they were controlled by the same people, and this is concocted to connect them together in the public eye. Duh. That is such an implausible story from people that are in such separate parts of the fucking podcasting universe. There's just no way this is authentic. So anyways, yeah, back to Pilgrim Society. This is how they took over. So shit, I ended up getting a lot more stuff. This is kind of explaining how they use liberal versus conservative. They control both sides. We both know that. And now I didn't know it was Turning Point, but now I do. That's pretty insane, actually. They've got some pretty good psychological operators behind it. You know what? We're not even going to get into that. I think I've pretty much hammered the Pilgrim Society more than I actually intended to. This is what I will get into one more part of the Pilgrim Society, actually. So the origin of, so it's basically created of what's called so here we go. Let's do, you guys aren't gonna be able to read this. I'm not going to zoom in on it, but it's a quote by Carol Quigley, Tragedy, from his book Tragedy and Hope, the one I was telling you guys that they let get published because he actually spoke very highly of the Pilgrim, or he didn't speak of the Pilgrim Society highly, rather, that I misspoke when I said that. He spoke of the Roundtable, or the Roundtable groups and the New World Order. That's what he spoke of highly. Okay, so the entire thing is about how all these corporate oligarchs and government agencies are working together to create a new world order and create global communism. And he was all about it. He's a big fan, right? So he says the Entente governments were aware of these German problems, but instead of seeking to increase them, they sought to alleviate them. When economic and political duress was put by Germany on the countries of southeastern Europe in October and November of 1938, Chamberlain defended Germany's right to do so in the House of Commons. No economic support was granted to these countries to help them resist, except for a loan to Turkey. On the contrary, the British government, through the Federation of British Industries, and that's how they work, began to, and remember, during World War II, we didn't bomb Bayer factories or IB Farben factories or any of that shit. You know why? And they were making defense material, defense equipment. But the reason is because they're part of the international oligarchy that orchestrated the war in the first place. So they were a no-go. You can't cause the wealthy oligarchs money. right? So that's how they do things. And it says, began to negotiate with Germany to create a complete system of industrial cooperation with cartels. Let us not forget that J.D. Rockefeller was actually selling oil to Nazi Germany during World War II through the Bahamas under a shell company. Okay. Let us not forget that Granddaddy Bush, Prescott Bush, was caught for trading with the enemies by doing business with German corporations and German business and funding the Nazis, because it's all just one big show. That's it. The whole thing, just one big show, including NASA. And it's all controlled by these Pilgrim Society fuckheads. So, what sets the elite apart? Well, okay, I'll finish reading this quote. Which cartels, it says, so to create a complete system of industrial cooperation with cartels dividing the world's markets and fixing prices for over 50 industrial groups. A coal agreement was signed at Britain's request at the end of January 1939, and a general agreement was signed between the Federation of British Industries and the Reichsgruppe Industry on March 16, 1939. Let's see if this one's worth reading. Yeah, no, these are all just quotes from Tragedy and Hope and other things that reinforce. So the WASP elite, the origin of the establishment is hardly a part of the Eastern establishment, is hardly part of accepted official history. When not ignored, authors writing about the subject have generally been criticized. Sometimes for seeing things that aren't there, other times for cherry picking evidence. And by the way, Charlie Kirk, which we're going to get into, is definitely part of the WASP elite. Where were we at? Cherry picking evidence and ignoring the complexities of government and society as a whole. Sorry, I'm not even showing you guys the screen. My bad. What a dick. Let's share the screen, shall we? Just reading to you like it's bedtime, right? Like you're my children. Just like, oh, yeah, just here, read you a story, go to sleep. No, you guys can actually look at it. If you can't see it, let me zoom in on it for you. Okay. While to a degree, there is some merit to these arguments, at the same time, it appears discussions exist because there really exist powerful political and business elites which like the way their system of private behind-the-scenes conference meetings and policy influencing is working for them. That would be the Bilderberg, the Trilateral. Really, Bush's last name is, so Mike Smith just said the Bush's real last name is Sharif. That's actually very interesting because the Sharif was the one who collected the taxes under common law in the 100 courts, which I've explained before. But that's interesting news. It doesn't really apply to that, but that is interesting. And it does, that actually goes into why I think the Magna Carta was created specifically to create this society that we have today, which I'm going to do an entire show on that once I get the rest of my material off of my SD card. That was actually the show I was going to do right before my laptop died. So, well, it did whatever it did. Who knows, right? Maybe it just, I had too much shit on it, too many tabs. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm not going to say that it was, you know, an intentional thing or anything like that. But, hey, I just got a notification on my phone that I started streaming. That's cool. How about that? Anyways, with the degree, there's some merit to these arguments. Yeah, so the behind-the-scene conference meetings between the political elite and the business elite, that's what the roundtable groups were created for. What sets an elite apart from regular population is influence in domestic politics and economy, and influence in foreign politics and the world economy. This influence in many cases is hereditary. Absolutely goes back to bloodlines, which is the whole thing about houses and estates in the first place. They see, even this author doesn't know that that's how they're doing this stuff. They keep their stuff out of administration by making sure they protect their houses and pass on their inheritance properly through wills to their progeny, while the rest of the rabble are basically a peasant class of corporate tax chattel, right? So their influence. The influence in many cases is hereditary because within establishment circles, it's as much about who you know and who your parents know as it is about what you know. Absolutely. In the modern age, education is crucial. And in the case of the Eastern establishment of the United States, the vast majority of the members send their children to Yale Harvard or Princeton. What they mean by Eastern establishment is the Eastern seat, coastal, so New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maine, and all the wealthy oligarchs that are on that side of the state, right? So, group by member. So let's get to what the WASP is. So the Eastern establishment is a so-called WASP establishment, meaning white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. The term specifically refers to, and this is even, these people are, so Vivek Ramaswamy is part of an organization of Indians that consider themselves to actually be a lost tribe of Israel. And they believe that the Brahma of the Hindu religion is Brahman of the Bible. I shit you not, but he still subscribes to Hinduism, right? And so that's how that aspect has been usurped into the WASP establishment, because the whole thing is being white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That's why they created these network of churches. Nobody will ever look for the bodies. And these United Community Churches, which I know are Mormon, if I remember, Church of Christ, Community Church of Christ, which I'm pretty sure are Mormon. You got that entire network, but it's Protestant. And they are on some insidious shit that I'll get into another time. I did some research way back a long time ago on them personally, because there was one in the town I was living in. There was this whole network of churches right next to Oakland International Airport. And I found a bunch of stuff on this one church website of and I started doing research. Then I had black SUVs sitting outside my house and just weird shit started going on. But that's a story for another time. They use these Christian churches, the Protestant churches, for a bunch of stuff. So it's white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. The term specifically refers to Americans of British descent. So here you have Charlie Kirk, right, is a great example, which we're going to get into. We can actually jump over to that real quick. So we can do that. And I think I'll end actually with Bob Enyart. And the way I started with the first part of basically focusing on him, that was my introduction to the true darkness behind this organization. I think we'll end with him. So we're going to go over to Charlie Kirk and the gang, JD Vance, these guys. So this is interesting, right? So I'm surprised. Hold on, let me look over here, because this one was supposed to have the link to Kirk. Q fake pilgrims. Yeah, we went down through that. Bear with me, guys. So like I said, I've been preparing this stream all day, and I probably should have taken much longer to do it. Interesting. Glorify has 8 trademarks. Offering was hatched very recently. Okay, that's something I don't know too much about. Purpose. Yeah, it must still be on my phone, the one with Kirk. So let's go over here to JD and Ramaswamy, right? So here begins the connection, okay? JD Vance plays Republican but hides his Pilgrim Society handlers in the city of London. Now, this is interesting. And so there's a story, and I'll pull it for you guys in another episode, but and I know everybody has mixed feelings about the Trump assassination attempt, or actually not very mixed feelings. I just, I mean, it looks one way, but you can't discount the fact that it could be another way. And so when he stood up to do the fight thing, apparently he said in an interview afterwards that was because they were trying to put him on a stretcher and do a proof of, they were trying to anhate him. And that's why he said, give me my shoes, give me my shoes. And he was fighting them and wouldn't let him take them off to the hospital. And he stood up and said, fight. Take that, for what you will with a grain of salt, of course, and do your own research. I'm not going to speak on it one way or the other, but this is interesting research. And I've been actually listening to a lot of research by the guy who found this information, the guy who had the social media idea stolen from him, which I believe is in this article. And I've actually, as a podcast, I've watched several episodes of his podcast. Very well researched, knows what he's talking about, leaves links and source documents and everything for what he's looking into. And we'll get to his name. I just can't remember his name right off the top of my head. But he talked about J.D. Vance and how this whole story of being some backwater Appalachian small town, and he grew up and his mom was a drug addict and he was poor, it's entirely fabricated. And of course, to reinforce the fabrication, they made a movie about it. Well, first he wrote a book about it. Then they made a movie about it, which is what they always do to reinforce fabrication, right? And this guy's research, which is based off the research of the other guy I was talking about, is, and And this is true, actually. Peter Thiel is like intimately connected to J.D. Vance, and and he's into like AI. Palantir is his creation, and that's probably the most powerful AI company in the world. Absolutely, that's what made BlackRock so damn rich, right? And able to make proper investment decisions. But let's get into this about on topic, because that's what was so hard for me to organize this today, is because it connects to so many things that are going on. And really, at the end of the day, the final experiment, that's probably why they didn't try that hard, is because they got so many other irons in the fire. It's like, we probably need to do something about that. And those people are probably stupid. So we'll just not try that hard and leave a bunch of inconsistencies that people can pull apart later. So it says he's a Republican placeholder for the British Pilgrim Society Handlers of America. City of London is their piggy bank. The grassroots rhino RNC propaganda is already wearing thin. Nobody from Middletown, Ohio, is courted by Silicon Valley venture capital criminals without being a groom. He's saying there's no way they just would have picked this guy. But guess where J.D. Vance went to college originally? Ohio State University. We're going to get into that. So J.D. Vance was plucked from Ohio State University, that is controlled by the British Pilgrim Society. So the entire 2 hours and 10 minutes that I've been on this podcast is creating an understanding. I said we're going to start at the end and then go to the beginning. It's creating an understanding of what the Pilgrim Society is. Now we're going to start connecting dots. So J.D. Vance was plucked from Ohio State University, that's controlled by British Pilgrim Society. I'll remember Candace Owens, father-in-law, member of British Pilgrim Society. Okay. Battelle Memorial Laboratories, which we're going to look into in just a moment, is entirely an Agenda 2030 United Nations organization that operates out of Ohio, has its fingers in our major energy laboratories. And remember, the whole point, the main source of energy is human resources. So all other sources of energy are to propagate and sustain the main resource, which is the human resource. And that's why the control of energy, also getting the energy from the government subsidized companies, makes you an infant. It's called, in England, they call you a ratepayer. Instead of a taxpayer, you're an electric ratepayer, because you already were a taxpayer. But the way they introduced their indenture or greater indenture scheme was electric ratepayers. I'm sorry, that's Australia, not England. It could be England also, but it's Australia is the way they did it over there. Electric ratepayers. He who accepts the benefit accepts the duty. Fact, period. You accept government subsidized shit, right? You are an infant. So it says, so he says it right here. So it says, has very fat fingers in 9 U.S. national laboratories. We'll actually have the hard facts on that from the company itself. So longtime Battelle CEO and Ohio State University trustee President Jeffrey Wadsworth is British military background. He does, but it's not him specifically. It's his father, like I said. Right. So it's a bit misleading. It's not necessarily misleading, but it definitely is embellishing, a little bit. And was embedded in the imperial plan. Wait, we probably got to back out a little bit from the Zoom, I think here. Was embedded in the imperial plan to annex America. Wadsworth's signature is on the documents. Now, here we get into the stuff, right? Is on the documents proving his central role in the theft of social networking by Facebook from the real inventor. And this guy has all the documents. You guys need to look into this guy once we get to his name. Leader Technologies, right? So from the real inventor, Leader Technologies. So you can just look up Leader Technologies for starters. Also from Columbus, Ohio. It's funny because they came out with a Netflix series not that long ago. My wife and I watched it. It's called The Devils in Ohio. And after this bout of research for this presentation, I actually think that was the truth in plain sight. I do think The Devils in Ohio. I mean, not really, obviously not literally, but I think that's why they, called that series that, or even maybe thought of it. I don't know, because it was a weird story. It wasn't bad. It was just weird. And anyways, so Wadsworth's signature is on the documents proving his central role in the theft of social networking by Facebook from the real inventor, Leader Technologies, also from Columbus, Ohio. Wadsworth's smoking gun signature contained in the previous post and below it is evidence of his co-conspiracy to steal the social networking invention from his fellow Columbus citizens and Ohio State alums at Leader Technologies, right? So here you go. Here's the photocopy, and I imagine this is taken from the guy who's actually the founder of Leader Technologies, and like I said, he has a podcast. Gabriel McKibben. There you go. That's his name, Gabriel McKibben. Look him up and listen to his story. Look at his court documents. That's an entire other episode, right? So, anyways, let's see here. So here we see this. It says Michael T. McKibben, rapidly deployable security system, Leader Technologies, Jeffrey Wadsworth. Okay, so that's just a link. Okay, so IBM Eclipse Foundation released version 2.0.1 of its source code containing Leader Technology, which again, just like they made the movie about J.D. Vance, they made that movie Social Networking to make you think this kid just randomly at college was like, oh, I'm going to create a fucking a social network. And then, and then they hype that up and everybody thinks that's how that happened. That's not even close to how that happened at all. Not even a little bit. Right. Same as like kind of the Bill Gates story. Like these people steal all of their fucking technology from people that they want to. People go to create technology that could be used for good. And these assholes steal it to capitalize on it and use it to enslave. And because they control all of the business canals, essentially, right? Like all the avenues of business that an inventor would have to go through to get their invention to market, they are very easily able to steal every invention that, like the water-powered car with Stanley Meyer, right? Well, he gets poisoned at a dinner, and then they sweep that under the rug, even though he had a water-powered car. It's in the news. You can look up Stanley Meyer, watch news segments of him using it. It's crazy shit. So, and it says, see crime lines. So you know what I'll do? The greatest financial heist in history today worth at least 10 trillion. I will copy. Well, first I'll open this link just to make sure it hasn't been taken down, because that's usually how shit goes. Okay. Has not been taken down. Clinton, yeah. Well, you'll be able to find some of this stuff, but look up McKibben himself, and I'll just put this link in the chat for you guys as well. And then I just wanted to make sure it worked before I gave it to you, because you know as well as I do that they kill a lot of those links. I actually have an example of that you guys will find pretty interesting if I pulled it up, which I did not, but I have it in my email, so I'll be able to pull it up at the end of this so you guys can see how hard they're trying to hide this guy right here. Okay. Yeah, so let's go to that. Let's see. That's an hour and 34 YouTube video. We're not going to watch that, but okay. So we'll get to Jeffrey Wadsworth now. And this is who I believe was, at the time Will Duffy went through college, assessing his age, it was the first graduate school he went to. This would be the guy that would be behind recruiting him, probably not directly, but definitely behind recruiting him as part of the organization. So anyways, that's the shadowy stuff that they keep, they leave no record of. That's like backroom meeting type stuff, but whatever. He represents Pilgrim Society. So Jeffrey Wadsworth, I'm not sure what the NMI is, but I have actual like stuff like his interviews and stuff over here. So I verified the stuff that's in here. So it says it's the product of British military grooming by a career military father who traveled the globe, which often means he was a spy undercover with some other police. Yeah, absolutely. That's why he went to like, what do you say, like 18 different schools in the interview that I have on here with Ohio State University. It's ridiculous. I know military people move around a lot, so I have that, understanding. But I mean, that combined with all of his activities with the Agenda 2030 United Nations and defense contractors, it's for sure intelligence, dude. It's absolutely. So, yeah, and here we go. So says, is the product of a British military grooming by a career military father who traveled the globe, which often means he was a spy undercover with some other political or military day job. Jeffrey is a graduate of the University of Sheffield, a British Pilgrim Society military and technology theft grooming stronghold. So remember that the technology theft grooming, they're raising these people up to be able to steal, new patents and stuff and make sure water-powered cars don't come out and all that stuff, right? That's what they mean by technology theft grooming stronghold. Or they're able to release Facebook before this guy can introduce his program, right? The source code for, what do they call it? Source code, substantial innovations. What did he call his original? Eclipse IDE? Yeah, okay. So I think that's the original program, but that's unimportant. So in fact, the Sheffield Telegraph, so this is how he's connecting the Sheffield University or University of Sheffield to the Pilgrim Societies. The Sheffield Telegraph was one of the executive organizers of the first Imperial Press Conference, 1909, which you guys are so lucky that I happen to have that information. Right, not there. It's going to be, where the hell did I put the, yeah, right here. So this is the one where they're talking about with the Sheffield Telegraph, right? So the subject, it says a second photo of this house. Basically, it says stunning revelations prove MSM is much more dangerous than you can imagine, which we already know by now. The mainstream media is responsible for so many deaths at this point over the last 4 years. It's unreal. 5 years, I'm sorry, over the last 5 years, because we are at the cusp of the end of this year. So do the math. And it says a second photo of this House of Commons press luncheon has been discovered in the parliamentary archives. The subjects are evidently from the same sitting as both photos and marked Imperial Press Conference 1909. Luncheon party at the House of Commons June 7th, 1909. This version is much higher quality and has two distinct differences. Most sitters are wearing their top hats, and the men have moved around. So let me save a lot of time in reading this. What this is, and you guys can look into the Imperial Press luncheon here. You can look into this. This is where they got all the leaders of the mainstream media together from the United States and England and said, hey, listen, you guys are going to do what we say now, and we're going to pay you lots and lots of money. And yeah, and that eventually led to the 1917, so that'd be 8 years, or 1916. I mean, it's 1916 or 1917 congressional record. I have it somewhere. You can look up the quote. Oscar Holloway, Congressman Oscar Holloway, says J.P. Morgan just took control of the majority of the nation's major newspapers. That was a direct result of this meeting right here, of which the Carnegies, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Morgans, they were all deeply involved in. They're all pilgrims, which I hope over the last 2 hours I've been able to illustrate for you, at least at a cursory level, for you to do your own research, because this, like I said, is a lot of material and a lot of dots. And so here's a picture from that very instance. And like I said, this actually led to the creation of, also it says, first Anglo-American media propaganda spies who founded MI5, MI6, GCHQ, OSS, CIA. Doesn't also say that on here, but that is the case. And the importance of that is because that created the psychological operation groups, the shadowy psyop groups that Will Duffy is a part of, that Bob Enyart was a part of, that the whole agape kingdom and fucking whoever can stand up and give a sermon and claim you're a pastor and then give a new age occult sermon of basically inverting the view of the Bible and say, well, it doesn't specifically say you can't lie. It just says you can't bear false witness. So you can't lie in court. That's what he literally said. Like, if you were to take that under lawful, like into lawful terms, what he's saying is the Bible is not saying you cannot lie in general. You just cannot lie in court or lie, you know what I mean, when it concerns what somebody did or what, but generally that's because I told you the Bible is actually a big trust indenture. It's the book of the law, and that's what it means by cannot bear false witness. So that's why you have to take an oath on it before you can bear witness, is specifically because of that. And that's why if you were an atheist, you could not bear witness at all. But he twisted that and said, it doesn't say you cannot lie. Does anybody have a link to that? Put that, if you got a link to that freaking thing, if you guys can look that up and just that segment, I'd like to play that real quick, just to really illustrate how twisted this Protestant infiltration bullshit into this big network of 501(c) churches, which are all under government control and government bitches, how bad it is, right? Anybody who's got that link, please put it in there. But yeah, so they knew they needed. So here's another link, by the way, is so Cecil Rhodes left the money that created the Pilgrim Group or the Pilgrim Society, which created the CFRCI and all that stuff. They also created what's called the Rhodes Scholars. Now, Bill Clinton and Rachel Maddow are both Rhodes Scholars, which are entirely controlled by the Pilgrim Society, which will do whatever they're told by them. This is how deep this shit goes, guys. Right? It's yeah. Anyway, so let's go back to J.D. Vance and this stuff. So, in fact, Sheffield Telegraph was one of the executive organizers of the first Imperial Press Conference, the picture and everything I just showed and explained to you in 1909, when modern propaganda, surveillance, and biowarfare was hatched. Because remember, right after that, the Spanish flu in 1918. Can't get into that entirely because of YouTube, but, well, just look into it. It's pretty much an exact repeat of what just happened. So, except for almost exactly 100 years prior. It was almost exact repeat. Exact repeat. And so, like R.F. Killing Us Softly says, if you seek the answers to the universe, think in terms of energy, sound, and vibration. Everything is energy. That's it. That's why what they're seeking to control when they say they want to control all the resources is they want to control the production and use of energy, which primarily manifests through you, the human resource, under their control. You can either be one of the people, a man or woman, on the land and take care of your own estate and provide for your family and not be dependent or need any outside source of sustenance, or you can be a human resource, right? Which is not the same thing. Human is not the same thing as man. And when you're a human, you're a resource, you're cattle or chattel, as they like to say. I like to say corporate tax cattle, personally, is my favorite saying. So anyway, Wadsworth did his postdoctoral. So this guy, Wadsworth, who is the CEO, former CEO of Battelle Memorial Institute and Battelle Center, which we're going to get into over here, is actually still part of Ohio State. And he was the trustee for Ohio State University, which means people literally had to vote for him on their election ballot during primaries. And so, or not, I'm sorry, during primaries, during presidential elections. I know so because that's what the University of Michigan was on the election ballot of this last presidential election. And that was interesting. So I was like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Strange, right? And I'm pretty sure so is Michigan State, I want to say. But it might have been a different one. But those, you bet your ass, that's the U of M is one of the most powerful institutions in the state of Michigan, without question. Yep. Mike Smith says some will eventually come back and ask questions. The huge majority won't. CJ says there's no such thing as energy. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. So, in fact, I would say that there is nothing but either energy or cessation. It would be the very fundamental operation of a wavelength. You know what I mean? Passing between the two poles through cessation or the baseline. But who am I? I don't know shit. I didn't even graduate high school. I just got my good enough diploma. Anyway, so he did his postdoctoral research at Stanford University, another notorious CIA finishing school. He worked for Lockheed Corporation, which I actually have the proof of all this up because I knew this was going to be a main contention. This is the linchpin. Known to be controlled globally by the British monarch's golden share of control. talking about, again, Stanford University. Wadsworth became Associate Director of Security at Lawrence Livermore National Library. Now, I'm glad they brought that up. Let's look into this, right? So let me go back. I'm on my email, my Yahoo mail. This is basically, it's Burn the Corporate Fiction. This is where I send all my links to pull them up. And I'm pretty sure that I did bring this up, and this is interesting. You guys are going to appreciate this. There we go. So there's that. All right, let's open this. So I told you I did a deep dive on these guys, right? So we're going to move this down here to where we're at. So this interesting thing, right? So I came, you know what? I didn't send the other one. Let me send this to myself real quick. Bear with me, guys. You guys are really going to find this interesting, rather. As interesting as I did, I think. And so when we get to that, there it is. I don't know why I didn't send this one to myself, the archive page, or unless this is how it's just showing up. Let's try that. Okay, so that should come through. No, did it not? What the hell? Yeah, that's the Wexner. We're going to get into that. That's some pretty interesting stuff. Okay, let's try this again. Literally not sending my email. So it says it showed up there. All right, let's try refreshing the page. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay, it's not going to show up any of the stories, though. So when I was looking for his father's military career, I guess I'm just going to have to tell you guys this. And I can show you. Actually, I'll turn on my camera for a second. I can show you guys. Usually, I just don't like to do camera. But until I can get like an actual studio, but I can show you guys on my phone. There's actually the words and stuff. I'm going to read them from the same website that's showing you nothing right now, which even when I research or refresh, it's pretty interesting, but it stands to reason for what we're about to discover. So, all right, see that? Oh no, you guys can't even see that. Okay, it's populated, right? It's the same exact website I just shared, and it's populated with information about Wadsworth. But for some reason, that didn't come through on the computer when I shared it. And I think it's because I didn't intend for this to show up on my phone. And I'll explain why. So let me do that. And then, so it says, I was looking for his father's military career and what exactly he did. And so it says right here, and this is all it goes to. It says, October 19th, 2001 interview from this this organization that they were talking about right here, the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, LLNL, right? And this is where he first met Columbus, Ohio social networking inventor leader technologies, right? Which is the guy that got his social media stuff stolen. Right. And so it says Wadsworth conspired with the leader's patent attorney, which is exactly the same story as the documents, everything to steal the leader's social networking invention and give leader source code. They stole to IBM a collaborator at LLNL and to Facebook via IBM Eclipse Foundation. So, and that's why, like, when Zuckerberg went live the same night, so did this guy. But this guy's stuff, right? It says, this is from 2001, October 19th, says, Wadsworth offers a personal perspective on Lab's paradoxes as a teenager and what is today the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, where his father, an officer in the British Army, was stationed in 1964. Jeff Wadsworth got his first exposure to terrorism. He was on the sideline when a bomb exploded, ... Then when you click that link, okay, I promise you guys, it goes to this website. Okay, so I go, okay, well, it doesn't show me the article right away. All right, that's fine, I guess. First of all, this science and technology on a mission. This is where he was working, right? So this is a link to like aerospace, NASA, climate and energy security, nuclear deterrence, threat preparedness and response, multi-domain. This guy's a defense contractor, fucking super in depth, right? So I go, well, let me look through, see if there's any other good points about this. But anyways, so I go up here to search. Now, I don't know if it'll do it on my computer, but it damn sure did it on my phone. And I go, Jeff, the name right in the article that's on their website that I have on my phone. And the same thing happens. Let's see if the same thing happens. Jeff Wadsworth, right? Check this out. Or that's his name, right? Yeah, Wadsworth. And it says it's misspelled. It's not misspelled. Okay. And we hit search. Holy shit, it brought it up. Okay. Wait, let's see if we click this. So it told me I was blocked for security purposes. I took screenshots of it just to prove it to you guys on my phone. It says I was blocked because I was trying to access stuff that was like danger to their security or something. Here's what I got last time. I'll show you guys if you can see it through the camera. This is why I take screenshots of stuff, because shit like this happens. So this is what I got when I did it on my phone. It didn't bring up the article, but I tried to... So I don't know if you, probably can't. Let me turn the brightness down. Is that any better? Yeah, it is better actually. Okay, cool. It says you've been blocked. You've been blocked, right? Why have I been blocked? The website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed, which was simply searching his name like I just did on the computer, triggered the security solution. There are several actions that could trigger this block, including submitting a certain word or phrase. So I guess Jeff Wadsworth was the problem there with that. Interesting, right? So, well, shit. Now that this is up, but see that's the whole thing is it's from 2003. So I'll have to go through this. I'm glad it showed up on my computer though, because now I can actually look into his father's past and bring you guys more, because it's October of 2003, but I have a feeling it's probably going to be scrubbed from here. I won't say for sure, but let's get back to this. Did anybody bring up let me look. Did anybody bring up the link for that clip of Duffy talking about it's okay to deceive? Can I find that real quick? Let me see if I can find that shit real quick, because this is insane. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay to deceive. I don't know if this is actually going to bring it up or not. Oh, yeah, hell yeah, it is. It was actually put into a short. We don't have a longer version of it. Somebody clipped the short. That looks like an old situation, too. Yeah, why not? We'll go with it. You probably can't.
We have to stop claiming that the 10 Commandments prohibit lying. That's not true. The 10 Commandments prohibit bearing false witness against your neighbor. Okay. We finally get to my conclusion on the matter of lying and deception, and that is this. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
That's insane.
So please,
yeah, not to get too off topic, but my point is why do you need to do that? That's probably why he named his fellowship Agape. It says, I've read a lot of occult interpretations of the Bible, and that is right in line with twisting the scripture to fit what you're trying to convey to people. So, all right, let's stop that. Let's get back to the Vance. We're almost through this thing tonight. Where are we at? What time is it? Is it 12:30? All right, we're doing good. We're doing pretty well. So No, we're going to share the window. All right. So he became director of security at that Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, which apparently I'm going to have to dig for the article. Wouldn't even let me in there on my phone. Probably too many links to looking into what they're going on my phone. I don't know, but he then moved to Columbus to become the CEO at Battelle Memorial Institute, where he coordinated intelligence efforts among Department of Homeland Security, Pacific Northwest Lab, the Department of Energy, and Oak Ridge. No doubt feeling guilt for his that's opinionated, right? But so it must be noted that Central Ohio is becoming a network hub for the coming digital propaganda and slavery lockdown. This is no doubt the result of former government John Case and Silicon Valley handler Mark Hermon, along with Battelle's resident British overlord Geoffrey Wadsworth, which he did come here from England. So here is Battelle. What the fuck are you doing? Why did it just open up twice? Okay, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. That's weird. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this, go back into a new tab, paste it, and then we're going to put it back where it's supposed to go. Don't know why that just happened. But anyways, so this is the Student Community of Practice Engagement by Battelle, right, at Ohio University. And it says that our scope programming is built to give students a chance to engage with the latest topics, news, and technology of the day while gaining access to professional development and mentorship opportunities. Blah, blah, blah. Professional training, compliment work done, meet and greet. So this, okay, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this then. Our mission of Battelle Center for Science, Engineering, and Public Policy. Interesting thing to add into there with science and technologies, public policy. I didn't know colleges dealt with public policy. I thought that was Congress, personally, but whatever. So as our world becomes smaller and our technology advances, the challenges that face our society become bigger and more complex. As we have advanced, our education continues to be separated by majors, often stunting our ability to work across disciplines. Ohio State sees these wicked problems and understands the need for a new way of preparing future technologists, technology thieves, to innovate in the public interest. That sounds just like that technological theft shit that he said that Ohio State was a grooming ground for. Our center believes that future technologies are not just prepared for the technical challenges of the day, but understand the broader context and the effects of technology on our society, from economics, social culture, or social structure, public health policy. The next generation must have an understanding of all these to make real blah, blah, blah. So what they want to do, it's where's the climate change bullshit that they're on? Is it over here? Or is it back here? Oh, yeah, right here. Community conversations, air and space, right? Here we go. There's the space connection for you guys. And then here's the sustainable energy. This is what so here, let's see what air and space has to say. If it will, it wants me to join the conversation. Let's see what that does. Did you ever look up at the sky as a kid and dream of becoming an astronaut? Did you imagine exploring the universe or visiting other planets? If that was just your childhood dream, your talents are still vital to human flight and space exploration. Right? So here, yeah, and that's actually what we want to get into. So they're NASA-centered, Agenda 21 centered. Here's the other interesting thing about this organization is for more tthan 80 years. Okay, so here are all the corporate partners. So you got Johns Hopkins, right, guys? You got Info, Cytex, Invenergy, Agape Automation. See, that word keeps coming up a lot. Between the MI6 Crowley, OTO, Jack Parsons, Duffy, Agape Innovation right here. Could just be, obviously, but apparently it's a popular word amongst people who run major fucking, technological corporations, right? Like Parsons and whoever runs that shit. That's the next company I'm going to look into, by the way, for when I do part 3 of this. But so now you get the overview of Battelle's Center for Science, Engineering, and Public Policy. This is so. Let's see, where did I read the damning thing that you have to translate on my phone? That's definitely not it. It's back. I think it's back one. No, it's got to be here. No, creating community. Oh, barf. So this is about mission. That's the mission. Okay. Events, partnerships. Yeah, well, there's one major aspect of it. The whole point is it's talking about sustainable development. If you guys look through this company, I don't know where it is. And like I said, I was literally up to the last minute putting this presentation together. It definitely will start earlier next time, like a day before. But let's go here to this guy. So this is Dr. Jeffrey Wadsworth, right? Runs Ohio State. Says he's the president and CEO of Battelle, which he was, the world's largest nonprofit independent research and development organization. I did not know that. Holds a perspective of STEM competency different from that of many educators. His passion on the subject makes common cause with his academic brethren. It says that STEM does not take place just in laboratories. It can be found everywhere. STEM education is enhanced when industry and private partners engage their core skills with educators. Let's see, was this? Okay, so Wadsworth came to the United States in 1976. This is, by the way, this is University of Toledo interview with him, or biography of him. So came to the United States from England in 1976, working for Stanford University, Lockheed Missiles and Space Co., Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. It was as director at Livermore, he helped create the Joint Gemone Institute, which today puts more than $70 million annual budget towards advancing genomics. So he's a eugenicist in support of U.S. Department of Energy missions related. And this guy's huge in the Department of Energy and with the Department of Defense. Wadsworth joined Global Research and Development giant Battelle, serving as a member of the White House Transition Office. So you get that this guy is like highly into the government. His father was military, most likely military intelligence. So this is the groomer at Ohio State, right? But let's go back to what this guy says about Ohio State itself. It says, this guy says Ohio State. What is this? Let's play this. Why not? Okay, it's just for his. Okay, so it says Ohio State marching band director John Waters' career was sacrificed by Wadsworth's British Pilgrim handlers because Waters' marching innovations brought unwanted attention to Apple iPad and threatened to spoil the secret plan for IBM Eclipse and take over Ohio's data-centered run globalist. When you guys, and I have apparently most of the links on my phone, I didn't send them, and I'm going to have to do a part 3 to this. So it'll probably be, we'll get back into the law following next week, but we're going to have to do a deeper dive into the Battelle Center, because I already know, and I have all the tabs on my phone of, they are heavily involved not only with public policy and social engineering, using technologies to achieve climate change goals, but they also are heavily involved in developing essentially what it is technology pipeline, right? So it's to stop these innovations before they can cause damage to the systems of energy, essentially. So, and I think that's another major reason for the globe lie, right? So is because if you knew that this place was a giant dipolar battery and that literally the aether was electromagnetic, you wouldn't need fossil fuels, because then you'd have intelligent people actually working on harnessing that more often to a point where they wouldn't be able to stymie the flow of individual, with the internet, of individuals who are able to actually propagate that type of technology in an amateur sphere, right? So So JD, and this is kind of a similar mirror image of what happened at Duffy, right? He was took out of Ohio State, went to, I believe, Yale. He went to some Ivy League school, finished there, but he was recruited in Ohio State, and then he was placed in various venture capital companies associated with the British Pilgrim Society, IBM, Facebook, PayPal, all this stuff, right? Friends with Peter Thiel, James W. Breyer, Eric Schmidt, Mark Anderson, all these people in internet and technology, right? And then they basically, what they do is they pluck you out of the high school. They put you into these high-paying jobs, and then they tell you how to invest your money through insider trading. They make you a millionaire, and then they put you in some sort of prominent position, like a senator or, like a financial manager, right? And then they see how you can be used. They place assets and agents like this all throughout the country, all throughout the world, and they recruit them at these universities, right? So he brings up some interesting stuff about Vance. JD's pockets were filled with insider trading tips and investments in a dizzying array of early stage companies funded by his handlers, right? So I'll put this actually link in there so you guys can check out because what I'm about to do is open this up for discussion, because there's going to have to be another part. I have to get all the links off my phone and finish painting this picture at the end. So, but you guys can let me know what you think so far. He was elected to be, okay, so JD wrote a New York Times best-selling book, yet not one article in the Yale Law Journal that he allegedly edited. So he was an editor for the Yale Law Journal and never once wrote an article. But then he wrote an entire book that became a New York Times bestseller about his childhood and upbringing, and then got an A-list producer, Ron Howard, to produce the Netflix movie. Pretty crazy. JD's elected to be an Ohio senator on his first try. That's actually incredible. That rarely ever happens, because you always have the incumbent. A truly remarkable set of achievements for a person with no experience in anything he has been placed in. JD is an evident cardboard cutout for the Pilgrim Society London handlers. Like I said, there's a lot of smoke around this. So then when I was looking for the connection, I'm like, the Candace Owens, so you've got these guys deeply entrenched in the Pilgrim Society, and these very loose but obvious connections. Not even very loose, because like, if you guys understand what I'm saying at the beginning, is how would you have this guy and Candace Owens link up in the first place? And then who is her director? He has no history, no record. He directed one movie. How is he a director? Then how did these two get in contact? One very vague layer of separation. Makes no sense, right? And then what is the obvious connection between the two of them is the Pilgrim Society, or the various American Roundtable groups connected with the Pilgrim Society that recruit through universities, because he went to college at Ohio State University. Now, that in itself doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? But now we're going to get into Bob Enier, and then I'm going to open this up. So what I'm telling you guys is he inherited a shadow network, right? Before graduating from college, Enier began working in the technology, in the technology industry. Imagine that. Isn't that what Ohio State's whole thing, or Battelle, that's their whole thing, right? So, including positions at McDonnell Douglas and U.S. West in Denver. He designed computer software for military helicopters and served as a computer. He's in the same exact class as all of these people. And if you're just now tuning in, previously I went over like his wife, who's survived by him, right? Her family is from Ohio. It's from Cincinnati, if I remember correctly. it's very hard to find. He went to Arizona State. That's his alma mater, right? But he's obviously in military technology and the military industrial complex. So here we go, another connection into the same fucking complex that we already, this entire thing it revolves around, right? So opposed to legal abortion, he began working on Operation Rescue, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be obviously the very glossed over biography of him, right? So this is what's interesting. Following a lawsuit brought by Enyart, a U.S. District Court judge ruled in October 2020 that the state could not impose mask-wearing mandates or limit the size of gatherings at Denver Bible Church, right? So Enyart supported the debunked theory that COVID-19 vaccine, blah, blah, blah. And then here's what happened directly after that. Enyart married Krista Johnson, 1980. Yeah, we know about that. Right here at the end. August 2021, Enyart announced that he had contracted COVID-19. Why would he announce that? He died from the virus on September 12th at the age of 62. See, no, dude, nothing about that makes sense. And then here's the thing about his case is it's landmark and used all across the country as controlled opposition, right? So here's what he was up to, and we've been through this before, and what a creep, anyways, in the first place. His best friend and mentor, the best friend and mentor of Pastor Will Duffy, who was a financial advisor and got into some trouble and all of a sudden decided to take up the mantle as pastor and follow in the footsteps of his best friend and mentor, who, in my opinion, controlled a shadow group of controlled opposition on the payroll of most likely the Pilgrim Society or an affiliation that uses the polarities, play the polarities against each other to sway public opinion and therefore be able to create public policy from it. And we're going to look at this, right? So Sean Williams, Enyart's nephew, recently uploaded approximately 30 videos to YouTube. Don't look for them. They're not there anymore, right? But it's his nephew. That contains specific information detailing extortion, bribery, kidnapping, and physical assault taking place behind the doors of the sketchy Denver Bible Church. Wouldn't doubt it. Williams said he was hustled by Enyart as a young man. Bob coerced us to go to a protest when I was young. This is his MO. This right here, I 100% believe because his record, his fucking criminal record says this is what he does. And the criminal record of people belonging to his church says this is what he does. Okay? Bob coerced us to go to a protest when I was young. I was roped into the whole Bob's idea. Make money by putting other people down, acting dramatic, right? Danielle Kakoa, who I'm actually suspicious of, and I think she was part of the dichotomy, play the polarities against each other type of thing. These guys are master psychological operation agents. Like there's no question about that, right? The people who design it, the people who carry it out, not so much. They kind of suck. Duffy's a little bit of an idiot, and I don't know. I haven't really listened to Enyart's specific podcasts, but I don't think he was very good at it either. And, in my opinion, because, we'll get into it. So, make money by putting other people down, acting dramatic, Williams said. Danielle Kakoa, former member of Denver Bible Church, that was interviewed by the FBI in November 2015, shortly before the Planned Parenthood shootings in Colorado Springs. False flag, or not yet false flag, because the real thing happened, wasn't a hoax. But it was what neoconservative right-wing extremists, the same MO of the Turning Point organizations and the very things that Pilgrim Society is behind. You guys get where I'm going with this? Also, so you create this media personality of this guy, right? Well, here, let me explain a little bit more. So the Planned Parenthood shootings, discussed what she remembers hearing about the mortgage fraud scheme while at church. Josiah, Bob's son, and Brian Jr., which Brian Jr. is Will Duffy's co-pastor at Agape Kingdom Fellowship over there in Denver. Bob's nephew got caught up in a mortgage fraud scheme with Sean. So Josiah, Bob's son, and Brian Jr., Bob's nephew, got caught up in a mortgage fraud scheme with Sean, leaving them in debt hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, Is that hard to believe? What's Duffy in trouble for right now? These guys are securities fucking fraudsters, right? First of all, which the entire scheme of securities exchange is just trafficking in the first place and is a fraud, right? But they managed to create fraud within the fraud, right? And yeah, how hard is that to believe? So, yep. And then it says Bob was behind the whole thing and made a profit, but never spoke out against Sean publicly. It was all pretty hush hush and swept under the rug. We got most of our information firsthand behind the scenes through other members in the Enyart family. But at church, everything was business as usual, and no one spoke of it. Enyart asserts that Williams threatening to sue him online could possibly result in life in prison for Williams. During a recent radio program, Enyart ranted about a federal cyber stalking case in Pennsylvania that resulted in life in prison for the two people because the case involved a death. This guy is serious business. He's telling you, I'll fucking set you up, dude, which adds credit to the gang stalking thing, you know? So, you know, in this on its face, okay, these are people making allegations. These are links to his criminal record, right? So we have all cases file folder. Why not open this in a new tab? Articles, reports, chronological. Why not? What? I've never seen this. Upper Creek with a paddling. It seems that, like just yesterday, that loudmouth hum of Bob Enyart was your average divorced, lonely talk show host packing a gun to work. And see how they created this image so that people could create articles like this. But this is psychological operation. They want this guy to be an extreme right-wing nutcase, tell you dinosaurs are fake, which they are. But that's why they have him say it, so that people would be like, that's just fucking crazy. They'll never even think about it again. You know, plan attacks on Planned Parenthood, abortion clinics, and you know, basically do the whole rally against COVID. They used him in the whole the last thing that happened over the last 5 years. Well, until he died after a year into it. But and what did he die of? The very thing he was fighting against. It's absolutely asinine how people do not see this guy or this organization of people who all work together, because again, Will Duffy's co-pastor is his nephew, who we just read was a part of a fucking mortgage fraud scheme that Bob Enyart set up. So, I mean, come on, guys. But yeah, let's read a little bit more of this. Why not? You know what? I'm going to bring some people up now that we're getting into Bob Enyart, because this is where we left off last time. So if anybody wants to join, and if not, that's cool too, because I'm not going to run too much longer. But there you go, StreamYard link. And if anybody wants to come up and weigh in on this presentation tonight, which was not as prepared as I wanted it to be, but I think it's went pretty smooth so far. I'm going to have to come back and fill in a few gaps that I thought I put up on the computer but are still on my phone. But, you know, that's how that goes. So let me go into YouTube and pin it real quick, and then you guys are more than welcome to come up and join the conversation. I'll go for another half hour to an hour, and then I'll shut her down. Turn the brightness on my phone all the way down. Can't see anything. View channel. Okay, I got to turn it down. We don't have an echo. And I'm going to pin the comment. So anybody who wants to come up, feel free. And yeah, we can have a conversation about this stuff. But until then, or if that happens, let's continue. We have, let's see. It was only last May 10th that Enyart strapped on his pistol after his then nightly radio show and in front of a reporter told the fellow blabber Norm Resnick, "While I'm off on a blind date, Norm, some nurse in Longmont." Less than 6 weeks later, Enyart was engaged to a Nevada woman named Cheryl Mans. That's the one who's, okay, interesting. And he was telling her, two little boys, Stephen and Anthony, from this day forward, we can have fun and be happy, but you can no longer be mean to your mother. You can no longer tell mom to shut up or to routinely decide to wear her out with never-ending arguments. If you do those things, you will be spanked. On June 26th, he took a belt to Stephen and gave him 6 weeks. He got engaged to this woman. This is the woman from Ohio, by the way, guys. Well, I don't know if she's specifically from there, but from what I could discern by looking into her cousin most definitely is, and she hangs out with her cousin. So they were close, which tells me they must have grown up together. I don't know if her cousin moved to Ohio or if they're from Ohio. But again, it's another Ohio connection, which is why I bring it up. And he did actually get in trouble for this. This is one of his charges on his record. So, and it says, blah, blah, blah. It says on July 2nd, so if you do those things, you'll be spanked. On June 26th, he took a belt to Stephen and gave him 5 whacks that the prosecutor said broke the skin. On July 2nd, he married Stephen's mother. In August, on a campaign trip, he whacked Anthony, who called his real father Jefferson County Sheriff Sergeant John Mans, who complained to authorities. Huh. Okay, yeah, here's some more controlled opposition stuff. Then Enyart, so it says this wasn't the first or the last time Enyart displayed his obsession with, wait, what? Hold on, let me go back. I must have missed something here, sorry. Okay. Enyart argued in court that his whipping of Stephen was intended to teach the boy to be loving and respectful. But earlier this month, the jury found him guilty of misdemeanor child abuse, which is on his record, which both Jaron and Duffy brought to our attention without us even having found that out yet, which was very interesting. Apparently, they thought that was as deep as we were going to go or whatever. I don't know. They probably are surprised we even found the Enyart connection because most people are very superficial and don't actually look into people that are trying to fucking deceive them. But this wasn't the first or the last time that Enyart displayed his obsession with male rear end. This guy really didn't like. Now, I'm not going to say it was like that, but anyway, recently, this is a good way to create court cases that help contribute to not disciplining your children for sure, is by getting a high-profile radio host. Celebrity figure, small celebrity figure to actually get charged with doing it. And so this wasn't the first or the last time. Recently, he's come under fire for his TV talk show on which he has celebrated the deaths of gay men. I did read this before on another article. And by labeling them sodomites or ex-sodomites and playing the Queen song, Another One Bites the Dust. I did see that he did that on his show. Interesting. But again, it fed right into, so they use the Hermetic principle of rhythm with these psychological operations to push you so far in one direction that you'll naturally swing an equal amount in the opposite direction. So if you think about it, Bush era Republicans were so conservative and so hardline, like Bob Enyart, which is when he was doing this shit, which was by design and led by people like Bob Enyart, that throughout the Obama presidency and then the Biden presidency, we had this dramatic swing into straight alphabet mafia paradise for these people. And that's because of people like Enyart under the Bush presidency. This is how these people operate. You know what I mean? But anyways, we'll go through this more another time. Let me look through here and see what we have. So this is where Bob Enyart builds parallel government. This is a good collection of information, actually. At shadowgov.com, it says, greetings, friends. Remember that the guy who raised $16,000 to buy an O.J. Simpson sport jacket just so he could burn it in public. Interesting. The guy who went to jail for spanking a child, well, now he's setting up a parallel system of government. Listen, this is a celebrity. He's pulled into and allowed to keep this high-profile radio show in the Denver area, which is considered on one of the largest Colorado radio stations, admittedly by their own articles. But this is the type of shit he's pulling, and it's public information. He's creating parallel governments, right? He's staging attacks on abortion clinics. And who does not think that Duffy did not? Who does not see that Duffy inherited a fucking psychological operation? Enyart died they were like, oh, well, I guess he died, but we can use this opportunity to blame it on the coof. And then Duffy, now you have to step up, and take over, right? And you're going to work with Enyart's nephew, right? No? Yeah? So, because how is he allowed to be who he was and be this big pastor of a church and all that stuff, but yet have all the scandal and allegations surrounding him and be a celebrity simultaneously? Too much smoke, people. Too much smoke around Duffy, around definitely Ohio State. Candace Owens coming in at the end, right? Brad and Tasha say they see it. You see it? Do you see the connections here? I'm not reaching. It's just the way my mind works. It takes these things that are abstract and would be seemingly unrelated, finds the common thread, brings them together, and then you find, once you start exploring that avenue of research, which I hope other people take up, that you're going to find many more connections to these people. The theft of technology, control of resources, Pilgrim Society, hiding where we are and what we are in our creation, and these small little ragtag groups funded by the Pilgrim Society, like Duffy's little satanic organization he's got, whose the name of his church, in my opinion, pays homage to Aleister Crowley or to the companies that Ohio State work with. It's definitely not the Bible, because I just literally watched a sermon where he told me the 10 Commandments tell me that I can lie. So I know he's not giving homage to the Greek word in the Bible. That's no. That's not true. And why the fuck would he even say that in the first place? You know what I mean? So, right. Clip Rob says, Mr. Crowley. Yeah. I actually seen you in the chat on another podcast that I watch. I'm trying to remember which one it was, but Salty Cracker, you're part of the Salty Army. I like Salty. He's funny. So I think it's Salty. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's Salty. Guy's funny. He's a little bit still into the paradigm and stuff, but he's actually awake to the illusion of the two-party system, and he's pretty funny. He doesn't know the stuff we talk about on this channel, but he still does. He's funny as hell, and so I watch him. And yeah, he does a salute. That's hilarious. Yeah, Salty's not bad. You can tell he's the black sheep of the major podcast crowd. He's got a really big channel on Rumble, and you can tell that the people that run Rumble don't like him, because he'll tell you how it is about the race division and all that stuff that you can't talk about on YouTube. He goes down through there, and he's funny, But anyway, back to the topic. So anyways, let's read a little bit more of this. Does anybody want to come up and chop it up for a little bit, or you guys just want to sit back and listen? Because if so, I'm gonna bring it to the last thread after Enyart within the next few minutes, and that would be actually Epstein and Wexner and their connections to Ohio University, and also just bring up, because they're part of that whole community that apparently Duffy is associated with through Candace Owens and Ohio State University. And then apparently McToon is associated with Duffy and his quote unquote church community. And he goes around speaking. Who the fuck would have McToon come speak at your church? How fucking weird. Is that what he was doing at the church? Is it really a church, or is it a temple? What is it? Come on now, let's be honest. Right? What the hell is that? You guys seen how weird McToon was? All right. When somebody said something that didn't even have shit to do with him, it was somebody else's video. So, hey, that looked like a kid. Chain, down there, whatever he said on Modern Day Debate. And he was just making a dark joke, because it was obviously some dad showing his kid how to make a rainbow in the garage, but the lighting was bad, and the film quality was bad. And McToon lost his shit way over the top, over defensive. He's like, why are you showing us a video with some kid chained to the phone? How dare you accuse me of, I'm done. I'm not doing this debate. Nope. I will not be a part of this. As long as that guy's still on here, I will not talk. I will leave right now. And of course, they were sucking McToon's dick at Modern Day Debate. That Ryan kid or whatever, that shouldn't even be a moderator. Like, how are you a moderator? You're totally biased. But he was busy gobbling McToon's cock. And so they kicked the old boy off. He wasn't even talking about McToon. How did he snatch that out of the air? Right? But, well, I'll tell you, this is just an association. It's a thread that we need to further investigate. But Ohio State has another major benefactor and member, aside from our Wadsworth fella, who obviously props up, or who is the recruiter for the pilgrims, for the technology thieving fuckheads over at Ohio State, and that would be this guy. And we'll go back to Enyer in just a second, but University Reference Laboratories. Who can see what the name of this medical center is here? Hold on, we'll zoom in. What's that say? Wexner Medical Center. Right? He said, was it a sermon about Legos? It's funny. I like that. That was Flurfy McDurpington. What is it? Sermon about Lego. Anyway, so Wexner. Who's Wexner? Okay. So Wexner not only has a medical center at Ohio State, but he also has a center for the arts at Ohio State. This is at Ohio State. Okay. So, yeah. So news about Wexner Art Center, University of Ohio, videos of Wexner Art Center, University of Ohio, the Wexner Center for the Arts, so it's, so he's got a Center for the Arts, which they notoriously use art, by the way, to actually facilitate the movement and sale of pizza and chicken and hot dogs and ice cream and all that good stuff, right? That's how they do it, because you can charge whatever you want for whatever a person's willing to pay for a piece of art, like the banana strapped to a fucking canvas with duct tape. Like that's how you launder money for traffic of a certain type, because I can say I'm going to charge $25,000 for this. And you could say, okay, I'll pay that for a banana duct tape to a canvas. And because art is creative and is one of the most protected in law in general, and that's because art is your creative expression. And again, the realm of the law is the spiritual. They're absolutely not even allowed to touch it. They're not allowed to search containers that contain art. That's how they get away with it in shipping, right? So what does he have? He has a medical center for the, for all the medical, everything, the pharmacia. And then he has an art center, so you can move in and move out various pieces of art very easily. Well, you're saying, Ryan, who is Leslie Wexner? Right? Who is that? Well, I'll tell you who that is, because you probably have never heard of him unless you've delved into I don't even want to say a certain gate of a Italian food variety. And so here's just the AI explanation, which I thought was sufficient, right? So Leslie Wexner, the billionaire founder of L Brands, which is Victoria's Secret, Bath and Body Works, etc., and Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted sex offender, had a long and complex relationship spanning decades. Here's a summary of their association. Early connections. Epstein met Wexner in the 1980s. Wexner became his primary client and business partner. Yeah. Oh, well, I forget. He was in the same industry as Duffy. He gave financial advice, remember? Investment advice. That's what Epstein did. I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just saying, McToon, Duffy, pretty chummy. Yeah. The threads kind of, it seems to be like maybe, business investment might be like art. Who knows? Another way to launder that type of, but whatever, right? Just noticing little patterns here and there doesn't necessarily mean anything. But Wexner granted Epstein power of attorney over his finances and business dealings. So he gave him power of attorney over his businesses, over his dealings. He basically gave him fiduciary trusteeship, is what that says to me, knowing trust and law and stuff. But not like he gave him that. He gave him the business making authority over his businesses. And so, and that's essentially what power of attorney is, fiduciary, including signing tax returns and making investments. Epstein used Wexner's wealth to fund his own ventures, including real estate investments and financial schemes. And you got to understand, real estate, that's land, that's resources. Your body, like technically, right, Like, that's how they take control of everything. So you're in a chattel property of an estate. The real estate is the alloidial land you're supposed to be owning. That's why real estate's so important. That's how they took control of everything, by putting real estate in the registry. But now I'm going off topic a little. It's not off topic, but you guys just can't make that connection because of the requisite knowledge between the two, which is why I have this channel and why I do my shows, so that you will have that. But oh, we got the Unidozer. Heck yeah. Sorry, bro. Got into reading, gave up on the thought of anybody coming up here. How you doing this evening?
I'm good, brother. I was just being patient. Gosh, it's been so long since you've had your stream up. I listened to last week's. I'm going to listen to it again, probably tomorrow, as you asked me what I thought of it. But you were firing on all cylinders, I thought.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was using my wife's laptop, so I don't know if you probably know, but I was down for a little
Well,
while.
other than the glitchy, what were you playing? You were playing
Alex Jones, Aaron Russo, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually got to
Well,
go
you
back.
made me go do a deep dive on that Russo character. I'd seen portions, but I'd never realized it was an actual movie, so I had to go look it up.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I've seen that one where he corners the ex-president of the Fed or whatever his name was.
No, it's the former commissioner of the IRS.
Yeah, the former commissioner. And just the look on his face was just like, that told you everything you needed to know.
He didn't expect it. He thought he was going to a softball interview with a friend, because everybody thought Aaron Russo was going to take Nick Rockefeller's offer to join the club and say, fuck the peasants. But
So the offer was still open at that point, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, why did he make, it wasn't a secret that apparently that he had bladder cancer for 3 years, is what I heard. I mean, the conspiracy guy and me, it was like, oh, they offed him, and they gave him cancer and he died like right away. But apparently he battled it for 3 years. And so it wasn't like, a month after he released that video or that movie that he died.
So it's interesting, and this will probably sound crazy to some people who don't think the way I do, but I think that was because they really wanted him to join, and they didn't want to kill him, but they wanted an insurance policy over him if he didn't play ball. So they gave him slow acting, and they can do this because of what that stuff actually is, all radio frequency, fungus, and parasite. But
I think so too.
I don't want to get the video taken down, but
don't talk about that. I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, and so like they gave him a slow acting, but you could say, oh, it's apparently he just died of bladder cancer. Well, either way, if that's the case, then it's pretty amazing they did not kill him, because he has some of the most damning information about the IRS and the Rockefellers and the Roundtable groups and all of that stuff that I was going through. And I barely got through that interview in the last show, and I intend on finishing it because there's so much to dive into in each portion of what he's saying. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and they're trying to get him, hey, dude, you made it. Why don't you come into this club? We're the Olympians. Those are the peasants. Why don't you come up on Elysium and leave everyone, in the fucking irradiated lands to die, and just come with us to the safe house of Elysium? You know what I mean?
Good analogy. Great analogy.
That's exactly what they do. That's what they do. Right? So these people, like, listen, Jaron is shooting for Elysium. Okay? Duffy is shooting to not go to prison, probably, but more than likely also wants to be part of Elysium. And it's funny to use a fake space movie reference for that, but it does fit the analogy. It fits pretty well.
Yeah, no, I understand. I know what the movie is. I don't think I ever really watched it, but I got the premise.
It's actually a good movie. I mean, it's good.
I went through a period of time, Ryan, where I refused to watch movies or television for about 5 years. And what it did is it changed me. I remember once you kind of like poke fun at me because I don't like to watch violent movies or things like that. Because I read something that, like kids or whatever, we see so many murders by so much, daily or monthly, and children. And it's like, well, okay, I'm going to eliminate all that from my psyche. And after 5 years, I literally had a physical revulsion to violence on TV because it like I wiped it from my memory. I think it took a long time, but it didn't take long for me to start watching movies with my wife again. I'm still very picky, but it was an interesting experiment.
See, it's funny. I have an extreme dichotomy in me of where, like, I'm a good person and I want to do good things and I want to, genuinely, be self-sustainable and help other people learn how to be self-sustainable, not give people handouts and stuff like that. So like genuinely be like a teacher and good. But I also like, I don't shy away from death or violence because I want to be capable of what's necessary, if it's necessary.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So
I get it.
And you know, and it's just because that's the whole thing is like that's the thing that they do through like they're trying to emasculate and make everybody nonviolent, peaceful, turn the other cheek, and all that stuff. And the reason they're doing that is so that you don't kill them when they come to take your kids or your property or whatever the case may be. That's why they have been working for generation after generation to emasculate and make docile the population of the only republic in the world that has guns still.
Oh yeah. If they had their way, we'd be a subspecies and we wouldn't even be able to breed with them.
They've pretty much relegated us to that. And the only thing that holds the line between absolute tyranny by the fucking New World Order and the United Nations and World Economic Forum, the only thing that holds the line, the only reason
they still need mothers.
No, they still can't take our guns.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Look at cloning facilities. Look up Clonate. They don't need none of that shit. The only reason is because we still have so many guns in this country. They don't even know how many are in this country. Nobody does. Just the registered guns alone, there's more guns than every man, woman, and child in this country.
Yeah, it's not going to be them. It's going to be people that they fool or coerce or bribe. But, and you can only have so many of those people before they start getting like, going, I don't want to do that anymore. It hurts, or I know, you know what I mean.
Charles Stewart's right. Violence is the unlawful use of force. What I mean is defense, and defense requires what people commonly understand as violence in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be capable of doing the hard thing that may be necessary if I have to. So I don't shy away from experiencing it or seeing it, or I don't seek it out. But I intentionally, even when it's gut wrenching and I don't want to watch it, I make myself watch it because I need. And the same reason I look into a lot of stuff, or even a lot of people watching right now look into a lot of this stuff that most people fucking run from. As soon as you start to talk to them, they shut down. It's so scary to them; they don't want to see it. You got to be able, if you're going to be a beacon of light and truth, you have to be willing to shine in the darkness. Period.
Yeah. I got a question. You said something tonight that made me a little nervous. You said my SD card. I hope you have multiple copies because I'd like to send one to you and get a copy possibly, or parlay or trade something with it. So I had that in my possession.
No, and that's something I can probably, absolutely. And I plan on making more than one copy. I'm just glad I made the one copy. I made the one copy on a humbug. Right, because I was like, well,
I'll send you an email and then we can go from there.
My computer periodically crashed, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, it's not good. I better back everything up. And I put it on an SD drive. And then sure enough, like I'm not even shitting you, within a couple of weeks of me backing everything up, computer would not even turn off or on. Just had a QR code that said for HP support, whatever. They sent me.
It almost seems like you want to have a computer just for doing the research, and then you have to shoot over what you want to do to your live streams on a different computer.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
but I'm not saying that, not everybody's made of money.
No, I'm definitely not.
No, I got that from what you said. You were like waiting a whole month for a computer, whereas if it was me, I just went out and bought another one. But I kind of like felt for you there. I was like, well, that kind of sucks, because I got punished because of that.
I've got a very smart wife. We pay for insurance and things like that on certain products that are like a laptop or, something, phones, whatever. It's smart to do that. Honestly, you shouldn't be forced to pay for insurance. That's called extortion. But honestly, a prudent guy who knows how to manage money is going to have insurance on certain things. That's where insurance came from in the first place, is the bottomry bond of a boat, the insurance, on the cargo hull of a ship. That's insurance preceded banks. So, that's how it got started. It has its positives. It's mostly negative, but, whatever. They gave me a new laptop, so it works. Now, to bring it back on topic, what do you think about this stuff I've presented this evening? I don't know how long you've been listening, but
I was pretty familiar with it. You went a lot deeper. I knew about Vance and Ohio and Steele, I did not know. I've heard of the what do you call it? The patron? No, the what were you calling? Started with a P. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Pedophile?
No, you're
I'm just
Roundtable
kidding.
people.
I'm just kidding. It was a
Roundtable.
joke. It was a joke.
I get it.
The Pilgrim Society.
Pilgrim Society. Yeah, it's just because when I think of pilgrim, I think of like people with a buckle on their head and having turkey dinners with the Indians. I really have only heard of those guys in the past, but then you start listening to, you make this great argument. Okay, they're WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, which I've heard that's been around for a long time. I've heard that, and I heard it broken down. But then you start going, oh, they're all these Protestants and they're running the world. I was like, well, what happened to the Jesuits? Like somebody could put out a stream and they could get, if they got enough data, and they could just make you, oh, it's all the Jesuits. The Jesuits are doing it. It's the Pope and the Jesuits, and then and then you got over here, you got this Pilgrim Society, and it's like, oh, that's all the WASPs.
Well, so Cecil Rhodes, when he created the Roundtable group, which became the Pilgrim Society, he said he specifically wanted to model that group after the Jesuits. So they operate exactly almost the same way as the Jesuits do. And they do. Because the very first thing they do, is they came in and they took over. Honestly, I'm starting to think the Catholic Church has lost a lot of its power and influence. The more I'm coming into this understanding, and that's one of the purposes of the Magna Carta, I think. And honestly, in some ways, it's kind of a shame because that was the original church. But in other ways, it's interesting. I think there's a schism in a lot of these secret societies and organizations. Actually, I definitely know there is one in a certain organization, but between essentially woke people and there's this, so you're having this bout right now between communism and fascism is what you're having, it's essentially the same thing. It's just who has the greater control, the government or the corporation. So in fascism, it's the corporations are the government. Okay. Yep. And in communism, it's the government control the corporations, but the corporations
means the production. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean.
And so it's interesting in that certain respect because it does seem like, and that's why I was saying, I was like, I may have had this pegged all wrong because the amount of secrecy. So, and this goes to like Jesuits or Freemasons or anything like that. They're so ready to put their logo on all of these obvious crimes and then publish and throw the stories out everywhere and scatter them to the four winds to make sure everybody knows about these groups and the things they've done. But no one's heard, including myself, no one has hardly heard of the Pilgrim Society.
No, I've heard of them, but not in depth like you presented it tonight.
Right. And that's what in their membership list, which I have one. They're very, very hard to get. They've had to be leaked. And I mean, as far as going through great lengths of secrecy, there's been not nearly the amount of stuff that's been leaked about supposed Jesuit crimes and other organizations as there has, there's not been nearly as much leaked about Pilgrim Society crimes and stuff like that or anything. And honestly, as there has like Jesuits and other organizations. And honestly, one of the main triggers or catalysts for this information to come forward, and there were reporters. So this guy found that he picked up the trail that went cold back in the early 1900s when they took control of the media. There were a bunch of reporters and journalists or they weren't reporters back then. They were investigative journalists. They were actually the media. And they were on the heels of Carnegie and Rockefeller. I mean, you got Ida Tarbell, the other young lady I mentioned earlier. That was
that was fascinating.
Yeah, and so and these people, they were real journalists. And like, hold on, you guys are trying to take control of the whole media and, you know what I mean, use it to control the perspective and opinion of the public so you can influence public policy to steal all the resources and enslave everybody. And we're not going to go with it, right? And then they got silenced. And then so this guy who invented who are you to be that brilliant and have that kind of knowledge to invent what became Facebook and I forget the guy's name again. It's McDouglas or McDonald. What the hell was his name? Hold on, let me go back to this thing.
Patel.
No, I've watched several. Yeah, Patel, right? I'd probably. But I've watched a few of his podcasts with his co-host, and I've looked into their references, and their appendix basically for the show, and yeah, this is solid. Like, he had his shit stolen. So his name is military blah 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 blah. What the hell was it? Very fat fingers. Yeah. Why can't I find his name? Hold on, Fenwick. Oh, duh. Well, there's McKibben, but that's not him. It's Gabriel McKibben. It's him.
Okay.
And so it's one of these two fellas right here. And I forget which one. I think it's this one, I want to say. But, yeah. And because he's wearing the cowboy hat. And this kind of, yeah. So, but if you guys check these guys out, Gabriel McKibben and their podcast. And so they talk about the theft of it. I've only recently come across it. I've watched several hours of what they were talking about and, you know, done a few hours of research into the story. But essentially what happened was the guy, he created what became Facebook because he's seen where the emerging technology was going. And he probably has.
Was it Facebook or just the idea of social media in itself?
Yeah, no, it wasn't actually Facebook. It was the idea of social media itself because he's seen where the technology market was going and what they were trying to set up was basically to get us all spy on ourselves. So it's not even necessarily like this guy's a good dude. He just got basically ousted, you know. So
you don't call it FBI book?
Yeah, I'm going to profit off everybody being able to spy on one another, right?
Yeah.
And so the Pilgrim Society, they have these gatekeeping hubs like Ohio State University or the Sheffield University of Sheffield in England and stuff like that. And they literally teach people and they have connections. So what ended up happening was the guy Wadsworth that I was talking about earlier ended up colluding with the patent attorney. So the guy McKibben, he's seen where the market was going. He wanted to patent his idea because the technology in the late 90s, early 2000s, they weren't there yet, or whenever, I think it was early 2000. It wasn't there yet for him to actually be able to create this platform, but he knew the way that everything was going, he would be able to create this platform. So he reached out to a patent attorney and, you know, a highly regarded patent attorney, too highly regarded actually, because he did work for like, you know, the elite, and came to him with this idea. This guy's like, yeah, sure, I'll help you patent it. But then he immediately leaked it to the DOD and everybody else, right? And then as this technology was being developed, they were developing the same technology off of his ideas and his understanding in tandem and parallel with what he was doing. And they were spying on him. So the same day or the same night that he launched his program or his software, Facebook came online. And then they cemented and made sure you don't find out about that or DARPA or LifeLog or any of that shit by making the movies the social network or whatever it's called. That's what they always do. So you're going to make a movie when they want you to believe this is the story. So it puts into the public consciousness that this generally is the story behind what's going on, you know, or, you know, how Facebook was created or whatever. That's what they always do. Just like JD Vance has the fucking story of, oh, I was a poor white boy in Appalachia and my mom was a drug addict and I didn't have nothing. And I used my grit and determination to rise to become a senator. No, you were picked, chosen, groomed, handled, and placed. And then the story was concocted. Same thing with Will Duffy, millionaire at the age of 33. They both have the same alma mater. And that is the thread. Right? And that alma mater is like a United Nations Agenda 2030 hub with their fucking, with that Battelle Corporation having heavy involvement in the Department of Energy, and specifically Wadsworth having bounced from Lockheed Martin to this energy company, to that energy company, that energy company, this and that, this technology company, this aerospace and rocket company, just bouncing around, right? And also having come from England in 76, and on top of that, not being able to find anything about him before that. You can't find it, doesn't exist. And the one thing that does exist, I got blocked from being able to look at it. On an old website, you know what I mean? So it doesn't, I don't know. I just see, I see, oh shit, he got kicked off, apparently, or a bad connection or something.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I tried to close the screen on my phone. Apparently, it kicks me off of StreamYard. I'm sitting in my backyard because my wife's asleep, so I just go out in the backyard, and it's freaking beautiful here. It's like 70 degrees today down here in South Carolina.
So, part of me wonders why, so he's a heartbeat, this obvious Pilgrim Society guy, depending on what you think of Trump, and I've seen conflicting things one way and the other, or I've seen him tell Davos and the WEF to go fuck themselves, and then I've seen other things.
Oh, yeah. WEF. WEF.
Yeah.
You have no idea. It's all script. All the world's a stage.
But this
and that Vance character looks like the biggest marshmallow. Like, that guy has no backbone. You just look at the guy, and he's just this chubby face, like, smiling doofus. I mean, I don't see anything about him that I like. That's just me.
So this here, he says, like, shame on the British Pilgrim Society, the Ohio State University, Battelle Memorial Institute, Jeffrey Wadsworth, Les Wexner, which I just brought up the Wexner.
Yeah, I know about Wexner, yeah, and
Mark
seen all that.
Dude, Ohio State, and listen, the University of Michigan, I'm fairly certain is about just as wretched, but like Ohio State, I think has more prominent wretched people coming out of, and it does not justification. I don't give a fuck about University of Michigan. But I'm just saying, like, I think that U of M is almost as powerful as the University of Ohio.
Yeah.
And I think that's why
he was groomed in Ohio and then taken to Yale, correct?
Yes, he was taken to Yale. That's what I was trying to remember earlier.
For finishing school. I call it finishing school.
And that's the funny thing that happened with Duffy, too. You go here, and he was University of Ohio, right? Down here.
Where else did he go?
And then after Ohio, he goes to the American College of Financial Services and and then goes there twice. So he was in 2015.
Never heard of it. I wonder what that's all about. Is that where you get indoctrinated into securities?
Probably. But the sketchy, shady companies he's worked for, which I've started to do research on too, and I'm going to break down more. But I know my subscribers are split. I know a lot of my subscribers are interested in the final experiment and the flat earth, and all of my subscribers are interested in the law. So I'm trying not to go too, I wanted to find a nexus point where they kind of come together, and it is the Pilgrim Society, because as I've said multiple times on this channel, is the whole purpose of the heliocentric lie is to separate you from the creator, because the foundation of common law is a relationship and understanding of the creator. What founded this nation, every colonist had two books, and I know you know this, right, Corbett?
Yeah. Yep.
Every nation, every colonist had two books, and what were they?
The Bible, and it was some like a treatise.
No,
Blackstone's
commentaries.
Yes.
Yeah. Which interpreted the principles of biblical understanding into common law, and that is what the founders heavily relied upon when forming this nation. For more reasons than one, is how to circumvent the biblical free will, which is why the Magna Carta was created in the first place. I would bet my bottom dollar that is why the Magna Carta happened. You don't just leave King John unattended when you have all this mess with the barons. You don't just randomly go, oh yeah, well, hey, good luck. We know we've had these riots and you've had to imprison some of the barons' family members and stuff because they're not happy with you, but we're going to go on a conclave and take all of our military and protection with us. And good luck.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. And plus, you always hear the Magna Carta, just like the Constitution, being, espoused so heavily. It's just like, oh, okay.
They're both double-edged swords. It depends on your knowledge of the law. It depends entirely upon whether it's used against you or you can use it against them. And guess what gives you that knowledge? Your understanding of common law, which requires a relationship with the creator. because the sphere of the law is entirely spiritual. Why do you have a right to an estate? What was the first estate? The Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, right? Abraham and his estate, right? Like, it's when you become poor and dependent on somebody else, you become a slave or indentured. And actually, that's one of the only biblical accepted forms of slavery is indenture through poverty. That or conquest through war. Those are the only two acceptable forms of slavery biblically, and those are the only two they actually, well, they don't even use the conquest through war. They do through economic warfare, but they just went straight to, this is the safest one. We'll never be punished. There'll never be an uprising if we conquer everybody through debt, because that's what the Bible allows for. So it's a big game, race to the finish.
It's debt and comfort. Because I mean, you know, I'm not just satisfied with my life. I mean, I'm doing really pretty damn good. But at the same time, once you realize, you know, what's been done to you, it just pisses you off. And it's like, well, I need to do something about that, regardless of my social standing in the or my financial standing in the world. I mean, that's just me.
Well, no,
I just don't like the fact. But it's, you know, okay. So let me tell you, I watched a movie tonight called The Shift. It's a low budget film, but it was really well done, in my opinion. My wife and I watched it. By the end, I was pretty much kind of in tears. But she was like, "Oh, that movie's just okay," and I was like, "Good grief, woman! You know, like, how come you don't see it the way I saw it?" But it was real interesting because the nemesis in it, you know, he called himself he didn't flat out say, "Oh, I'm the devil," but you know, he played the devil. And you know what he said? He says, you know, the worst thing you can do is be selfish. You know, that's what we want. That's what he wanted from the protagonist, or not the protagonist, but you know, the hero of the film. And I was like, you know what, that really hit me. And I was like, well, wait a minute. You know, if I studied the law, let's say I'm badass, I go get my estate, I know the law, and I can defend it. You know, that's just me. You know, are we really supposed to be, as a society, you know, independent, all of us, or are, you know, we supposed to be, you know, together? I don't know.
No.
It just kind of made me question everything.
No, and listen, that's the realization I've come to. That so this corporate, but what we have now is an imbalance. So the corporation, or this corporate oligarchy, was the answer of what to do with the poor. Because even in Michigan, in the early days of this republic, you had in every county overseers of the poor, which is why the Magna Carta is the very first document in the Michigan compiled laws. It's the origin of the blending of the jurisdictions of law, because they escheated the estates of the poor. But they spent a good 50 to 100 years. No, not quite that long. Let me do some thinking here. I'd say 50 to 70 years bringing or escheating the estates of the common folk. You know, before, when we were the Northwest Territory, and when you read the Northwest Ordinance, it's basically a reflection of the Magna Carta, right? But once they became a state, it was like, oh, okay, which is a country, by the way. Once they became their own sovereign country, Michigan,
right? Correct.
They set up this network. They created the probate court, which is what deals with intestate estates, meaning estates without wills, or infant estates where the heir is not of age and stuff. They created the probate court before it even became a state, and it was called the Michigan Probate Court. It was created in like 1827, I believe, and our Constitution was ratified in 1835. They created the probate court so they could before we became a state, so they could grandfather probate in the administration of estates, the escheat, which means to take property from people who are not capable of managing it, or who are not of age to manage it, which is the same thing, or who have not left a will, so they could escheat the estate. And basically the rich in Michigan had a smorgasbord on the poor. And then now Michigan's one of the most draconian leftist communist states in the fucking entire republic.
They're right up there with Washington State, my home state.
Yeah, well, your home, yeah. So,
I was born and raised in Washington,
and so
I love the state.
And you know, yeah, and what you're saying about, like, okay, is a portion meant to be? It's not really the topic of tonight's show, but I'll indulge it for a moment. You know, it's what I thought also is like, okay, you do have to come up with a solution for this, right? Because there are always going to be infants and competent people incapable of managing their own affairs in their state, and they cannot exist in a free society. So you have to come up with either some kind of parallel society, or what we have now, where you only become free by becoming wealthy. And apparently that's what they chose, and now they're going crazy with it, trying to create the New World Order, which is also not the answer. That's entirely satanic, and they went from trying to figure out what to do with the poor in a godly way to now trying to become God over the poor. That's what's happened.
Oh, I know. I'm well aware. And
Yeah,
I don't. So let's shift gears and let's go back to the topic at hand, which is finally, well, not the last. I'm calling it not the last experiment. I watched portions of it. I didn't really do a deep dive on it, and I haven't really watched all of the data because I was just kind of like waiting for I don't know. It just didn't interest me.
Watch King Nico. He does what I've done is looked into the players involved with it, and not even all of them, because I still got to dig into McToon and McKeegan and those guys. And McToon is probably going to be a character, and I think that he's definitely. Why does he go around and speak at Duffy's churches? Why in God's green earth would they even have an association with one another?
Well, I mean, I've met several times. I've met Austin, and even when he was young. I mean, back in 21, and he's changed a lot. I mean, the man he's got his man fill. I mean, he turned into a dad. He definitely has gotten bigger. I was like, holy crap, he changed a lot.
Hold on, I don't want you to get off on that tangent. Austin, of all these people, is the one I have the most sympathy for, but I still think he's forced
absolutely.
To sell out. I will say, I think he was forced to sell out, forced to.
I'm thinking, and everybody's got a breaking point, especially if you got a family.
About Duffy wasn't even part of this community ever until a year ago.
Oh yeah, he just forced his way in.
But why was McToon already going to his churches and shit?
Huh? Yeah.
Right? Why? Why was he already part of that, what I call controlled opposition hub in the Denver area? Why was he already a part of that? And with the other stuff that, when you start associating with Crowleyism and who's actually behind the intelligence agencies, and then you watch his response to some fucking, something that wasn't even his video, that was just like a dark joke on modern day debate. Did you see that?
No, I haven't watched. So I've taken a break.
Anybody watching
that stuff?
Does anybody watching have a link to that clip from somebody that we might mutually?
That was on Modern Day Debate.
So what happened was essentially is McToon's like, I'm going to show you this. You can create a rainbow, like basically saying it's not like the light bending around the firmament. It's just this natural phenomenon caused by whatever shit he said, and because I wasn't really, I was just kind of half listening to the debate while I was probably cleaning the house or doing something. And he's, so the dad's going to show the kid that he can make a rainbow in the garage, right? So he's going to show this video, right? Now the lighting's very dark, right? The video's very grainy. And it looks like if you didn't know what you were watching, the joke the dude made was understandable. It's funny. It looks like you got a kid in a dungeon somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, you just basically made that joke. Like, what was that, a kid in a dungeon somewhere? Just trying to be funny and jab at McToon. And it's not even McToon's video. McToon was using somebody else's video. And this dude got so uproariously offended that he immediately stopped the debate and said, you won't accuse me of that kind of stuff. And if that's what you're going to accuse me of, is if I'm like that, and blah, 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 you got to see the clip. I will not participate in this debate. If this person continues to be on here, I will not participate. I will not participate. And it had nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him. And guess what? Ryan Dicksucker on, and I hate that he has my first name, Ryan, right? But this fucking dick-sucking supposed moderator kicks that dude off because he's sucking McToon's dick. And so, and just that level of defensiveness over that situation, I was like, well, shit.
So I guess my question, because I missed the first 5 to 10 minutes of your stream tonight, so are you on the fence as to, did they really go? Was all the footage actually real, or is it?
So you did miss the first 5 to 10, and we actually do have more people, and this is the first video I showed, so we'll bounce off this for a second, and I am going to have to do a part 3. If you guys want me to do a part 3 and continue diving into these companies in Ohio State and stuff like that, tell me in the comments, and JD Vance and Candace Owens and Will Duffy And definitely I have a lot more stuff already on here about Enyart, but it took so long to get through the first stuff that, I kind of figured it was because of how long it took me. It took me literally like 4 or 5 hours to set the stream up. So,
well, I haven't even seen the 360 degree, sun video yet. But the first thing I noticed was how high the sun was in the sky compared to like
in the way
the ones you see.
It circled them, and the way it circled them, and as it was circling them, it became oblong. Now, King Nico probably won't like me very much, but I actually enjoyed the research he did on the physical aspects of this experiment, and he has some good footage. He caught Austin Whitsitt, went and actually physically on camera took a hit of his vape, and then walked in front of the camera and act like you could see his breath. That's on camera. That's undisputable. Right. So why wasn't it cold like that? Well, here I have a possible explanation. So let me stop this screen. And I know we have more people now than we had originally. This is what I think they did. I think they did something akin to, oh shit, hold on. I got to actually,
there's some videos out there of like a 360 degree studio.
No, listen, this is what I think they did. I'm going to show you. And like I said, this isn't necessarily proof of anything. But it's just, if we have this ability to do this, why couldn't they create a studio just anyway, even in Antarctica, if they did actually go, right? Because how can we ever prove or know that they actually went to where they say you can fake GPS coordinates, not even hard, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And fake all this stuff, right? So this is what I think if they did.
Especially when you don't have satellites in that area.
This would explain how it's circled around their head, is to create a bigger version of this, but remove the bottom black part holding the screen, which is where all the seats are and everything, kind of gives you the ground floor of this thing. So everybody knows about the Vegas dome, but people don't know they've already been doing this shit. Check this out.
Yeah, well, there's another video out there of Amazon has a 360 degree studio as well.
Watch this. Yeah, this is probably what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's almost like an advertisement.
And it's actually funny. I didn't even bring this up the first time.
Oh, is this the one from Coachella?
At the beginning of the presentation, but they actually
I did see that.
The Antarctic Dome at Coachella.
That's funny.
It is funny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy shit.
Well, the one I watched, it was a mobile studio that they could set up.
Look at this.
I think Amazon owned it.
I will look into that. Look at this.
I also sent you a video. I'm sure you've seen it, and I thought the timing was really odd. But there's that guy who was basically showing how the stars and the sun invert.
After the video, okay. Look at this. Watch.
Yeah.
Now, at the very end, notice that they're going to make it look like they call it the Antarctic Dome.
The what?
The Antarctic Dome.
Oh, that's funny, though. Yeah. Welcome to the metaverse.
Watch it.
Oh, and a polar bear. But that's
look at that.
Arctic.
Look at it. It looks like a sky, though. Look at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now, obviously, with the amount of money that these people must obviously have, because if you think Will Duffy's honestly putting this shit on when he's got all this financial trouble with his securities fraud, no, he's not. Right? This is being financed by somebody else.
Oh, absolutely. I believe that.
Entirely. Okay. And on top of that, he why did they send Candace Owens directors? Did you see the Candace Owens part I played or no?
Oh yeah, I watched it. I tuned in right about that time. That video you just showed.
How would those two people ever connect? And they give you such a vague bullshit story of a one layer of separation between the two of them. Or, maybe I still consider it one layer because you're like, she goes, oh, a lady messaged me and said, have you ever heard of the flat earth? I'm just
and I said no.
Drive it home because as we play it, we can actually listen to this dumb broad say this shit, right?
Yeah, so, I'm not into that. Yeah.
One more time. You don't want to hear it?
No, I got it. I understood what you were pointing at.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. I just love this. Hold on, at the beginning, just if you're just tuning in, listen to this dumb shit. Right? So fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's not a very good backstory. And I can't stand Duffy's voice. I mean, I can pick it out of all types of voices. It's just one of those kind of voices you just learn to hate.
See, but she was the thread that led me to the Pilgrim Society, that led me to J.D. Vance. Oh, and I didn't even get into Vivek Ramaswamy yet.
Oh, yeah. Well, you did. You talked about how he's Brahmin and, he's part of a... Yeah. Well, who do you think... hold
on. Let me tell the new people that came in, because I know you know, and then you can express your point. But is Vivek and J.D. Vance, their wives are cousins. And both cousins are the daughters of the head of BioNTech.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
You didn't know that, did you?
No, but I thought J.D. Vance's wife, it was like he just doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would marry like someone like that.
An Indian, right? Like, so not that there's anything wrong with Indians, but I didn't even know his wife was Indian until I came across that information. I was like, holy shit. And it's cousins, and it links back to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, which is created and controlled by guess who? The Pilgrim Society. It's the fucking Pilgrim Society, guys.
You know why they call it Turning Point? Because they're trying to turn conservatives into gay conservatives.
Here, let's watch this for the new people, and then I want to show you guys the Turning Point logo that has always struck me of what it is. Hold on.
Mark Hermon is Antarctica bound.
Mark Hermon. Well, I'll show you guys after. Mark Hermon's entire researchable career is one movie for Candace Owens as the director. He's a director.
Right. I caught that.
Show. Doesn't even fucking direct her show, nothing. But she's going to send him on this trip because she all of a sudden became so interested in this shit. And she's a Pilgrim stooge because her father-in-law is Lord Michael Farmer of the Pilgrim Society and of the House of Lords of England. So check this
United States. And she is consistently one of the top podcasts in the country. I checked Spotify this morning, and Candace was sitting at number 7.
I can't see.
And she briefly mentioned flat Earth.
Like he didn't know.
There's a short clip from
right.
And a woman messaged me about.
So right there, a woman messaged me. Right. So like just right here, we'll go to the end of this and listen how she tries to present this. Most people.
Why a woman?
Listen, most people will gloss over this shit, though. They will just gloss over, be like, oh, just some woman messenger. That's how, if you want to get away with selling somebody some bullshit, just act like some random person told you. And then you came upon this information, then give it an air of credibility by saying that you picked up the mantle and looked into it and it's true. But it was suggested by some random person. And the entire time it was part of a controlled psychological operation. Such fucking horseshit. Listen to this.
And a woman messaged me about the flat earth theory, which I had never looked into. And she sent me all these links and she's like, you need to look into this, blah, blah, blah. And it's antithetical to the Bible and all of this stuff. And I
then she brings up the very purpose that links it with common law and with their control of our estates and why they started NASA in the first place, especially after they discovered biblical cosmology is real, with Operation Dominic. Well, first Operation High Jump, then Operation Dominic, which included Operation Fishbowl. And then they created NASA.
Just later, and my husband was like, why are you, why even bother looking into this? And I'm like, because I'm just genuinely, I'm a curious person. So if someone thinks anything, I have to read it and know what they believe, because faith is what drives people ultimately. But then when I said to him, I said to him, because I don't know if the earth is round or flat or an octagon or anything. Science is obviously a faith. And it's gotten so tricky that people don't appreciate that. They don't realize that they are the most faithful people ever.
That's a psychological tactic. Is she gave it an added air of fake validity by saying, then I was so conflicted about what this random fucking woman said, as if I don't have random fucking people leaving comments all the time because I'm a super famous podcaster, right? But I was so struck by flat earth all of a sudden, by what this woman said, that I confided in my husband, my concerns. And he said, why was it so important? And I had to tell him it's so important because of God. Dude, she's so full of shit. Do you guys not see this? Yeah, she knows, Eldon. Yeah,
They think they're atheists. They think that they don't have a faith. They don't go to church. What are you talking about? You attend the Church of Science every single day.
And after this, flat earthers started reaching out to her.
Gives you.
The next day, a flat earther reached out to her and encouraged her to check out Austin Whitsitt and Flat Earth Dave. Check it out.
We have an added layer of bullshit. The next day, more flat earthers reach out to her after she made that post and said, "You should."
How does he know that?
Right, because apparently they had this in depth of give me step by step how you came to this realization so I can tell it for you. Or no, that's the storyline, the narrative that we all came up with our handlers. Duh. Right?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Lastly, sharing with you one of the many, many flat earth manects that I've received since I did the live the other day. And again, I'm not subscribing to the flat earth.
First of all, since I did the live the other day, since some random chick just suggested flat earth, and of all the crazy things I'm sure people say to her on a regular basis, that one thing stood out so much that she had a confidential discussion with her husband and then decided to take it seriously, right? So after that happened, this is going to lead to her to connecting with Will Duffy on just the completely opposite end of the podcast universe, and still, despite his final experiment, almost entirely unknown as a celebrity or any kind of famous person. Or if you ask the average person on the street, say, "Hey, do you know Will Duffy?" No. Do you know Candace Owens? Yeah. But somehow she took an interest in him and his experiment and all that because of this interest that she all of a sudden was inspired with out of nowhere. Definitely didn't come from her husband or her father-in-law handler, Michael Farmer, Lord Michael Farmer, Pilgrim Society member and House of Lords member of England, who's trying to take us over and deceive us and enslave us through debt. No, definitely wasn't him or her husband, who she met in 2017 at a Turning Point event in England, and then married within a year for some reason, right? Like, who the fuck, right? And then now, she totally reversed her views on. Anyway, let's just check this out.
Theory at all. I just decided to read an article on it because why not? This person writes, "Hey Candace, I heard you mention flat Earth on your live today, and I had to reach out. Please, I'm imploring you to continue down the flat Earth."
That just joined, I wanted to point this out. I pointed out earlier, the top half of this, of course, it could be for privacy, but wouldn't ordinarily people who are messaging you and excited to speak to you because you're a famous podcaster they love, wouldn't they be honored if you displayed their name and their picture? Because you made such an impact with them. I know I would. I do it all the time when I click your guys' comments.
Yeah. Well,
right?
She might not have. She probably didn't have permission yet, and she just erred on the side of caution.
Here, yeah, and I accept that. But here it says underneath it says in light gray, it's a pending message. So how do I know she didn't write it?
Okay.
Can you see that? Can you see those little words down there say pending?
No, but I have to. I believe you.
Yeah, it does. Just go watch it. Go watch it. Look at this message. Go watch this video. Look at this message at the bottom. This right here above the 339 that I have there. It says pending. The message is pending. What is it? What? Try harder, dude.
Rabbit hole, as it's true. NASA has lied to us about the shape of our world, plain and simple. I believe the main reason being to separate us from God, because nobody would be able to deny him if people knew that we actually live in a place that necessitates the existence of a creator. Once you look, you will see that all of the evidence points to the earth being flat. The biggest indicators, in my mind, being the fact that we can see objects at a distance that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet by the curve of the earth. The fact that all modern technology assumes the earth is a flat topographical plane to function, airplanes, GPS, and the truly hilarious footage and abject lack of proof that we actually went to the moon. Reach out to YouTubers that have done the research for more information. And he offers some YouTubers.
Whitsitt, gets it, and Dearth, both controlled ops, right? And the funny thing about that is, again, this random message explaining what we have explained to normies and globers on a regular basis, and they scoff at. Somehow, Candace is so unique and special that it touched her soul, that when she got, after the first message that she randomly was touched by, she was randomly touched by the second message. Right, explaining the exact same common sense shit, the basic overview of why a globe doesn't work, that we say all the time, that these globetards, even normal ones that don't work for anybody. Just your average people are like, yeah, right, it's fucking crazy. But she doesn't think so. Like, she is very, in fact, she's more unique than any of us, because upon coming across this information, she's the very first person I've seen that didn't immediately scoff and laugh at flat Earth, because I definitely did.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
She's the first one who did not.
Yeah, well, I think she's being aloof to her prior knowledge. I mean, at this point, you got to be hiding underneath a rock if you don't know about flat Earth.
She's definitely not, dude. She's definitely not hiding. She wouldn't even touch this. I'm sure she has gotten to, actually, one of the subscribers earlier, I showed his name. I think it was it's one of my moderators. I'm sorry that I'm forgetting which one of you said this, but it is recorded because I put you up there. She said that, or he said that, she has been inundated by flat earthers in the comments.
Right. Many. She said it twice. Many.
No, before this, for a long time.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. I just know that after she mentioned it on her podcast, she got many.
No, never once has she actually, the same way that you might talk to JP Sears or any other mainstream podcast or Dan Bongino or something, be like, hey, what about the Federal Reserve and the debt enslavement system, right? And he's going to ignore your comment unless the handlers tell him, okay, address that and we're going to handle it.
Well, here's the thing. Candace is a conspiracy theorist in a sense.
No,
she should know all the things out there that are out in the that sphere.
Turning Point is the conservative equivalent of BLM.
It's a joke.
The antithesis to BLM.
Yeah. No, I've never found Turning Point to be anything but just a joke.
What I'm trying to say is, how do you not see that they're creating this public figure in the same way they create the public figure of Bob Enyart as the right-wing extremist, anti-abortion science denier, and then also have him charged with child abuse and have him charged with attacking abortion clinics and have him so that they can air these stories. See, these people are created for the media, which is the first thing the Pilgrim Society took control of, was the media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're created for the media. Right, these groups.
Yeah, they need a narration.
Well, I'm talking about, so they carry out these things that the media can then blow up. Just think about murder rates or like theft or anything. This shit's happening all the time everywhere, right? You only think it's a problem in a certain area when the all-seeing eye lens of fucking technology focuses in on it because they want it to be an issue in the public mind. That's it. That's why they create psychological operation groups like Will Duffy's or Bob Enyart's, the Shadow Group. They create those groups so that these people can carry out and either push the direction or push the public to the right or to the left based on extremism.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah.
I remember when Candace was first coming out and I just saw little bits of her. She seemed very organic at the time. But that was before I kind of wised up, and now I question everything.
Look,
everything.
Hold the line.
Hold the line.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was your point?
There it is. Oh, now it finally popped up. That took a long time. I'm using a scraper to pull all her old YouTube comments. I've checked 3 videos from before the final experiment operation, so before it even existed. And flat Earth definitely been mentioned.
Okay.
Or flat Earth, sorry. I didn't mean to make you sound ghetto. Flat Earth has definitely been mentioned. So
she's being misleading.
So all of a sudden now it's there's the pivotal question for humanity and our faith in God and everything. We need to know this. That's what she did. She's not even trying that hard. It's almost like they said, give some lip service to it, get some.
We shouldn't have to. It makes perfect common sense.
No, you're not seeing the picture, man. You got to.
I guess I'm not getting your point. Yeah.
Not how you think, how the public groupthink operates. And they know that's what they don't care how us who see through the system. They don't care how we think. They want to know.
Yeah, well, 80% of the public's going to go wherever the herd says. I mean, that's just common. There's only like 20% of the public that has common sense or the ability to.
With groupthink, yes. And that's the point.
Yeah.
Listen to the rest of this bullshit.
Thanks.
And a good friend of mine brought this to my attention.
There's the rest of this bullshit. So let's look at the story of how the association between two people who should never even be in the same universe of podcasting got together. A random lady messaged Candace Owens, said, hey, have you heard of the flat earth? And blah, blah, blah. Right? And just randomly. And that struck her to her soul. So she turned around and told her husband, you know, this has serious implications on our understanding of faith and God and religion, where we are in the world. This needs to be figured out. So after she made her little fucking video in a car, just to act like it's an afterthought, because that's what TikTok and Facebook and everything has been reduced to, is people mastering the art of looking like they're making a video they intricately planned on the fly, right?
Off an AI script.
What, probably that too. Right.
Yeah.
So after the video she made there, then all of a sudden somebody else who we don't know and can't see and would probably like the attention of being mentioned by Candace Owens tells her, yeah, it's absolutely true. Glad you're finally addressing it. Here, look, why don't you talk to these shills in the flat earth community? Right. And then apparently after checking into Flat Earth Dave, who owned a solar panel company and contracted.
I remember. Yeah.
And contracted with the fucking Clintons, or actually when he left, they had a contract with the Clintons, and he openly said this in an interview with Nachikita. Okay. And he said, yeah, they had a contract with the Clintons and stuff, and they didn't agree with my flat earth and blah, blah, blah. So who were they dealing with before that bullshit story that he just made up of why he left? Intelligence operative, probably Mossad. And so talk to them, right? So apparently she did that. Now she decided to send her entirely unknown director who has no information. He's a director, by the way, directed a movie, and there's nothing about him on the internet aside from IMDb directing Candace's one movie. That's it. And he gets to go down there. And he's apparently a director. Well, what was he going down there to probably direct? Well, I would say the Coachella fucking dome I showed you guys earlier, to make sure it actually, the perspectives were right and all these things. I don't think he's a fucking movie or film director at all. I think he's an operative and knows how to manipulate film and perspective. So it's just
well, if they really went, Ryan, I think eventually somebody's going to ask a question that, like, can you see the stars? You know, remember how that was the big question when on the moon landing? Can you see the stars? And they were like, oh, we never thought of that. You know, I think you're going to find out if this was, you know, not true. You're going to see those kind of things start coming out.
I think this has already been proved not true, not by the evidence presented, but by the lack of it.
Well, yeah, there is a lack of evidence. I mean, the first thing I was looking for is the fourth wall. I was like, where's the fourth wall? Okay, you know, they did do that.
I was looking for was the actually uncut footage of a 24-hour sun.
Oh, I haven't even looked to see if it's out yet.
It's not ever going to be out. And if it is, it's going to be fabricated, because why wouldn't it just immediately, if that was the point of spending all this money and going down there and doing that, to be like, look, why does it have to go back to the editing studio?
Well, here's something else
and then sit behind a paywall. Get the fuck out of here, Jaron. You scum.
Oh, fuck Jaron. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Scumbag.
So one of the interesting things that I thought was they had nothing but a blue sky. And there was one other time that we had a perfectly blue sky, and that was 9/11. And I thought, well, that's real interesting, because he needed a blue sky in order to do potentially no planes, you know. And I thought, wow, this is interesting. How convenient. You don't have any cloud. Now, there appear to be some clouds in the far, far distance. But like I said, you know, I've been on winter break, so I haven't been doing a deep dive on any of this stuff.
Unfortunately, I don't take breaks. I wish I did.
Yeah, I know you don't. But you forced a break on me with your broken computer.
I didn't get a break, though.
You ever listen to a guy by the name of Enter the Stars on YouTube?
Yes, I have. I've heard of him, yeah.
Okay. But you can't think off your head, you know, like, did I enjoy what he was talking about?
I've watched something he's done because the name is memorable. I can't think of his work, no.
All right. I'll send you an email just to give you an idea. You might want to poke
I know I've watched it before, but I mean, come on, guys. So then
you mentioned Windows on the World today, and I've been deep diving Windows on the World for like about since your computer broke.
I'm about to, for these long podcasts, now that you brought it up, I'm about to start introducing that peaceful, beautiful classic music he does in his breaks in the video.
Oh, I love it.
Idea. Yeah, it's brilliant,
Yeah.
right? 'Cause you're gonna have to,
I'm a big fan of his.
Stream this long, you're gonna have to take breaks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like occasionally, like, you know, you are.
Well, I think I did send you some emails recently. One was, you know, that guy's theory. He basically had like a working model in his home where he's basically showing it's like, okay, if you have a firmament and the superfluid above it, then it will reverse the direction of the stars and the sun depending on where you're at underneath it.
So the wheelhouse of this channel has always been the law, and I'm going to tell you the truth about that. And I've done a decent amount of research, and I see, and actually it's through the research of the law and the history of law, the origin and what common law and how it's actually biblical and all that stuff, that allows me to understand why they created NASA and are doing the heliocentric globe lie. And that's also, it goes back to the law, because that's the main point. Everything always goes back to law. All the Bible is a book of the law. So everybody who's brought to the Bible by flat earth is actually just brought to the law by flat earth. And that's the point. And that's why they're trying to separate you and remove you from that. That was the dark side of the double-sided sword of why the Magna Carta was created. But I'm going to tell you, until you can show me curvature, I don't give a fuck about superfluid above the firm. You have to show me.
I know. Yeah.
No,
I hear you.
I've always been that. I've always been, and you have to show me a fluid pressure system without containment, repeatable and demonstrable in real life. You have to show me how you can have a ball of gases that randomly formed and created land and water and physical solidity and all this stuff in a vacuum without containment. That's the most ridiculous thing that anybody could ever hear with a brain that hasn't been programmed for years through Tavistock Institute fucking programming, period. Like, it's the only thing that makes sense. Fortunately for me, I skipped a lot of school and dropped out because I never meshed with it. And then I got my good enough diploma later, right? But there's not an attorney that will.
Yeah, but you're autodidactic. You know, school was just. You probably hated it.
Yeah, they did. They actually tried to take me into gifted children's programs, but my family was too poor to afford it. So then I didn't end up becoming into the fucking Ohio State Pilgrim Society pipeline, which I probably would have. Exactly. And that's why I am able to speak to you today. So,
awesome. I'm glad to hear it.
Outside of that, it's that simple. It's just, and I hate to say it because I know we're beefed out and he kind of irritated me with having a stream on the same night he knows is the only night I have a stream, but he's right. And that's the truth. Nothing in the sky is going to create convexity of the earth. My light bulb does not mean my floor is a light bulb. It's just that simple.
Hey, I got two more things off topic that I wanted to bring up before I forget. One was shad. I think I sent you something more recently on what's going on with shads.
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead.
And so Shad's court case down there in Florida, which I find absolutely fascinating. So I think I sent you the affidavit, not the affidavit, but the court case. I sent you a bunch of stuff. I don't know if you got a chance to see it or if you even came through.
Information on it. I've cursory glanced at it, but after we were scheduling the interview, my computer crashed.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and the other one, just to get it out of my head before I forget, is I'd like to see you do a deep dive, and I'll probably sit down and watch all four, but I want to see you do a deep dive on the true meaning, because I started to see it. I finally figured it out later on, not while listening to you, behind, oh shit. Oh my God. It's, Keanu Reeves, the 4-part murder and death series.
I'll have to take a look at it, but
no, Keanu Reeves, he did that movie where, he was an assassin.
Oh, John Wick. Absolutely.
John Wick. Okay. Yeah.
Because John Wick is actually, it's how the world works. That's what's going on. This is the Pilgrim Society. So think of John Wick and the Continental, like the Pilgrim Societies hit people, or even above the Pilgrim Society. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's these old blood, rich blood families who operate under common law and know that it's all about houses and bloodlines. That's it.
Yeah.
And what they're trying to do is create like a sub race, a slave race, a golden age of Saturn, if you will, recreated they want to keep your life short, your mind soft, just like it says in that Rockefeller, the secret covenant. That's, you know why I know that's true? Because that's exactly what they're doing. That's how I know it's true.
Slow poisoning. Yeah, I know.
Keeping you stupid, keeping your lifespan short, and keeping you as a slave class. And then J.D. Rockefeller openly says, I want a nation of workers, not thinkers. Which the Pilgrim Society, the 21, did you see the 21 or the 20 points of the Pilgrims? So what was it, 20? Hold on, I got it over here.
No, I didn't. I don't think I saw that. Oh, you did. Yeah, you were talking about it during the stream.
No,
but
I went through and was reading them. I was reading.
Yeah, I know.
And they're exactly, and that was 1912. They're exactly what's happening. You know what I mean? Exactly what's happening. Give America false winds and create treaties that have great latitude to allow Britain out of the treaty later once we pull the rug out from under.
You mean like the Paris Treaty?
Control the media. And anybody who's not willing to sell out, what we do is we just use our monopolization of the media through the people who are, because more people are always going to be willing to sell out than are not. And then we'll just squeeze out the ones that are not going to sell out.
Yeah, it just seems like all the information that we're able to get off the internet is basically infighting, you know, and it's the information that's thrown out there, whether it's true or not. You know, it's like, it seems like, you know, it's just infighting. Otherwise, I mean, if you're running an illegal operation, you're not going to put anything out there.
Well, so there's a certain aspect of the information that they have to put out there, and that's because this all goes back to free will. So that's the whole concept behind trusts, estates. That's the whole concept behind law. Property is the ultimate expression of your free will. So they always have to get consent in one form or another. And that's
but it's not really consent when you don't actually like make it. They're not like flat out going, here's the contract. Make sure you read it.
Silence is consent. And they say flat out, here's the contract. Make sure you read it. If you don't read it, that's part of being an actual man. Like that's part of being, one of the people, of being an actual part of mankind, not a human, is that you know that everything you agree to could carry serious implications because the power of an oath or contract or agreement. They understand this. They use it to our detriment so severely. Yeah. So they have to always tell you. They have to tell you what they're doing. So that's why Hollywood was created. So they could tell you what they're doing in the form of, they don't tell you that what they're showing you is actually based on real life or it's fantasy or whatever. What they do is they show you real life stuff mixed with fantasy stuff so that you agree to the real life stuff because you think it's all fake. It's kind of a unique art they've created. And that's what Hollywood is. You know where the name Hollywood comes from?
Yes. Yeah, the Hollywood, the wood, it makes a wand.
Magic wand used by the Druids.
Merlin, all that,
Yeah. And like I told you, and this goes back to the Pilgrim. It's England. It's these people are the Celtic Druid fucking magicians we're talking about here.
Yep. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. They understand the dynamics of this world, the interplay between the polarities. And they use it against us. There's no reason this man on the screen right now should have ever had any relationship with Candace Owens. And that was where they fucked up. And that's what created this video tonight.
Uh-huh. Well, if you follow the history, I mean, the Druids were all wiped out by the Romans, right? Get it? Like it's almost like they're hiding that.
No, the real history is they couldn't conquer the Druids, so they built something akin to the Great Wall.
Hadrian's Wall, I know.
Hadrian's Wall,
that's a funny story.
We're going to create London, as a Roman city-state, and then we're going to keep the crazy, inconquerable fucking Druids out of it with this Hadrian Wall, and that city-state, which is not the entire city of what's called London today, right, but is a very small portion of a sovereign city-state that is the financial center of the world. And it's not part of England. It's its own country. And it's one of three of those that are their own country. DC, London, right? And
Vatican.
And now the interesting thing about that, we were talking about how Protestantism has arose and created all this division. They use Protestant churches. Vatican is not Catholic, by the way. It's not.
No, not in my opinion.
Not even a little bit. Catholic is
not even.
The Vatican is a product of
It's pagan.
Yeah, it's the usurpation of the original Christianity, and that's why, like Mel Gibson, you'll even watch him. Hey, he's Hollywood or whatever, but he'll even tell you, like, yeah, Vatican II was the usurpation of the church by Satan.
Right, I agree.
And so now we have Pope Francis, right over there in the Vatican, in the palace, the snake
doing
palace.
His 5 seals on the 5 doors.
or how about this? Also, having a bunch of fucking weirdo alphabet mafia people dancing around right in his throne room.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that? That's a real thing.
No, I haven't seen that yet. Like I said, I've been kind of out of the loop, but I have been listening to Windows on the World and Enter the Stars recently.
Alphabet mafia party at the Vatican. Right. And so one of my good friends is Catholic, and he can't stand Pope Francis. And that's why I'm telling you, there's actually a schism here, a chasm, right? A divide between what is supposed to be and what has been hijacked.
I can see that. And well, I mean, if now that you mentioned the Druids, are you thinking that maybe the Pilgrim Society are descendants of the bloodlines from the Druids?
I'm thinking that the barons, that the ruling class are descendants of a certain bloodline that has existed since the first estate of Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. And that there's
I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
well, time isn't as long as they say, I don't think. I think our history's been so short.
Great amount of time has been added to what we're to, like the Dark Ages. I actually firmly believe they're dark because they didn't exist.
You ever look into David Ewing in his books?
Who is he?
There's a guy by the name of David Ewing, and he writes a bunch of books, and I see what he does, but he writes a bunch of books, and he basically argues that our history is completely shortened and most of it is made up. And he's probably the best at making the argument that I found. His name David Ewing. Just look up David Ewing conspiracy and you'll find him. And he's done some interviews. You definitely, if you haven't heard of him, you should look into him.
Well, so here's the thing, is just the change from the lunar cycle to the solar cycle, and back in
for the calendar.
In 1775, we were still on the lunar cycle. And how many years, right, did that take away or add, depending on how you're trying to calculate history based on our current concept of time, which is, again, goes back to Saturn. What do you think about that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, was Saturn our original sun too?
Well, I think that the planets, I have some unorthodox ideas on the way the world works, and that comes from my esoteric studies, which also allows me to see through what people like Will Duffy are doing behind the facade of churches, or Bob Enyart or any of these people. And I think that these conscious luminaries co-create reality, and that we're part of a massive, essentially what amounts to a projection. But I know exactly what you're talking about.
What is the universe, the one voice? I mean, what is a voice? It's frequency.
It's the one word. But for the sake of not getting too far off topic.
Don't get me started.
Don't get me started either. But so this guy has no reason to be talking to Candace Owens, and the story they made up of how he ended up in contact with her is most obviously bullshit. And then we look into the Pilgrim Society backgrounds. The goal of the Pilgrim Society, for those of you, if you're just tuning in, because I see we're fluctuating between 45 and 50, is that the Pilgrim Society is entirely dedicated to taking control of all of the world's resources for the purpose of taking control of the main resource, which is what they call the human.
Yes.
It's us, because all of the other resources sustain us. So in order for us to serve them, they have to control those things. One of the things they need to do for that to happen, the only way you'll bend a knee to man, right, is if you do not believe in God. That's why they created NASA right after they found the ice wall. right after they found the firmament, Operation High Jump, Operation High Jump and Operation Dominic, which included Operation Fishbowl, where they launched nukes at the firmament. You can research this shit's public information. And then they created NASA right after that. And why did they create NASA? Don't look at the oceans. Don't look at the ice wall. Because, listen, not only just the border of the ice wall, I don't know if there's anything outside of it or not, or if this is an infinite plane, but underneath us, there are lakes underneath us. So the reason I say this is a war on biblical cosmology is because, one, it's necessary to remove you from common law and steal your sovereignty and your estate and control your property and your rights and your will, but also because, like, so have you ever seen the video? Let's see if I can find it. We'll use Duffy's bullshit. Whoops, we don't want to search the browser. We want to search the actual. So let's see. Man finds lake underwater.
Write down a note. Oh, I'll try and remind you. I'll send you a text. David Ewing Jr. That's who it was. I think you got to add the junior. Otherwise, you'll find a million of those people.
Let's see if we can find. Yeah, so check this out.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor.
Oh, yeah.
Discovered in the 1990s.
That is a lake at the bottom of the ocean. This was part of
a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Didn't he get the David Russo treatment shortly thereafter?
Here it is. Let's see.
Today, you
Let's
don't
see if it
mind the
puts it all
wait.
together.
You've got the all-new Caesars Palace online casino.
In the world of wildlife filmmaking, Mike Emma USA. Scuba diving and diverse marine. He was widely 1978. Anxious enthusiast door. In a
this is not going to
challenges
include what he
associated
found
with
and why his
R40
crap.
and
So this is about
those in attendance to go. Ironic that he died flying that footage. The stuff where he was so angry that the Santa Barbara International.
This is about his
that paints a
helicopter
vivid
crash, but not including it happened the day after his documentary was released. That's pretty funny, right? Like, how tragic is that?
Like Aaron Russo, Eyes Wide Shut. Gee, you just had a sudden accident.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s.
That's a lake at the bottom of the ocean.
A handful of people
Yep.
ever see it in
And also, look at him. He worked for the BBC. He just found something he wasn't supposed
One of
to.
the most amazing things.
Well, here's another tell about that. They've never gone back that I'm aware of.
Let him speak. So if you can hear this grainy, obviously corrupted video and audio.
Oh, yeah.
90s. And Mike Degree is one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I have ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut that was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute.
That's insane.
I'm already.
Yeah, it is.
We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off. And as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, let's see what happened to him after that, shall we? This is the day after his documentary.
In the world of wildlife filmmaking, Mike
just
Degree
gonna
was a
go to-
renowned explorer and inspiring action to protect our precious marine ecosystems.
No, is this
working on 4 projects in production? This extraordinary documentary captured being deep, conscious
where did the
connection to one
helicopter
another.
crash happen?
When people say that ours have more accidents than the others, well, ours are not being flown by professional people, Robinson said.
He literally said
ours are
that
being
fast.
flown much, much more at the entry point of the market. At the same time, the R-44 helicopter also faced significant concerns related to post-accident fires, primarily due to damage to the aluminum fuel tanks, which could lead to fuel leakage. In response to these safety issues,
Literally
the company
the day
initiated
after his
proactive
documentary,
measures in
what I showed you
2009 by
guys,
incorporating bladder-type
and they're going to
fuel
try to
tanks
tell
in
you,
all
look,
newly
this is a
manufactured.
big cover-up right here. That's what this is right here. Terrifying last minutes of filmmaker Mike DeGry. And this, again, is another probably podcaster that they feed these stories through. Like, hey, you can get fame and clout because you know how to present things, and we're going to give you the script.
Oh, yeah.
You say it was just an error with an already faulty helicopter that happened to just fucking crash the day after you discover Sheol, which prior to the creation
Sheol.
of NASA was in every Bible. They had a biblical Earth cosmology, which included Sheol, which was a dark, ultra-dense lake of the dead underneath the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It showed it in everything. And after NASA was created, they took that out of the Bibles.
Where's all the further research? I haven't heard of things. I've seen that video. I've never seen anything since. Like, oh, we went back down there. We figured out what it was. It was oil. You know, it could be oil. Who knows? But, you know, why would oil be on the bottom, not on the surface?
And what if the fluid of Sheol was actually flammable oil? Wouldn't that be kind of like ironic and poetic? And that they've drawn that up from the earth. I mean, this is complete speculation. I don't actually think
pretty.
This is, but
That is kind of a crazy thought.
Right, but you know, and then that's what they're using as the combustible fucking fluid to power the entirety of the whole world and control society in the name of the devil who runs Sheol. Like, that's pretty insane, right? But who knows? That could be. But the point is this stuff actually happened. He really recorded that was released in a documentary, and he died literally the day after it was released.
Yeah,
you know?
But I've seen nothing on that ever since.
And then nobody's, again, just like the water-powered car, right? Anything that threatens energy and oil, which is what made me think of the oil thing, is like the water-powered car. Stanley Meyer fucking made one. Worked perfectly, you know, and then he went to go have a lunch with some Department of Defense contractors who wanted to, like, patent and put it into production, and then he runs out halfway through and says, they poisoned me, and he dies that night. Or Aaron Salter.
They made another one, but it's only $3 million, and it's a supercar.
Oh my God! Only $3 million. So you're telling me they're restricting it to the wealthy again? Which brings you back when you said,
man, you've seen that, haven't you? There's a water-powered car, but it's like a sports car. It's like a supercar, and it's like $3 million.
I bet it still uses gas in some form or fashion, or some kind of tie to the, you know what I mean, to the to the industry. But
I'm gonna have to wind you down. I'm at 7% on my phone, and if I click the close screen, it kicks me out of StreamYard.
No, it's okay. I'm actually gonna end this tonight as well.
That was a fun conversation. I'm glad I talked to you tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad you came on. I did not get through everything I wanted to, but I think I made the basic connection.
So if you do a stream next week, is it going to be in a continuation of the Satanic experiment, or is it going to be back to the estate?
Well, it's all interconnected, but then when you're looking at Will Duffy and this guy, right, there's a lot of attention on that, and I want to, like, bring people's attention to how the law is associated with what they're doing with NASA. The whole purpose is to remove you from common law. The whole purpose. So think about this. Like, we're a Christian nation, right? And the founder said that we're placing the entire survival of our political systems on being well, how did he say? He said we're basically dependent. The dependency of our entire political systems is on the ability of the people to conform to the 10 Commandments, because you were literally free, and I can prove that and have proved it. Zen's proved it. There's been plenty of people who've proved it. You were actually free. The government served you and had no business telling you what to do with your property or yourself unless you committed a crime. And then even when you committed a crime, you could only be dealt with by other free people, not the government, who are bound to a term of service for years, as it says in Article 1 of the Constitution, when they're determining to vote. When they say who can vote is somebody who's bound to a term of service for years, that's a politician. You're indentured. You're no longer free. You're a citizen. So, you know, you were actually free, okay? And what was this country founded on? It was the understanding of all men, meaning mankind, including women, right? That's what mankind means. It doesn't mean just the masculine aspect of mankind. Women are the feminine aspect of mankind. It says all men are created equal and are endowed with unalienable rights by their creator. Now, Yuval Noah Harari, let's see if we can pop that up real quick. This will be a good nightcap to the whole thing and kind of prove my point of why NASA exists, right? So let's go back to YouTube and we'll say, let me make sure I can pull it up.
Well, I do like the statement, fraud vitiates all contracts. That's one of my favorites.
Human rights are a fairy tale. This is what this fucking satanic bugger, which is a British term for a donut puncher, said, right? Are a fairy tale. And that's Yuval Noah Harari. And this really illustrates the difference between your relationship with God and your separation. Communism only works when you're separated.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here we go. I have it right here. Pull it up, pause it. And we're going to start it from the beginning. And then we're going to present this. This is the difference. This is why NASA exists, guys. I want you to know this. And you have to be able to see it because it's so fucking obvious. And this Candace Owens even said at the beginning of her video, it's like, well, that makes us question God. It's our entire faith and foundation. And even atheists have a faith. It's called science. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Many, maybe most legal systems are based on this idea, this belief in human rights. But human rights are just like heaven and like God. It's just a fictional story that we've invented and spread around. It may be a very nice story. It may be a very attractive story. We want to believe it, but it's just a story. It's not a reality.
Oh, it's just a story.
It is not a biological reality. Just as jellyfish and woodpeckers and ostriches have no rights, Homo sapiens.
Why? Because we evolved, just be like jellyfish and insects and all that, right? But why? Because we evolved from monkeys, right? Because we're on a spinning infinitesimal speck of dust in a vast expanse of nothingness going nowhere for no reason that happened randomly, right? So what are human rights, dude? You need to be a communist. So
I don't know, I'm starting to think sea turtles have more rights than we do.
So that the government can protect you, right?
Sapiens have no rights also. Take a human, cut him open, look inside, you find their blood, and you find the heart and lungs and kidneys, but you don't find there any rights. The only place you find rights is in the fictional stories that humans have invented.
You hear that shit he just said? Hold on, back it up a few seconds. This guy's done this before.
Inside, you find their blood.
No, this guy's definitely done this shit before. Look how casually he just says that. Who would even talk about this comfortably?
It's not a reality. It is not a biological reality.
Right here.
Just as jellyfish and woodpeckers and ostriches have no rights, Homo sapiens have no rights.
Who would talk about what he's about to say as his analogy so comfortably? Like, you know, hey.
Take a human, cut him open, look inside, you find their blood, and you find the heart and lungs and kidneys, but you don't find there any rights. The only place you find rights is in the fictional stories that humans have invented and spread around. And the same thing is also true in the political field. States and nations are also, like human rights and like God and like heaven, they too are just stories. A mountain is a reality. You can see it, you can touch it, you can even smell it. But Israel or the United States, they are just stories, very powerful stories we might want to believe very much, but still they are just stories. You can't really see the United States. You cannot touch it, you cannot smell it.
So you have no rights and you should bow to unelected oligarchs and basically bow to power. It's a fairy tale, even though the entirety of both international Western law and specifically, all the nations of Western societies, they understood Well, even back to ancient times, back to King Hammurabi and the Tower of Babel and everything. Like, they understand that there is the law and then there's commercial code. You can only enslave people and take away their natural rights to property endowed upon them by the creator if you remove the belief and understanding that there's a creator, which is what happened in Babylon, whatever, right? So here's the thing that Hammurabi did. If you read the Hammurabi Code, it's all about commerce and trade. So what they do is they introduce commerce and trade, interdependency upon one another, right, through relying on one another for trade and services, and then create this central organization called the government, who gets to determine how that happens and who gets what and all that stuff. And then they engineer a society where no one person is capable of self-sustenance. And then they expand that into what's called a nation, and then they administer it because through the regulation of commerce, because you need something from someone else, some corporation, something else, so they can control you through your needs because you're not self-sufficient because they made you that. They can only enslave you through corporate law or commercial law, same thing, commercial law. That's it. And that's what you said. But you're right. You know what? Human rights are a fairy tale because I'm not a fucking human. I'm a man. I'm a member of mankind. I'm one of the people. I'm not a human. What is that? It's a beast, monster, animal. What are you talking about? Right? But that's what you want everyone to be because that's what an infant is, according to Title I, Section 8 of the United States Code. And thank you, Zen. This was an amazing presentation that he gave. It's absolutely, it says human being, person, and individual mean an infant, incapable of caring for oneself and under the administration of it. It doesn't say specifically, but that's what it is. And you can prove that through an understanding of the law. It does say that you're an infant. It says human being, person, and individual mean infant. And an infant cannot be an heir and cannot control their estate. Thus, necessarily, you must be under probate, and your property is being used for the purposes of the government, and you're allowed to have beneficial legal use of the property, but you will be fined and feed and told how to use it. That is communism in essence, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why they need you to not believe in God. That's why Duffy and his band of faggotry, right, have tried to pull off what they have presumed to call the final experiment, which is, first of all, not an experiment. It's an observation. And second of all, it was obviously completely staged. Thirdly, what happens in the sky does not create curvature on the earth, so you're still lying. Okay? And fourthly, everything that I've proven, this is a psychological operation, guys. Like, I hope this presentation tonight has at least raised some questions in the minds of those who watch it after it's published and those who are watching it now. And I have fellow researchers and people looking into the various connections that I found, especially just the very Candace Owens thing and the boom, and then coming across the Pilgrim Society, and they've actually been at work the entire time and created the intelligence agencies who brought the fucking Nazis over here to create NASA in the first place, right? Like, it's the same big group of people, and they're not taking us seriously because they didn't even fucking try that hard. They did not even try that hard. They did not. Like, it's so obvious. You got a guy on video taking a hit. I'm sorry, Austin, I did like you, but you got a guy on video hitting his vape behind the camera and then coming in front of the camera, blowing out the fucking vapor and be like, oh, so you can see my breath. Dude, what? Bro, what? I'm sorry that you got put in that situation. I am. I don't know if they threaten your family. You're a father. I don't know if they threaten your kid. I get that, right? I do get that. So I'm not holding it against you, but I am in my position here to, at least for you, should appreciate that I'm pointing this out as bullshit. And you don't have to validate it for the safety of your family, but at the end of the day, it's bullshit. Right? And I get it. They have us under lock and key right now, but all we can do is try to be such a massive awareness, knowledge, and understanding of who we are, what we are, where we are, and how things work, that we are impossible to suppress. That's all we can do. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, and Corbett, Unidozer, I think we will end the stream for tonight, and I will continue the details at a future time. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and if you're watching in the future, next week, your comments will determine my topic. So if you guys want me to go back into trust in estate law, then put comments on there, right? And if you guys want me to go back into this and finish my research into Wadsworth and all these guys, and really try to land this plane as best as it can be landed, I will also do that, no problem. I expect one of two responses to this video, and one is to not give attention to it because any publicity is good publicity, right? And I'm certain that the things I've spoken about are things that they necessarily don't want to be in the mainstream. So, or they're going to attack me viciously. I don't know. I don't care. At the end of the day, this is not a series of conspiracies. This is one big conspiracy. And flat Earth and the law are both, and it's not even flat Earth because it's obviously a topographical plane. It's a plane Earth. Let's call it that, plane Earth, right? Are related in an effort to steal your soul and your will. Well, reverse that order. Your will and by proxy, then your soul. It's what it is. It's what it is. You get communism. Human rights are a myth, right? Common law. Every one of the people, every member of the species known as mankind, are endowed with unalienable rights in the image of their creator, and have an absolute right to property unless they use one of those absolute rights that they were endowed with to contract to give away the right to property, which is what they've used to get you. So, do you have any final words, Corbett? Brad and Tasha say they want part 3. Interesting. Oh, shit. Corbett bounced. He must his phone must have died. Well, you're here in spirit. Unidozer says bye. Thank you guys for joining me, and just let me know in the comments to this video, people who watched afterwards, which one you want. You want me to keep on going after this, or you want me to you want me to go down all the rabbit holes? This is a decent amount of research, but I didn't use enough preparation, and I put as much together as I could in the proper order, but I still have a whole bunch more information. So if you want me to continue to go into this, I will. Or if you want me to go back to just teaching you law, let me know in the comments. So you guys have a fantastic evening. Thank you all for being here. We ended up having a very good turnout. And yes, Brad. Yes, Brad and Tasha, I can. It says, do part 3 next weekend, please. Check into Kash Patel and Vivek. They went to school together in India. Oh, okay. Well, hey, hell yeah. Kash is in the Pilgrim Society also. But, well, I don't doubt it. So that's what I'm saying. If you want me to keep my so we have two different avenues here. I know how to destroy their ability to control you. And then we can also look into who is controlling us. And so, and both are going to require a lot of preparation and presentation. And so, but yeah, I'm more than happy to continue exposing how it's done and who's doing it. And I do think at the end of the day, it will help you understand better why the solution works. And it all goes back to the sphere of the spiritual, just like I said. Treatise on the American law of administration says the sphere of the law is spiritual because property is the ultimate realization of free will. It absolutely makes sense. I would consider them ancient at this point, right? Going all the way back to 1215 and before they knew this is how they ran society. So, okay. Mike Smith says part 3. Angela Carson says she likes it. I appreciate it. Yeah. Winbay Bear says sent me 2 emails. Give me a day or 2 to get back to him, and I will. Winbay Bear says it's 80% that keep the system going. Yeah, unfortunately. And yeah, so okay, I think let me check back a little further, make sure I addressed everybody, I addressed everybody in recent, because you guys know how I am. I really need, eventually, if I get big enough to have production, I'm gonna have somebody reading comments for me and shooting them over to me, because when I get in the zone, you guys know how I am. So let me see. Yeah, so Clit Rub says, even curved balls follow a straight line. I'm not sure I understand, but I feel like there's some wisdom there. If you look for stuff you already know, you're insulting your own intelligence, which, yeah, I wish Corbett was still on, because that's why I don't look at some of the links he sends me. I already know him. But Riley Studios, such a good show. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Barron's Law Dictionary. I've never actually heard of Barron's Law Dictionary, but the name is interesting, so I'm going to look into Catholic D's nuts. It's kind of funny, clear. Okay. Yo, Ryan, I ain't bitches. What? I ain't bitches, but you can take old boy's fee. Oh my God. Off the screen. It's traumatizing. Yeah, he's a demon, bro. Yeah, absolutely he is. You can't stand the sight of him, huh? I think we are the stars projecting ourselves here. That's you know what? Actually, Angela, that's yeah, I do think that's our souls up there. Yeah, it's funny that you came to the same conclusion. Interesting. So Flurfy McDerpington gave me a thumbs up. Appreciate it. Next slide, please, he says. All right, sorry guys, I'm just going back and looking through some ABC. You might not be wrong. All humans create sun and moon, so that must be back with my previous. You guys might like some of my esoteric understandings. Maybe we'll have to incorporate some of that into the show, because that has also been my parallel passion with understanding law and government. And then I found that they go hand in hand. Actually, the spiritual study was the first one, and then once I had an interest in the way that how the government, the oligarchy works, and then I found that they were tied together. Absolutely. And so maybe I'll start focusing a little bit more on that in the future as well. I also am going to have more shows throughout the week here shortly. I'm rearranging my schedule and the way I do things, because I just need to, and once a week is probably not able to keep up with the pace of the way things are going. So, but without further ado, thank you everyone for joining me. I hope you have a fantastic evening. If you're just joining, go back and watch from the beginning. As it's lulls, it's long. There's a lot of history here, and history tends to lull until you see the big picture. So I will see you guys possibly before next weekend if I get my schedule together, but definitely next Saturday, because I now have my laptop and I should have all my data. And let me know in the comments what topic we should cover. Okay, you guys have a great night, and thank you for joining me.